Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2647. The three monarch spacetimes were divided into three regions, namely the Lower King Starfield, the Upper King Starfield, and the Monarch Starfield. Only the people from the Monarch Starfield could walk freely in the Upper King Starfield and the Lower King Starfield, and it was very difficult for the people from these two starfields to enter the Monarch Starfield. They could only use their connections. However, there were some people who could enter the three regions, and the crystal wall was one of them. The development of humanity had broken away from its primitive state, and the economy was a very important factor. The crystal wall was like the Mavis Bank, controlling the economy of the three monarchs. In the Emperor Starfield, the crystal wall's headquarters was circular. It was even larger than a planet, and it rotated slowly as if it was a clock for the Emperor Starfield. Dong, dong, dong. A man stood outside the door with a nervous expression. Enter, a woman's voice sounded. It sounded steady, experienced, and had traces of time. The man entered and bowed. Assemble. A woman sat in front of him. She wasn't very pretty, but she was the type that was pleasing to the eye. Her eyes were very sharp, and when she looked up, it was as if she could see through people's hearts. The man's heart trembled. How is it? The man respectfully replied, It hasn't reached the standard yet. Look again, the woman said and lowered her head. No one knew what she was looking at. The man walked out, thought for a moment, and knocked again. Enter. The man walked over to the woman. Assemble. It's reached the standard. You can fill it up. The woman replied. Well done. Thank you for assembling. The man wiped the sweat off his forehead. His task was to check whether the rainbow wall had reached the standard for replenishing the monarch's aura, and this job was very simple. It wasn't that the job was difficult, but that it was too simple. It was so simple that one glance was enough. However, with just one glance, some people were right, while others were wrong. Every time he reported, it was like trying his luck. Everyone who knew Shui Ningqiu knew that she had a standard in her heart, but no one knew what that standard was. The man walked out with a complicated expression. He didn't know how many more days he could do this job, and he might not be so lucky next time. Luckily, he had reacted quickly this time, or he would have lost his job. Let's go to Mo Courtyard, the woman said indifferently. Following her words, two figures walked out from behind her. They both had the cultivation level of a monarch servant. They were here to protect Shui Ningqiu, and the entrance to the Emperor's storehouse was in Mo Courtyard. The woman was Shui Ningqiu. The two of them followed Shui Ningqiu like shadows towards Mo Courtyard. One of them was surprised. It was Lu Yin in disguise. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good, going to the Emperor's warehouse as soon as he arrived. He had only wanted to see when Shui Ningqiu would go so that he could make arrangements. As for Zhangbai, how could she possibly monitor him? Mo Courtyard was second only to the sword and shield of the three monarchs in the Three Monarchs universe. It had a total of 15 half-martial ancestor powerhouses guarding it, deterring the sovereign domain. Even other parallel universes were afraid of Mo Courtyard. Even though there were definitely more than 15 half-martial ancestors in each parallel universe, they were unable to unite. Only the three monarch universes were able to unite all the half-martial ancestors together, becoming a force that no one could ignore. After all, the fifth continent only had 7 half-martial ancestors back then, so one could imagine how powerful Mo Courtyard was. With Mo Courtyard guarding, unless it was an extremely strong person, no one would be able to enter the Emperor's warehouse. And within the Emperor's warehouse, there must be other methods of surveillance. Shui Ningqiu was too familiar with Mo Courtyard. It was like returning to her own home. Lu Yin was rather curious, as he had heard that the Mo Courtyard's courtyard master was a peak half-martial ancestor. He was currently attempting to break through to the ancestor realm. Once he succeeded, the three monarchs' time-space would have an additional powerhouse. This person was called Chenlo. The entrance to the emperor's warehouse was beneath Mohe courtyard. Along the way, no one noticed anything strange about him. Even an extremely strong powerhouse might not have been able to discover him, let alone Mohe courtyard. The entrance to the emperor's warehouse was rather grand, and there were three statues that represented the three monarchs. Lord Luo was in the middle, Lord Mu was on the left, and Lord Xing was on the right. A man was standing at the entrance, and when he saw Shui Ningqiu, he frowned. You need to replenish the rainbow wall so soon. There's no other way. The war is too intense. Shui Ningqiu walked closer step by step until she was 3 meters away from the man. She smiled, her aura completely different from before. The man's eyes lit up. I want 50 million Hui crystals this time. This person was called Fu Yuan, and according to the information provided by Luo Lauer, this person had cooperated with Shui Ningqiu to steal the Hui crystals. The two of them would steal Hui crystals each time, and although they didn't steal a lot, it was different after a few times. After so many years, Fu Yuan had accumulated a huge amount of Hui crystals. He wanted to surpass Chen Lo and become Mohe courtyard's courtyard master. If Chen Lo broke through to the ancestor realm, then he would become the next courtyard master. 50 million is a bit troublesome, Shui Ningqiu whispered. Mu Jun's disappearance has caused the three monarchs' formation to become unstable. The rainbow wall is also weakening day by day, so it might attract Lord Luo's attention. Fu Yuan frowned. I don't have enough Hui crystals to break through to the peak of half monarch. After so many years, you've taken no less than 1 billion Hui crystals since you first became a half monarch. To be honest, that's a huge number. The situation isn't good now, so you should try to reduce it. If Mu Jun returns and the three monarchs formation stabilizes, I might even give you 100 million. Fu Yuan lowered his voice. Chen Lo is about to break through to half monarch, and the competition in Mohe courtyard is very intense. You don't want that position to be taken by someone else, right? You've taken as many Hui crystals as I have over the past few years. There are 10 billion Hui crystals, but you've only taken 50 million. That won't attract anyone's attention. They didn't hide their conversation from Lu Yin, as these two guards were people they trusted completely. They would never have imagined that one of them was Lu Yin. No matter what Fu Yuan said, Shui Ningqiu refused to give him that many Hui crystals. In the end, Fu Yuan could only agree to take 10 million. To a half-ancestor, 10 million Hui crystals was a very small number that wasn't even worth mentioning. It was just like how 10 million star essence was to a half-ancestor from the fifth mainland. However, Fu Yuan had accumulated them over a long period of time, and after stealing them so many times, the number of Hui crystals he had on him was ridiculous. There was only one use for all of them, which was to break through to the peak of half monarch. Shui Ningqiu's Hui crystals were used to break through to half monarch, and she was also a peak ruler's attendant. Both of them had their own needs. According to the information that Luo Lauer had purchased, these two had been together when they were young, which was how they had managed to contact each other. It was also possible that Shui Ningqiu knew that Fu Yuan was in Mohe courtyard, which was why she had taken the initiative to contact him. Regardless of the situation, they were stealing from each other. Soon, Fu Yuan retrieved 10 billion Hui crystals from the imperial treasury and left Mohe courtyard with Shui Ningqiu. They headed towards the Rainbow Wall, which was Fu Yuan's mission in Mohe courtyard. From start to finish, Lu Yin and the other guard acted the same way. Nothing out of the ordinary happened as they calmly watched everything unfold. He had seen the terrifying amount of Hui crystals in the treasury, and he estimated that there were no less than 1 trillion of them. If something happened to Lord Luo, these crystals would be enough to support the Rainbow Wall for a considerable period of time. They were strategic resources for the three monarchs. If he wanted to cultivate a monarch's aura, these crystals would be very suitable. Sigh. The distance from Mohe courtyard to the Rainbow Wall was quite far, so Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu took a spacecraft as usual. They weren't in a hurry, or else Fu Yuan could have brought Shui Ningqiu to the Rainbow Wall quickly. That way, it would be difficult for them to discuss anything. Along the way, Fu Yuan took away 10 million Hui crystals, and Shui Ningqiu relaxed. Everything needs to be stable right now. There can't be any accidents. I know. Fu Yuan's tone was unpleasant. Shui Ningqiu didn't say anything else. At that moment, someone reported, "Assemble. The Mu family has been spotted ahead." Shui Ningqiu and Fu Yuan were stunned. The Mu's family. Not long after, the two saw Matriarch Mu. So it's a spacecraft from the assembly. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Matriarch Mu's calm face carried a hint of coldness. Shui Ningqiu felt uncomfortable, but she didn't dare offend Matriarch Mu. The only reason they had won back then was because Lord Luo didn't want the Mu family's influence to be too great. Now, even though Mu Jun was missing, Luo Tsang was still around. The Mu family couldn't lose power unless someone replaced Luo Tsang. Matriarch Mu saw Fu Yuan. "Long time no see." Fu Yuan replied politely, "Senior, long time no see." "Why are you here, Senior?" Shui Ningqiu asked in a respectful tone. Matriarch Mu replied casually, "It's nothing. Someone told me that the amount of Hui crystals you provide to the Rainbow Wall each time is wrong, so I came to take a look." Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu's expressions changed when they heard this. "Senior, who spread rumors about us?" "You can't talk about such things," Shui Ningqiu said sternly. Fu Yuan's expression was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Matriarch Mu said indifferently, "Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we check. Assemble and take out the Hui crystals that were provided to the Rainbow Wall. The Hui crystals in the Emperor's vault are different from those in the outside world. The monarch's qi belongs to Lord Luo alone, so it can't be faked." Shui Ningqiu's heart sank. She had just given 10 million Hui crystals to Fu Yuan. If Matriarch Mu checked, it would be equivalent to admitting that the two of them had stolen the Hui crystals. "Senior, assembling the Hui crystals isn't child's play, and not just anyone can check it. This is a task given by Lord Luo. If you want to check it just because you heard a few words from others, others can do the same. If one day an eternal spy takes the opportunity to steal the Hui crystals, who will bear the responsibility?" Shui Ningqiu said unyieldingly. Matriarch Mu frowned. "You're not willing." "Yes, I can't." Shui Ningqiu didn't back down. She couldn't care less at a time like this. Matriarch Mu looked at Fu Yuan again. "What's your attitude?" Fu Yuan said, "If you want to check the Hui crystals in the assembly, I'd like to ask how you can prove that you're Matriarch Mu. If you're an eternal spy in disguise and have methods that we can't see through, wouldn't the Hui crystals be stolen as soon as they're taken out?" Matriarch Mu sneered. "What a joke. Would a spy who can fool you take action for such a small amount of Hui crystals?" "It's true that the Hui crystals are few, but it's related to strategy," Shui Ningqiu said. "If we don't replenish the Hui crystals in time and cause problems to the Rainbow Wall, then it'll be a big problem." Fu Yuan stepped forward. "If you really want to check it, you can report it to Lord Luo and let him decide." Matriarch Mu sneered. "You two speak one after the other. Perfect coordination. The person who reported it to me was right. The two of you really do look like the two of you stuck together when you were young." Shui Ningqiu and Fu Yuan were shocked. "Not good, they've been found out." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2648. Old Lady Moose suddenly attacked, and long needles pierced through the void, forming a diagram that pressed down on Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu. Today, I have to investigate the crystals even if you don't want me to. If I can't find anything wrong with them, I'll apologize to you and ask for forgiveness from Lord Luo. Fu Yuan pushed Shui Ningqiu away and his palms trembled. Monarch Qi gathered and formed a diagram of 3 different colors. With a bang, the spacecraft shattered and Fu Yuan retreated. He was no match for old Lady Mu. Matriarch Mu and Mu Jun were of the same generation. Mu Jun had outstanding talent and had reached the monarch realm. Matriarch Mu's talent was slightly inferior, but she had also reached the peak of the half-monarch realm. In the entire Mohe courtyard, only Chen-Lo could surpass her. Old Lady Mu, you want to steal the crystals? Shui Ningqiu exclaimed. At that moment, Fu Yuan suddenly turned around and grabbed Shui Ningqiu's hand, snatching her cosmic ring under her incredulous gaze. I'm sorry, but I can't hide it anymore. We'll meet again if there's a chance. He then turned around and slapped old Lady Mu again before tearing through the void and leaving. Shui Ningqiu was stunned. She hadn't expected Fu Yuan to run away, but she had already thought of a way to deal with him. The crystals they had stolen could be recovered, and old Lady Mu didn't have the right to investigate them. With Fu Yuan in front of her, she had time to fill in the gap so that old Lady Mu wouldn't find anything wrong. Lord Luo wouldn't punish them for what they did when they were young. She hadn't expected Fu Yuan to run away so quickly. His escape was equivalent to him admitting to stealing the crystals and betraying her. Fu Yuan! Shui Ningqiu roared. The void had already closed, and Fu Yuan had disappeared. Old Lady Mu's diagram flashed through the void, leaving nothing behind. Her gaze was cold. He ran pretty fast. She then looked at Shui Ningqiu. There really is a problem. How many crystals did you steal over the years? Let's see how you explain this to Lord Luo. Shui Ningqiu's face was ashen. Fu Yuan had escaped, so there was no need to interrogate him. Not long after, old Lady Mu faced the screen respectfully, and Lord Luo was on it. Lord Luo saw old Lady Mu and Shui Ningqiu. Fu Yuan ran away. Yes, I was incompetent and couldn't stop him. Old Lady Mu apologized. Luo Jun looked at Granny Mu. How do you know that they stole the Hui crystals? Someone sent a message and inadvertently found out about the relationship between Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu when they were young. In addition, Fu Yuan has been improving rapidly in the past few years. He just stepped into the half-monarch realm not long ago and his cultivation is not much lower than this subordinate's. There's something fishy about this matter, so I wanted to investigate it. I didn't expect Fu Yuan to escape so easily, old Madame Mu replied. Luo Jun looked at Shui Ningqiu and saw that her face was ashen. He said indifferently, you deal with this matter. From today onwards, you're in charge. Granny Mu was overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. Just as Fu Yuan had said, Lord Luo did not care about the Hui crystals. It was his power to begin with, and he could have as much as he wanted. As long as it was not discovered, everything was fine. Once it was discovered, there was no need for Shui Ningqiu to exist. Luo Jun is high and mighty and regards all the cultivators in the 3 monarchs universe as servants. Such a person doesn't care about Shui Ningqiu's life or death, let alone why she did this. Granny Mu suppressed her excitement. The transfer was not only to replenish the position of the rainbow wall's Hui crystals, but also to control such a behemoth like the crystal wall. This would increase the Mu family's influence in the 3 monarchs universe. Although Mu Jun was not here, as long as Luo Zong was here, the Mu family would never fall. This position also showed Luo Jun's attitude, he still supported the Mu family. As the screen disappeared, Granny Mu relaxed. She waved her hand and had someone take Shui Ningqiu away. She stood there quietly. The next moment, the void tore apart and Fu Yuan walked out. Granny Mu looked over and her expression changed. She was about to attack when Fu Yuan changed his appearance into Lu Yin's Xian Qi. Granny Mu stopped and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. It had been more than 2 years since she had seen this person. Mu Jun had disappeared, the Lightning Ceiling clan had disappeared, and the Three Monarchs universe had changed. She did not know if Mu Jun's disappearance was related to this person, but she could not think of anyone else. For the past 2 years, she had been on tenterhooks, waiting for this person to appear. Every time she faced Luo Jun, she was afraid that he would see through her. She had never experienced such a life before, not even on the front lines of the battle against the Eternals. Well done, Lu Yin smiled. He had captured Fu Yuan as soon as he boarded the spacecraft. Otherwise, Fu Yuan would not have escaped no matter how stupid he was. Where could he have escaped to? If he ran, he would never be able to return. He cultivated the sovereign aura, and if he did not reach the sovereign realm, he would be in trouble once he ran out of sovereign aura in another spacetime. Why did you help me? Granny Mu asked. Lu Yin sat down. I didn't help you. I just wanted some resources. If not for the Emperor's library, I would have gone to your Mu clan to get some. The Mu clan had many resources, but it was unlikely that they would be able to take out 10 billion. Everyone in this spacetime was a servant of the Three Monarchs, and even the Mu clan did not have many resources. Granny Mu looked at Lu Yin deeply. Is Mu Jun's disappearance related to you? Lu Yin and Granny Mu looked at each other. She's in my hands. Granny Mu's scalp went numb. Mu Jun was a powerhouse, but this person had captured her. Who was this person? What kind of power did he have? She could not imagine. What are you trying to do? Did the Thunder Ceiling clan let you? Granny Mu was interrupted when Lu Yin disappeared. She stared blankly at the empty space in front of her, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. The events in the Three Monarchs spacetime did not affect Xian Qi, and he was still in the courtyard while Tsangbai was outside. Lu Yin walked out and took a deep breath. Different spacetimes have different climates. Senior, which spacetime do you feel is the most comfortable in the Six Direction Society? Tsangbai replied, I'm from this spacetime, so I naturally feel that my own spacetime is the most comfortable. Lu Yin smiled. I actually feel that the Void God spacetime is the most comfortable. Tsangbai smiled and did not say anything else. Her mission was to monitor Lu Yin, but on the surface, she was helping him with his investigation. Lu Yin went out for a walk before returning and announcing that he was going into seclusion, saying that he had gained some enlightenment. The word enlightenment was indeed enviable. Sovereign aura was stored within Hui crystals. Unlike star essence, the Hui crystal was just a medium, and it wasn't made of pure monarch's aura. This was why Lu Yin was quite nervous before he rolled his die. Fortunately, he could draw out the sovereign aura from the Hui crystals, which was all thanks to the sovereign aura that he had gained when he had first joined. At this moment, he had a total of 930 million Hui crystals, all of which had come from Fuyuan. He had captured Fuyuan, so the Hui crystals naturally belonged to him. As for the 10 billion Hui crystals that had been transferred to the Rainbow Wall, Lu Yin did not touch them. No one would care about losing tens of millions of Hui crystals, as the Luo Jun would not care. However, the Luo Jun might not care if he lost too many pieces, as all three monarch spacetimes were under his control. Surrounded by billions of Hui crystals, Lu Yin looked up, and his die appeared. He tapped it. 2 pips were useless, as he had nothing to analyze. 4 pips again. Time stopped space, and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed. After entering the time-stop space, Lu Yin needed to cultivate the serious technique and memorize the primogenitor scripture. He firmly believed that the primogenitor scripture was extensive and profound, and that it would definitely bring him benefits. A year passed, and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed. Only a second had passed since he appeared in the real world. He tapped it again, and the die slowly spun before stopping. 4 pips again. When it came to the die's 6 pips, 1 pip was the least wasteful, as one could always obtain something, regardless of whether it was good or bad. 4 pips was the most useful and also the most troublesome. Although 4 pips could stop time for a year, there were times when he did not want to cultivate, but he also did not want to waste it. Helpless, Luin still chose to cultivate. He did not know if it was a curse, but the more he did not want to cultivate, the more likely he would encounter it. The 3rd time was 4 pips, and the 4th time was still 4 pips. Luin increased the time to a year and continued to cultivate. He could not waste it. 4 pips 3 times meant that he had cultivated non-stop for 3 years. When he returned to the real world, it felt like a lifetime had passed. During these 3 years of cultivation, he had successfully increased the number of stars that the Sirius technique could revolve to 370,000. The 6th level of Sirius technique had 380,000 stars, and he was only 1 step away from perfection. Luin had originally not wanted to cultivate, but now he would rather roll 4 pips. He wanted to feel what it felt like to reach the 7th level of Sirius technique. The 7th level of Sirius technique was the legendary peak of Sirius technique. It was not the number of stars, but the simulation of the starry sky. Luin did not think too much about it and rested for more than 10 days before continuing to roll the die. He wanted both pips and pips. A month later, Luin opened his eyes, stood up, and looked out of the courtyard. His seclusion was finally over. His Sirius technique had reached 380,000 stars, which was the peak of the 6th level. He was only 1 step away from the 7th level, but he had failed at this step. He did not know how to cultivate the 7th level of Sirius technique. He had just come out of the time's top space, and he had continuously cultivated the Sirius technique for the past year. However, he had not made any progress in the technique, and he had only reached 380,000 stars. Forget about the 7th level of Sirius technique, even the number of stars had not increased. Even at 380,000 stars, there was no change no matter how hard he cultivated. Helpless, Luin could only cultivate other things when he rolled 4 pips, such as the monarch's aura. He had already cultivated it to the level of a monarch's attendant. In his heart, the continent formed by the Fates Anne had much more tricolored soil. It was embellished by the river of void god's power, and there were even sprouts that came from the wood dimension. There were more and more different powers in his heart, and at first glance, it looked colorful and a little messy. Outside of cultivation, he had also rolled 6 pips a few times. As expected, the monarch's aura within the Hui crystal could allow him to fuse with other people. He had fused with several people, some with high and some with low cultivations. One of them was even a demigod from the Mo courtyard. His luck was pretty good, and there were indeed spies among the people he had fused with. After all, the Eternal spies were very compatible with the people he was fusing with. They had all chosen people with high cultivations and great influence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2649. Luin pushed open the door and walked out. Zhang looked over and sized him up. "You're done with your seclusion." Luin nodded. "Senior, I'm going to capture a spy. Do you want to come with me or stay here?" "Of course. Lord Luo ordered me to stay by your side at all times to make things easier for you." Luin replied, "But I'm going to hyperspace." Zhang was shocked. "Hyperspace? Now?" Luin smiled. "It's been more than a month since I left hyperspace. Someone has finally jumped out. Senior, let's go." Hyperspace had countless metal mining bases. Not only did they mine metal, but they also processed the metal and completed the first process before transporting it to the later stages. Luin, Zhang, Yulele, Su Yu, and the rest appeared outside a large metal mining base. "You're saying there's a spy here?" Yulele was surprised. The others looked at Lu Yin, not understanding how he'd found out. Of course, Lu Yin had found out by reading the memories of the people he'd merged with. The person he'd merged with was Mu Jun, and he ran, one of the members involved in the exchange of resources. His cultivation was decent, but his disguise was inconspicuous. He knew the trade between hyperspace and the three monarchs like the back of his hand. After finding out that these two were spies, Lu Yin's fear of the Eternals deepened. How much did the Eternals know about the human world? No one knew about the trade between hyperspace and the three monarchs, and even the Yu family didn't know about it. However, the Eternals definitely knew, and they were extremely detailed. They might even have a list. With a list and spies planted in various places, the Eternals might have already known about the direction of Zijing's research. If that was the case, why didn't they make a move? Lu Yin suppressed his doubts and let people into the metal base to capture someone. The person resisted at first and refused to admit that he was a spy, but after being confirmed by Lu Yin with various evidence, he could only say that he was being controlled by Qing Kong. Eulalie was stunned when she saw that Lu Yin had actually captured a spy. She couldn't figure out how Lu Yin had found out about this spy. This spy had nothing to do with the one who destroyed the information, and that spy's life didn't have this person either. How did Lu Yin find out? Eulalie couldn't figure it out, and neither could Yufang. They considered themselves smart, but they still felt that Lu Yin's ability to capture a spy was a mystery. Suyu felt a little admiration for Lu Yin. She had initially hated him at the Six Direction training rites, but she had felt guilty about the incident with the lightning tree. Then, she had felt even more disgust after being used during the trial in the primordial space. After that, she had been convinced by Lu Yin's courage in facing off against the disciples of Reverend Lotus. Now, she actually felt a little admiration for him. This person was truly skilled at capturing spies. Through this spy, Lu Yin naturally caught the spy in the Three Monarchs universe. After capturing two spies in a row, Guan Laoda and the others had something to do. They had to analyze the people who had been in contact with these spies and determine the possibility of them being spies. They had done this kind of thing many times over the years and had a certain amount of experience. Lu Yin was not idle either. The Three Monarchs universe's spies involved more than just hyperspace. He just wanted to use hyperspace's spies to find the Three Monarchs universe's spies. Otherwise, it would be too fake to capture the Three Monarchs universe's spies, and it would be easy to be suspected. Now that the spy of the Three Monarchs spacetime has been caught, he uses this spy's confession as a reason to make a series of he caught two spies, and one of them was actually hiding in Mohe's courtyard. Song Bai's face turned green. Mohe's status in the Three Monarchs universe was well known, and those who could enter and leave Mohe's courtyard more or less had some background. Although this spy was only a servant in Mohe's courtyard, he was not an ordinary servant and just happened to be related to Song Bai. It's related to you, senior. Lu Yin was surprised. He really didn't know about this. He only knew that this spy named Wu Tong had been developed by the spy he had merged with, but he hadn't directly integrated into Wu Tong's body. This person was just a servant in Mohe's courtyard, and Lu Yin couldn't figure out why the Eternals would develop a servant as a spy. Although Mohe's courtyard had a high status, it was very transparent. 15 half-monarchs and the entrance to the Emperor's warehouse were all there was to it. There was no point in developing a spy here, and it would be easy to detect and implicate other spies. Song Bai's face turned ugly. He's the descendant of a disciple I once took in. My disciple died in the endless battlefield, and it was a small contribution. His descendant was arranged to enter Mohe's courtyard, and I taught him when I had the chance. Although his talent wasn't high, it was enough for him to cultivate to the level of a monarch's attendant. Wu Tong knelt in front of Lu Yin, his entire body trembling and his eyes filled with despair. Song Bai kicked out, and Lu Yin hurriedly grabbed Wu Tong to prevent him from being kicked to death. Song Bai replied, "Don't worry. Even if I kick him to death, I'll still be suspected of being a spy. It's good that you know, Senior. Lu Yin didn't need to be polite. Songbai stared at Wu Tong. Speak. Why did you become a spy? Wu Tong was terrified, and Lu Yin released him as he knelt on the ground. Ancestor, I didn't want to. I was forced. Forced by who? Songbai roared. Wu Tong trembled as he explained how he had become a spy. Actually, there wasn't anything special about it. He had been lured out of Mohe's courtyard, threatened, and forced to do something. The Eternals had plenty of methods to develop spies, and Lu Yin knew this from the start. Actually, he had been developed before, or rather, forced to do so. Many of the things he had done had coincided with what the Eternals had wanted him to do. Although he wasn't a spy, he was still a spy. This was an open scheme that the shaman spirit god had given him. Through fate, he had even seen that he would have a scarlet eye in the future, and that he would slaughter his family. Even Lu Yin couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't become a spy in the future, let alone anyone else. Songbai let out a long breath. Since you became a spy, what did you do to harm the humans? Wu Tong trembled. I told them about the ancestors' habits and cultivation times. Anything else? Songbai asked. Wu Tong shook his head. No, nothing else. Songbai was astonished. Nothing else. That's all you did after becoming a spy? Wu Tong was confused. Wasn't that enough? Yes. Songbai didn't believe him. The Eternals worked so hard to develop you as a spy, and that's all they told you to do. Wu Tong gulped. Why yes. Songbai looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, Senior, what secrets could there be in Mohe's courtyard that would be worth a spy's attention? Songbai thought about it and agreed, but it didn't make sense. It wasn't easy to develop a spy, especially in Mohe's courtyard. The 15 demigod monarchs here weren't to be trifled with, and it would be easy for them to discover a spy's identity. Lu Yin squatted in front of Wu Tong. The person who developed you was also captured by me. It was through him that I was able to find you. Wu Tong wasn't surprised, as only that person knew that he was a spy. Tell me everything you said to him. Don't miss a single word, pause, or expression, Lu Yin said sternly. Wu Tong looked at Songbai and saw her glaring at him. He grew even more afraid and nodded. All right, I'll talk. Less than an hour later, Wu Tong finished speaking. He hadn't interacted much with that person, and he had only spoken for so long because he had completely retold the entire conversation without any change in his expression. Lu Yin said, It seems like I didn't have time to give you a mission. Songbai could tell as well. But what's there in Mohe's courtyard that's worth investigating? Lu Yin laughed. That's not necessarily true. 15 demigod monarchs, and one of them is about to break through to the extreme realm. It's impossible to say that there's no value. Wu Tong suddenly exclaimed, That's right, I remember now. I encountered something strange. Songbai and Lu Yin looked at him. Go on. Wu Tong said, One day, I came into contact with Man Ren, but it wasn't him. Instead, it was a strange person who said something strange. Man Ren was the spy that Lu Yin had captured in the 3 sovereign spacetime, and it was this person who had developed Wu Tong. What did he say? Lu Yin was curious, but he suddenly raised a hand to stop Wu Tong from speaking. He looked at Songbai. Senior, please leave. Songbai was unwilling. Why should I leave? Anyone can capture a spy, and Wu Tong is a spy from Mohe courtyard. It's reasonable for me to know everything. Lu Yin frowned. This is a matter of heaven's reflection manner. It's not impossible that you're a spy. You suspect me. Songbai's eyes widened. Lu Yin said, I'll say it again. Please leave, or I'll report to Lord Luo that you're interfering with Heaven's Reflection Manor's investigation of a spy. You should know what the outcome will be. Songbai glared at Luyin, but he didn't back down. Helpless, Luyin left. After Songbai left, Luyin said to Wu Tong, "Speak." Wu Tong rolled his eyes. "If I speak, can you let me go?" Luyin raised a brow. Wu Tong hurriedly said, "What I did shouldn't be a big problem. As long as you and Ancestor don't tell anyone, no one will do anything to me. I can also guarantee that this strange incident that I encountered should be valuable to you." Luyin thought about it. "All right. As long as what you say is valuable, I won't announce that you're a spy. However, you can't stay in this spacetime any longer. Go to a parallel spacetime." Wu Tong was shocked. A parallel spacetime? How can that be? The probability of death is too high. Luyin replied, "As a spy, you won't have a good ending." Wu Tong thought about it and then gritted his teeth. "All right. Thank you, my lord. If outsiders found out that he was a spy, he would definitely die, so he might as well take a gamble in a parallel spacetime." Actually, he had already cultivated to the level of a ruler's attendant. If he went to a normal parallel spacetime, he might even be able to dominate it. Not all parallel spacetimes had developed cultivation civilizations, and not all of them were very powerful. A ruler's attendant was equivalent to the fifth mainland's emissary. In that era, there were no half-progenitors, and emissaries were rare even in the outerverse of the fifth mainland, let alone in other parallel spacetimes. A ruler's attendant was not weak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2650. I'll give you one more year. If you can't find it by then, don't even think about breaking through to the extreme realm. You won't be able to join either. We don't accept trash, Wu Tong said. This was the strange thing he had encountered and heard. He looked at Luyin apprehensively. It should work. He was afraid that Luyin would go back on his word, but he had no other choice. Luyin fell into deep thought. Joining. Trash. Unable to break through to the extreme realm. In the Three Monarchs universe, who was in a hurry to break through to the extreme powerhouse level? There was only one person, Chenlu. Was this matter related to Chenlu? Chenlu was the lord of Mo Hiyard. What else did he need to join? Obviously, it is not about the Three Monarchs universe, and it is unlikely to be related to the spy, otherwise, it will not be passed to the wrong person. Luyin felt like he had discovered something big. Not long after, Songbai came in again and could no longer see Wu Tong. "Where is he?" Songbai asked. Luyin replied, "For Senior's sake, I allowed him to go to a parallel timeline. In any case, he didn't cause any losses, and he was forced to become a spy." Songbai frowned. "He's a spy. What do you mean by giving me face? His last words must be very valuable to you." Luyin smiled at Songbai. "Perhaps. How the spy is dealt with is a matter for my Heaven's Mirror Manor, so there's no need for Senior to worry about it. All you need to know is that he went to a parallel spacetime. As for his future path, he can only walk on his own. Perhaps he's dead, or perhaps he's living a carefree life." Songbai looked at Luyin intently. He really wanted to know what Wu Tong had said. If Wu Tong was willing to let Xianqi go, then it must have been extremely valuable. "Senior, Wu Tong has already appeared in Mo Courtyard, so the Eternals must be plotting against Mo Courtyard. Perhaps Wu Tong isn't the only spy inside. I'd like to take a look around and experience the power of the sword and shield of the Three Monarchs." Songbai replied, "As you wish. Lord Luo has ordered that you can go anywhere within the Three Monarchs spacetime continuum. There were no secrets about the Mo courtyard, so Tsangbai didn't mind if Lu Yin wanted to go. He wanted to know what Wu Tong had said, but Lu Yin had no intention of telling him. When he was disguised as Shui Ningqiu's bodyguard, he had already been to Mo He courtyard once. This could be considered his second visit. The Mo courtyard was a place where half-martial ancestor experts gathered. It was suitable for all kinds of people to cultivate. The environment was different, and there was no lack of resources. If it wasn't for the emperor's warehouse, it could be considered a place to retire. Under Tsangbai's guidance, Lu Yin began his tour of Mo courtyard. His main goal was to find someone called Old Greenskin. This person was one of the Mo courtyard's half-martial monarchs, and he was also the one that Lu Yin had merged with. Through this person, Lu Yin knew exactly who was in the Mo courtyard. And the main reason he wanted to find this person this time was to understand Chenlo. It was impossible for him to understand it through someone else's oral narration. He would not be able to learn anything at all. This is Old Greenskin's cultivation ground. Do you see those green fruit skins on the ground? That's the outer skin of a fruit from Old Greenskin's hometown. His greatest hobby is to eat this stuff, so everyone calls him Old Greenskin. Tsangbai introduced the fruit to him as she led him to the next location. Lu Yin stood still and squatted down to pick up the green hide. Tsangbai's expression changed, and she hurriedly pulled Lu Yin back. Acting manner master, you can't. A furious roar rang out. Who dares to touch my things? As he spoke, the void exploded and transformed into countless dazzling lights that flickered. They formed a strange scene that was like stars exploding as they extended towards Tsangbai and Lu Yin. Tsangbai hurriedly stood in front of them. Old Greenskin, don't be angry. This is the acting manner master of Heaven's reflection manor, and he's here to tour Mo courtyard. He didn't mean to offend you. Lu Yin stood behind Tsangbai and looked ahead. An angry old man walked out of the void and glared at Lu Yin. In the sky and on the ground, a tricolored sovereign aura spread out, distorting the edges of every speck of light. It was as if countless universes were shining. Tsangbai, I'll give you face this time. I won't pursue this matter. Take him and get lost. Tsangbai relaxed. This Old Greenskin was not simple, and he was an expert second only to Chinlo in Mo courtyard. Because of his bad temper, no one wanted to bother with him, but if they fought, even Chinlo would not dare to say that he could definitely win. His cultivation realm might not be as high as Chin Li's, but his battle prowess was definitely top-notch. He had slaughtered his way through the endless battlefield for many years, and he had even escaped from a powerhouse of the Eternals. Tsangbai admitted that there was still a gap between them, so he quickly turned around to take Lu Yin away. Lu Yin squatted down again and picked up the greenskin. Tsangbai's expression changed when he saw this. Acting manner master, you. The greenskin's eyes narrowed, and killing intent flashed through his eyes. You're courting death. Lu Yin looked at the greenskin in his hand and slowly said, Big mountain, picked after the rain. It's a green fruit that's harvested twice a year. It tastes dry and bitter, so it's not very tasty. The greenskin paused and stared blankly at Lu Yin. You mean big mountain? Tsangbai was stunned. What big mountain? Lu Yin looked up at the greenskin and smiled. I didn't expect to meet someone from my homeland here. I'm Xian Qi, and I used to live in Mount Liangbard. The greenskin's killing intent quickly turned from shock to joy at seeing an old friend. You're from Mount Liangbard. I just lived there for a while, and I happen to be a fan of green fruits. Senior, we're fated to meet, Lu Yin smiled. The greenskin laughed and stepped forward, pushing Tsangbai aside to appear in front of Lu Yin. At this moment, the two were less than 6 meters apart. One more step, and Lu Yin would be able to merge with the greenskin's consciousness once more. He had once merged with the greenskin's body and had a deep impression of him. This person's deepest impression was of his days living in his homeland. He had once grown tired of the killing and the cultivation world and had returned to live in seclusion, but for various reasons, it had been difficult for him to return. He needed Lord Luo's permission to do so. However, with Lord Luo's character, how could he allow him to leave Mo Courtyard so easily? The green skin could only use the green fruit to reminisce about his homeland. He hadn't expected to meet someone from his homeland here, and a sense of familiarity welled up within him. He took another step forward and handed the green fruit to Lu Yin. "Try this." At this moment, the two were only a meter apart. Lu Yin's consciousness merged with the greenskin's body, and the greenskin's consciousness dissipated. He couldn't control his body, and the fruit in his hand fell to the ground. It was a strange scene, but Songbai didn't see it because the green skin was blocking her view. Lu Yin quickly searched through Qin Li's memories, and when the fruit was about to fall to the ground, he controlled the greenskin's body to grab it and pass it back to him. The next moment, Lu Yin's consciousness shifted and he took the fruit. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The greenskin didn't know that 2 seconds had passed, and Songbai didn't care either. Only Lu Yin knew what had happened in those 2 seconds, and he had seen what he wanted to see. This is also a green fruit of the Greater Mountain, but it was picked before the rain. It was picked very carefully, and I pinched it 3 times to disperse the bitterness, leaving only a sweet aftertaste. Lu Yin ate it. His eyes lit up as he ate the fruit. The green skin laughed. "Not bad, that's it. You really know how to do it." "Oh, right, what's your name?" "Xian Qi." Lu Yin took a step back and bowed. "Junior Xian Qi greets senior." The green skin waved his hand. "Don't call me senior, just call me old green skin, just like the rest of them." "How can that be?" "That's rude." Lu Yin was serious. The green skin replied, "You can call people of the same generation as you, and so can those I approve of. Anyone else who dares to call me that will be killed." "Xian Qi, come, I still have a lot of green fruits. Let's try them together and see if you can guess which mountain they were picked from." "Alright, this junior is also hungry." "Senior, please. You eat first." With the die's 6 pips, it was easy for Lu Yin to get close to anyone he wanted. Even if it was a heinous person, he could use their memories to get closer to them. This was an advantage that no one else could compare to. Songbai was at a loss. How did these two become so close? Lu Yin chatted with the green skin while recalling the memories he had just seen. There was something wrong with Qinlu, a big problem. Through the greenskin's memories, he saw that Qinlu had used the Sovereign King arrow to easily kill a corpse king of the same level in the endless battlefield. This wasn't a big deal, as many people knew the Sovereign King arrow battle technique. Out of the 15 half-monarchs in the Mo courtyard, at least 10 of them knew it. However, Qinlu had also investigated the Bai family, which was why Lu Yin was sure that there was something wrong with this person. The green skin had inadvertently discovered that Qinlu had investigated the Bai family in the Void God spacetime. He didn't care at first, as the Void God spacetime had nothing to do with him. Moreover, he didn't get along with Qinlu, so he never cared. However, this information was too important to Lu Yin. Qinlu was a half-monarch and had the tyrannical Sovereign King arrow battle technique. He had also investigated the Bai family, and if there were no surprises, it was Qinlu who had annihilated the Bai family. This situation matched what Wu Tong had said. That person had sent a message to Qinlu to get something as soon as possible. Looking at the 3 monarch spacetimes, only Qinlu was in a hurry to break through to the extreme realm. Then, the Bai family might have something that Qinlu wanted. While Lu Yin was chatting with the green skin, his thoughts had already flown to Qinlu. Qinlu was the courtyard master of Mo Courtyard, recognized as the #1 half-monarch in the 3 monarch spacetime. His name was known throughout the 6 Directions Association, and many people believed that he could break through to the monarch realm. Even the three monarchs valued him. Mu Jun could order anyone in Mo courtyard to do things, but he couldn't order Chen Lo unless he wanted to. This was Chen Li's status. Through the memories of the green skin, Lu Yin was very clear about how strong Chen Lo was. No wonder he could easily kill the old madman's master. But why did this person attack the Bai family? The green skin had no memory of this, and it had nothing to do with the three monarchs' spacetime, so it was Chen Li's own business. Lu Yin stayed with the green skin for a long time before leaving. After leaving, he searched for information about all the half-monarchs in Mo courtyard in the name of investigation, mainly to investigate Chen Lo, but he couldn't just investigate him alone. It was too conspicuous, so he simply investigated all of them. A few days later, Lu Yin looked at Chen Li's information, which recorded a lot of things about him. This person was considered a star in the three monarchs spacetime, and no matter how big or small he was recorded. However, there was no information about him being related to the Bai family, and there was very little information about him being related to the Nihility God spacetime. This was strange. It was impossible to destroy the Bai family depending on his mood. What did that person say he wanted to get as soon as possible? Could it be that what Chen Lo wanted was in the hands of the Bai family? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2651. Since he didn't understand, he decided to take a look. Lu Yin went to the Mo courtyard once more, using the excuse of paying a visit to Chen Lo. He wanted to meet the Mo courtyard's courtyard master, a future powerhouse. When Lu Yin arrived at Mo courtyard to formally visit Chen Lo, he was told that Chen Lo wasn't there. Lu Yin's heart sank. Where did Chen Lo go? The man in front of him was Chen Li's disciple. Master didn't say where he was going. I can pass on the message. Lu Yin said, I admire Chen Lo, so I came to meet him. Since he's not here, then forget it. He turned to leave, but after a few steps, he turned back to look at Chen Li's disciple. How long has Chen Lo been gone? Chen Li's disciple replied, he's just a step late. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he smiled. Thank you. He then left Mo courtyard. Song Bai was puzzled. Why is the acting academy master looking for Chen Lo? As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. Is there something wrong with the hall master? Senior, you're overthinking. I just admire the academy master, so I came to meet him. Song Bai relaxed. That's good. There can't be any problems with Chen Lo. He's an extreme powerhouse from the three monarchs spacetime and has made great contributions in the endless battlefield. If there's a problem with him, then many people will be denied. Lu Yin was curious. Denied? What do you mean? Song Bai replied, Senior Chen Li's cultivation path is amazing. He followed Lord Luo, Lord Mu, and Lord Taixing, and was recognized by powerhouses from other parallel spacetimes. Mr. Da Hang from the Uchimu spacetime praised him for his outstanding achievements. Lu Yin sighed. He's indeed amazing. To be able to follow the three monarchs and successfully cultivate to his current realm, Chen Lo must be very strong. Of course. Song Bai didn't really care about the other people in the Mo courtyard. Even the old green-skinned man, who was second only to Chen Lo, was only a little apprehensive. However, he admired Chen Lo from the bottom of his heart. The courtyard master's greatest achievement is killing an eternal corpse king of the same realm with a single arrow. His sovereign king arrow is unparalleled in the world, and it's precisely because of this that Mr. De Heng praised him as a human genius. Once he breaks through to the extreme realm, the courtyard master will be a great killing machine wherever he goes. As they spoke, the two of them returned. When he saw Song Bai standing guard outside the courtyard, his expression darkened, and he hurriedly returned to the void god spacetime. If his guess was correct, then the person who had passed on the wrong information to Wu Tong had passed it on to Qianlu. Qianlu might be looking for the Bai family right now, because in old Greenskin's memories, he had seen Qianlu investigating the Bai family recently. This timing did not mean that the Bai family had been destroyed by Qianlu, but it did mean that Qianlu was searching for the Bai family. With the addition of the Sovereign King arrow, Lu Yin was almost certain that his guess was correct. Even though he had taken the Bai family to the Red Domain, Qianlu would still be able to find them if he really wanted to. Lu Yin had deliberately left clues that pointed to the Red Domain, just like how the crazy old man had used the Bai family as bait to lure the enemy who had annihilated the Bai family. When it came to breaking through to the extreme powerhouse realm, Qianlu might not necessarily be afraid of the Hong Domain. In the empty God universe, outside of the Red region, an arrow was shot into the ground. The arrow was covered with three-colored monarch chi. It did not tear the void apart, but the void did not have time to react. It disappeared instantly. The ground of the Red Domain cracked open with the arrow at the center. Buildings were destroyed, and a cold aura swept out in all directions. There was a furious roar as a berserk void god force shot up into the sky, followed by a long spear that carried a terrifying amount of void god force. Someone walked out from the ground, blood flowing everywhere. His scarlet eyes looked outside of the Red Domain. He was a void transformation realm cultivator who had always been protecting the Red Domain. His only mission was to protect the Red Domain from powerful enemies. With a void transformation realm cultivator's power level, it would be very difficult for him to not react in time unless someone at the virtual realm attacked. However, he had not been able to react in time to that arrow, which had pierced through his shoulder. If he had not been so far away, that arrow would have caused even more damage. It was a Sovereign King arrow from the Three Sovereigns universe. Who dares to invade the Heaven's Reflection Manor? The man shouted as he looked outside the Red Domain. Within the Red Domain, many people stared outside in fear and anger. That arrow had shattered the Red Domain and caused many casualties. Gue-san and Ning Ran were both there, and they looked outside and felt an enormous pressure. The housekeeper hurriedly contacted Su Wuji to inform him that a powerful enemy had invaded. Another arrow pierced through the void and shot towards the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator. The Void Transformation Realm Cultivator pushed out with both hands, and his long spear released Void God force that was several times greater than his own, forming a barrier that was close to the Virtual Realm Cultivator's own Void God force to protect the Red Domain. The arrow pierced through the Void God force barrier, and it paused for a moment before another arrow shot out. Then, one arrow after another finally broke through the barrier and shot towards the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator. The Void Transformation Realm Cultivator was shocked. With his Void God force that was close to the virtual realm, an enemy of the same level should not be able to break through it, but the enemy had broken through with just a few arrows. Who was it? Who was it? It was definitely a powerful cultivator of the same level. Even an extremely powerful cultivator would not dare to be careless with such archery skills. The long spear stabbed out, but it was pierced through by the arrow and split in two. The remaining power of the arrow shot towards the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator, who hurriedly dodged and escaped. If not for the long spear, he would not have been able to escape from that arrow. This enemy's every arrow froze the void, making it impossible for him to dodge. It was over. If the chief did not come soon, he would be dead for sure. Under the Red Domain, the captured spies were overjoyed. Was there an eternal cultivator coming to save them? Qingfen looked up. Could it be the witch spirit god? Yi Jun sat on the beautiful scenery with the poisonous toad on her shoulder. When the Red Domain shattered, a ray of sunlight shone through, illuminating her pale face. Seeing the Red Domain tremble continuously as if it was about to collapse, Yi Jun smiled. The eternal cultivators must have come. On the Red Domain, the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator looked into the distance in shock and despair. A total of 5 arrows came from afar, freezing the entire red domain. 4 arrows were shot towards him, and 1 arrow was shot towards the bell tower. With a boom, the bell tower shattered, and the arrows pierced through the ground, shooting into the ground through the cracks. Right below it was Jun's dazed face. The arrows pierced through the entire red domain, causing the stars to explode. Jun's body shattered, and she completely disappeared. Many people had died with her, including people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor and spies. The Void Transformation Realm Cultivator had blocked 1 arrow, but the other 3 had also shattered him, staining the ground with blood. A Void Transformation Realm Cultivator had died just like that. There was a family living in a corner of the red domain. They were the descendants of the 100 family clan. Only 10 seconds had passed between the first arrow and the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator's death. In just 10 seconds, a Void Transformation Realm Cultivator had died, and even the red domain had been destroyed. The descendants of the 100 family clan curled up in fear, not daring to go anywhere. At that moment, a figure walked out and looked down at the descendants of the 100 family clan with a fervent gaze. It should be here. It has to be here. As he spoke, he landed and saw the group of people curled up in the corner. He opened his mouth and said something. An old man in the group was shocked, and his eyes widened. It's you. You're the one who destroyed the 100 family clan. The newcomer was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He casually tossed out a lotus treasure and took a step forward, sweeping away the group of people in the corner and tearing through the void. Su Wuji arrived in the red domain and looked at the corner. He immediately attacked, but the lotus treasure blocked his attack. When he was about to attack again, he discovered that the person who had invaded the red domain had already disappeared along with the 100 family clan. Su Wuji roared in anger. He had been too late. He had only been 10 seconds late, but he had already caused such an irreversible situation. The 100 family clan had disappeared, and the red domain had been destroyed. If he could not catch the culprit, he would be mocked for countless years and become the most humiliating manor master in the Heaven's Reflection Manor. He had to find out who this person was. By the time Lu Yin returned to the red domain, it was already too late. He looked at the shattered red domain and frowned as he breathed in the stench of blood. Su Wuji was puzzled when he saw Lu Yin return. Shouldn't you be in the hyperspace? Lu Yin replied, Manor Master really doesn't care about anything. I'm currently on a mission in the 3 sovereign spacetime. Su Wuji did not want to discuss this. Why did you come back at this time? Investigate the names of the people that Jun came into contact with. Some of them might be spies. This is a clue that I found in the 3 sovereign spacetime, Lu Yin said. Su Wuji looked away as the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor quietly dealt with the corpses. This was especially true of the Void Transformation Realm powerhouse. All that was left of him was a blood-stained piece of cloth. Manor Master, what happened? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Su Wuji explained the situation to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked. Lian Bao. It's not Lotus Sovereign's disciple. They wouldn't be that bold, and Qingfin is still around. It's just that. Su Wuji paused and frowned. The 100 family clan has gone missing. Lu Yin was shocked. Is it the culprit who killed the entire 100 family clan? Su Wuji's eyes narrowed. He was not wearing his sunglasses, and his entire being exuded a cold and austere aura. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen him like this, and it seemed that he really wanted to kill. Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, even the son of a Grand Empyrean won't be able to live. Lu Yin raised his brows. Su Wuji seemed to like using other people's sons as metaphors. He had previously used the Void Master's son as an example, and now, he was using the Grand Empyrean's son as an example. Not long after, Lu Yin left the Void God spacetime and headed to the 3 sovereign spacetime. Jun was dead, and he had not expected that she would be so unlucky as to die in the aftermath of the battle. After returning to the three sovereign spacetime, the first thing Lu Yin did was visit Qinlu. He wanted to confirm whether or not the person who had attacked the red domain was Qinlu. Acting Manner Master, you just came to visit. Why are you here again? Chen Li's disciple was puzzled, and he looked at Lu Yin with a questioning gaze. Lu Yin replied, I'm not looking for Manner Master Qinlu this time. I heard that there's a strange stone in the Manner Master's cultivation area, and I'm quite curious about it. Would it be possible for me to take a look? Chen Li's disciple immediately understood. There was indeed a strange stone here that could release a sound that was similar to the morning bell and the evening drum. There were many people who visited it, so it was not a problem for the acting Manner Master to take a look. My apologies, acting Manner Master. Master has instructed that no one is to disturb him. Senior Qinlu is back. Lu Yin was shocked, and his eyes turned cold. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2652. Chen Li's disciple replied, Master just went out to pick some things, and it wasn't convenient for him to tell you before. Now that he's back, I can tell you, but Master ordered that no one is to disturb him. If you're willing, I can pass on the message. If it's not convenient, you can just wait a few days. Lu Yin smiled, it's nothing, I just wanted to visit. I'll wait for Qinlu to come again when he's free. With that, he left. After Lu Yin left, Chen Li's disciple seemed to have heard something and respectfully replied, This person is Xian Qi, the acting academy head of Heaven's Reflection Manor. He was invited to the Three Sovereigns universe to investigate the person who provided the information to Lord Luo. He's here to visit Master. He paused for a moment and then said, I understand. With that, he left. When Lu Yin returned to the courtyard, Zhang Bai asked, Your ability to capture spies on behalf of the academy head is truly eye-opening. When will you investigate the person who sold the information to Lord Luo? I know what I'm doing, Lu Yin replied and closed the courtyard door. He naturally didn't stay in the courtyard, but instead left using his innate gift of space to keep an eye on Chen Li's disciple. The information that Wu Tong had received had not been wrong, and he had only heard it himself. If there was a third person present, then that person's cultivation would not be much higher than Wu Tong's. Otherwise, Wu Tong would have been discovered long ago. Chen Li's disciple was the most likely candidate. Lu Yin had taken a closer look, and Chen Li's disciple's cultivation was about the same as Wu Tong's. If Wu Tong wanted to pass on information to a spy, he would do his best to conceal himself, so it was normal that Chen Li's disciple would not be able to discover him. Following Chen Li's disciple, Lu Yin found that he had come to the place where Wu Tong had received the information. As expected, the information had been passed on to Qinlu. Looking at the mark left by Chen Li's disciple, Lu Yin remained where he was. If Qinlu had obtained what he wanted, he would definitely come here to hand it over to the person who had passed on the information. Lu Yin just had to wait here. As the sky darkened, there was no one around. Lu Yin hid himself, and not long after, someone arrived. This person's cultivation was not high, only at the level of an emissary. After arriving, this person also hid himself and stood at the location where he had left the mark. Not long after, the void distorted, and another figure appeared. Lu Yin's eyes widened. It was Chen Li's disciple. If I didn't rush you, you wouldn't have done anything, right? The first person who came here questioned. This person was clearly only a star envoy, but he dared to question Qinlu, a half-martial ancestor. Qinlu was only one step away from breaking through to the extreme powerhouse realm. He was an absolute powerhouse, second only to the three sovereigns in the Three Sovereigns universe. Qinlu was calm. Old Ghost Bai's disciple has been trying to lure me in by saying that he's a descendant of the Bai clan. That disciple's strength isn't weak, and he's even stronger than old Ghost Bai. That place is also close to the red region, and if I'm not careful, I might be exposed. Not only will I not be able to obtain the item, but I'll also be in trouble. But you did it. You killed your way into the red region and took away the 100 clansmen. If you had done this earlier, the news I brought wouldn't have been so unpleasant, the star envoy said. Chen Li's tone gradually turned cold. Old Ghost Bai's disciple was taken away by the new inn, which was why I had the chance to act. Even so, I only had 10 seconds. If it wasn't for Lian Bao, I would have been captured by Su Wuji. It was too dangerous. It's worth it. Give it to me. Chenlu placed his hand on his cosmic ring. Suddenly, a warning sign exploded in his mind, and a sense of crisis descended. It was just like when he had been targeted by an eternal powerhouse in the endless battlefield. He would never forget that feeling for the rest of his life. Not good, someone was here. In the void, a bone spike suddenly appeared and pierced through Chen Li's right hand in the blink of an eye. With an unparalleled power, it shattered Chen Li's arm. His hand with the cosmic ring was flung far away, and blood splattered everywhere. In front of Chen Lu, the star envoy was stunned. Blood splattered onto his face, and he couldn't react in time. Chen Lu suddenly turned around. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so fierce that he couldn't even defend himself. Impossible, this person clearly wasn't an extreme powerhouse. If an extreme powerhouse had launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't have just lost an arm. Chen Li's body was about to release a tricolored sovereign qi. Lu Yin stirred up spatial lines and directly appeared in front of Chen Lu. He stepped in reverse and disrupted time. The sovereign qi that should have appeared suddenly disappeared. Chen Lu was shocked, and before he could react, an indescribable power enveloped the surroundings. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed him and forcefully weakened his strength. Chen Lu felt powerless, and he knew that he was in trouble. He had encountered a powerful enemy that he couldn't deal with, and his opponent had even launched a sneak attack. With a thump, Chen Lu fell to the ground. Behind him, Lu Yin stood up with the slippers in hand and sighed in relief. Not bad, very smooth. Against a half-ancestor like Chen Lu, Lu Yin didn't dare to be careless. Even if he couldn't use his progenitor's strength, he was still confident in using all of his strength. The bone spike had shattered Chen Li's right arm, leaving him with nothing to use. At the same time, Lu Yin had used the Yin Evolution True Scripture to weaken Chen Li's overall strength. In that instant, Chen Lu couldn't even reach the level of an ordinary half-ancestor. At most, he would have the power of a peak star envoy, which made it impossible for Chen Lu to resist or evade. In the end, Lu Yin had used the slippers to end the fight. Lu Yin's entire attack flowed smoothly, and even an extreme powerhouse like Chen Lu was stunned. As for the star envoy, he was already stunned. He looked at the unconscious Chen Lu and then at the slippers in Lu Yin's hand, feeling that everything was absurd. Lu Yin had casually slapped the star envoy unconscious and taken him away. This situation was a little strange. After capturing Chen Lu and the star envoy, Lu Yin returned to the courtyard and placed them inside Mount Supreme. He then began to search for his spoils of war. There were quite a few good things in Chen Li's cosmic ring, including a few 100 million light crystals. There was also a Lian Bao. Lu Yin was delighted, as Lian Bao was very useful. If it weren't for Lian Bao, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the red domain. However, the thing that Lu Yin cared about the most was a rock, a landscape painting rock. He had never expected to obtain a landscape painting rock from Chen Li's cosmic ring. This was the third rock that he had obtained. The first piece had come from the Han clan, the second from the House of Illusions, and the third. He glanced at the unconscious Chen Lu and then at the nervous emissary. Is this what you want? The star envoy's gaze landed on the rock and he gulped. I know you, Xian Qi. I'm asking you a question. Lu Yin frowned. The star envoy said, Xian-Chi, you took something that you shouldn't have. You better give it to me, I can be your pawn. With a smack, half of the star envoy's face was smashed and blood flowed down his cheek, staining the ground red. His eyes flashed in disbelief. This person had just hit him. Ever since he had obtained his new identity, he had gotten whatever he wanted. No one had ever hit him before, but this Xian-Chi had actually done it. He slowly looked at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. Lu Yin was indifferent. Looks like you won't talk, then die. He raised his hand and pointed it at the star envoy. The star envoy's eyes narrowed. No, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. He didn't want to die. He had obtained this identity by chance, so he couldn't die here. Speak, Lu Yin said indifferently. The star envoy's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Yin and then at the unconscious Chenlo. He silently cursed this person for being useless and whispered, I'm from the Hall of Freedom. Lu Yin raised a brow. The Hall of Freedom. You don't know about it. The star envoy was shocked. Lu Yin really didn't know. He had merged with many people's bodies, but coincidentally, he hadn't seen any information about the Hall of Freedom. Perhaps it wasn't that those people didn't know about it, but rather that they knew too little about it and didn't have a deep memory. It was impossible for him to know all the memories of those he had merged with, so he was at a loss when it came to the Hall of Freedom. The star envoy sighed, no wonder you attacked me. Xian-Chi, the Hall of Freedom is a power that you can't afford to offend. Don't make a mistake and give me the stone. It's useless to you, but the Hall of Freedom needs it. As long as you give it to me, I can pretend that nothing happened today and even recommend you to join the Hall of Freedom. Tell me about the Hall of Freedom first, Lu Yin said coldly. Half of the star envoy's face was bleeding, and he hated Lu Yin to the core. However, his life was in Lu Yin's hands, so he didn't dare to show it. He could only say, the Hall of Freedom was created in the wood spacetime by Sir De Heng. It was neither good nor evil. A single thought was eternal. The Hall of Freedom takes in all who yearn for freedom, regardless of whether they are good or evil. Anyone who isn't bound can join the Hall of Freedom. Aside from Sir De Heng, there are two other extreme powerhouses in the Hall of Freedom. This is how powerful the Hall of Freedom is. Xian-Chi, if you're willing, I can recommend you to join the Hall of Freedom. No one dares to touch you. Lu Yin laughed, but I've already hit you. What will the Hall of Freedom do to me? The star envoy's eyes flashed. As long as you join the Hall of Freedom, everything will be fine. And if I don't? Lu Yin asked. The star envoy was astonished. Why not? Do you know how many people want to join the Hall of Freedom? Do you know who Sir De Heng is? He's an extreme powerhouse second only to the sovereigns in the wood spacetime, and he's widely acknowledged to be incomparably powerful. Every time a Grand Empyrean tea party is held, he'll be able to chat freely with the Grand Empyreans. He's one of the top figures in the Six Directions Association, and with Sir De Heng's protection, you won't have to worry about anything. Isn't that good? Lu Yin nodded. Sounds good. Then, what's the Hall of Freedom's stance on dealing with the Eternals? The star envoy was solemn. Of course, we'll kill them without holding back. The Eternals are the common enemy of humanity. Lu Yin fiddled with the stone. What does the Hall of Freedom want with this broken stone? The star envoy frowned. You don't need to ask. As long as you hand the stone over to me, I'll give you a share of the credit, and you might even be able to join the Hall of Freedom. The Hall of Freedom's requirements aren't that high. If even you can join, then it should be easy for me to join. Do I need a referral from you? Lu Yin was disdainful. He's not from the Hall of Freedom. Chenla woke up and sat up. The star envoy was displeased. What nonsense are you spouting? Of course I'm from the Hall of Freedom. Chenla looked around. You formed your own space. He looked at Lu Yin. You're Xian-Chi. Everyone was wrong about you. You were even able to capture me, and you have the strength to fight against an extreme powerhouse. You've hidden yourself well. Lu Yin met Chen Li's gaze. Nice to meet you, Headmaster Chen Lo. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2653. You kept asking to see me just to keep an eye on me, right? You know that I was the one who exterminated the Bai family, Chen Lo said. Lu Yin replied, I didn't before, but I do now. What do you want? Chen Lo asked. Lu Yin replied, I promised the crazy old man that I would protect him or avenge him. What do you think I'll do? Chen Lo replied, kill me, and the Hall of Freedom won't let you off. Lu Yin pointed at the emissary. He said that he'll recommend me to the Hall of Freedom. Chen Lo shook his head, he's just a key. The emissary didn't understand. What key? Lu Yin didn't understand either. He was curious about Chen Li's attitude towards this emissary. Even if this person was the son of an extreme powerhouse, Chen Lo shouldn't have tolerated him so much. Chen Lo sighed. The world is ever-changing. I never thought that I would lose to luck at the last step. He sighed. This person isn't a member of the Hall of Freedom. He's just a vessel for the Hall of Freedom. The moment Mr. Daheng brought me into the Hall of Freedom, he planted a door in my body. A door that won't affect my cultivation, but will only obstruct me when I try to break through to the extreme realm. With that door in place, I won't be able to break through no matter what. Lu Yin was shocked. There was such a thing. It's not difficult to open this door, you just have to complete the task that Mr. Daheng gave you. This stone? Lu Yin asked. Chen Lo nodded and looked at the stone with a burning gaze. As long as you give this stone to Mr. Daheng, he'll give me the key to that door. It's this person. The emissary's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I be the key? You've cultivated the freedom technique, Chen Lo said. The emissary's face paled, and he looked lost. Of course he had cultivated the freedom technique. The Hall of Freedom would select suitable people from countless people to cultivate the technique, and only those who could cultivate it could join the Hall of Freedom. This was common knowledge, but what did it have to do with a key? The Mahasvara technique is the key to opening that door within my body, but the prerequisite is that Mr. Daheng must agree to infuse a strand of power into this person's Mahasvara technique. That strand of power will completely absorb this person and form the key to opening that door. He then looked at Lu Yin. Tell me, why would a mere key allow you to join the Mahasvara Palace? Those who can truly join the Hall of Repose can be counted on one hand. I don't know who exactly there are, but only those at my level can join him. Why? The emissary shouted, impossible. You're lying. I'm a member of the Hall of Repose, and everyone respects me. No one dares to offend me, and the Hall of Repose still has missions for me to complete. Chen Lo shook his head. It's just a key. Why would a person bother with a key? Mission. With your cultivation, what kind of mission could you possibly have? He's just a messenger. His cultivation is low, so he won't attract any attention. Lu Yin looked at the emissary. That's right, why would a person care about a key? The others did not know that he was the key. They respected him because he was a member of the Hall of Repose. This person was somewhat lamentable. His fate was destined to be a key. Impossible. Impossible, the emissary roared, unable to believe this fact. Chen Lo immediately attacked and slapped the emissary to death. Too noisy. Lu Yin looked at Chen Lo. You don't care that the key is gone. Chen Lo looked up. Will you give me the stone to complete the mission? Of course not. Then there's no point in keeping the key. Lu Yin was curious. Why would the Hall of Repose collect such stones? Chen Li's eyes flashed. Collect? You've seen other stones. Lu Yin casually tossed the stone to Qinlu. The diagram on it is obviously incomplete. It must have been knocked off from an entire diagram. Qinlu stared at the stone in a daze. He was just one step away. If Mr. Daheng finds out that this stone is with you, your fate won't be any better than his. Even if you have an extremely strong backer, no one can stop the Hall of Repose from getting what they want. Their actions are both righteous and evil, and they are not restrained. They will definitely get what they want. Qinlu tossed the stone to Lu Yin. Lu Yin laughed. Then don't let them know. They'll find out, Qinlu said. Just like how you found out that this stone was in the hands of the Bai family and then wiped them out. Lu Yin asked. Qinlu was cold. The world of cultivation is cruel. Morals and bottom lines are just the wails of the weak. Now that you know all of this, I have no intention of living. As for the Bai family, do you think that their stone was passed down by their ancestors? They also stole it from someone else. The Bai family's disciple is from your red domain. I was the one who framed him and forced him into a corner, forcing him to go to the new inn. But if it was just a trap, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state? No one dares to say that they haven't done anything wrong at their level of cultivation. The Bai family is like that, and so is his disciple. That includes you, Xian Qi. Lu Yin smiled. What eloquence! You wiped out an entire family, but you're blaming the world of cultivation for everything. Qinlu closed his eyes and did not say anything else. There was no point in saying anything now. Do you want to die? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Qinli's eyes were still closed, and his tone was calm. What's the point of asking this? Don't you want to take revenge for the Bai family? Lu Yin wanted to fulfill his promise to the crazy old man and do his best to take revenge for the Bai family. But at the moment, killing Qinlu and keeping him alive were two completely different things. Besides, he wanted to use 4 everlasting half-progenitors in exchange for the crazy old man's life, which was already enough. As for Qinli's life, that could be dealt with later. Is the door that Mr. Daheng left in your body really unsolvable? Lu Yin was curious. Qinlu opened his eyes. He cared about breaking through to the extreme realm, and he had not hesitated to kill his way into the red domain. As for life and death, he had already accepted at the moment that emissary had died. Unsolvable. What if an extreme realm powerhouse intervenes? Lu Yin asked. Qinlu looked at Lu Yin. Who are you? I can confirm that you are not an extreme realm powerhouse, but you have the power of an extreme realm powerhouse. This is very unusual, and you've been hiding it all this time. Now that you're saying this, it means that there is an extreme realm powerhouse behind you. Lu Yin replied, everyone knows that I invited Senior Su Wu to guide me in my cultivation of Void God's power. I also have a good relationship with the Void Yang and Void Yin tribes. Can it be them? Impossible. Qinlu was certain. The extreme realm powerhouse behind you is definitely not one of them. It might even be someone we don't know. He then stared at Lu Yin. An everlasting. What if it is? Lu Yin asked. Qinlu met Lu Yin's gaze. I don't want to be a spy. Lu Yin raised his brows. What you've done isn't much better than being a spy. If Lord Luo finds out that you've sided with Freedom Palace and have been working for Mr. Daheng, will he let you off? Qinlu was calm. Betraying Lord Luo and betraying humanity are two different things. Lu Yin did not know what Qinlu was thinking. Perhaps this person was telling the truth. Perhaps Qinlu was certain that Qinlu was not a spy and was just putting on an act for Lu Yin. Otherwise, most people would kill a spy, even if they were willing to become one. Lu Yin did not need to know what Qinlu was thinking, as this person was very valuable. I hope that you're telling the truth. You have to take revenge for the 100 family. Back to that question, if you have an extreme realm powerhouse helping you, will you be able to open that door? Lu Yin asked. He was testing Mr. Da Hang's strength, and through Chen Li's words, he could determine Mr. Da Hang's level within the Six Direction Association. Chen Lu thought about it and then shook his head. Unless you have an extreme realm powerhouse behind you that is comparable to the Six Direction Association spacetime ruler, it's unlikely. Lu Yin's heart sank. Is Mr. Da Hang that strong? Chen Lu was helpless. If he's not strong, how can he be free and unfettered? Regardless, Lu Yin still wanted to try. He needed a progenitor to help him understand the three monarch spacetimes and Lord Luo. Elder Chan could not do it, and no one around him could either. Chen Lu was the most suitable candidate. Lu Yin put away Mount Supreme and tore through the void to return to the Eternal Kingdom. He then headed to the fifth mainland to find Mu Xia. When Chen Lu saw Mu Xia, his expression changed. An extreme realm powerhouse. This was a pressure that only someone on the same level as the three monarchs could give him. Mu Xia also looked at Chen Lu, his gaze penetrating Chen Li's body as if he had seen something. A moment later, he sighed. Someone sealed a power in his body, causing his monarch's qi to be incomplete. Once he tries to break through to the progenitor realm, although there is no origin tribulation, he will not succeed. Outside of the primordial space, breaking through to the progenitor realm in other spacetimes did not require origin tribulation. Breaking through in the void god spacetime depended on one's innate talent, but breaking through in the three monarch spacetimes required both innate talent and a complete circulation of monarch's qi. Mr. Da Hang knew this, which was why he had been able to prevent Chen Lu from breaking through. Chen Lu did not dare to tell Lord Luo, as that would be tantamount to admitting that he had dealings with the Repose Palace. Lord Luo might not be able to break through Mr. Da Hang's door. In Chen Li's heart, Mr. Da Hang was an existence that surpassed Lord Luo. He did not hold out much hope for Mu Xia either, even if this person was also an extreme realm powerhouse. The gap between them was huge. Senior, do you have any confidence in helping him break through that door? Mu Xia's eyes flickered. The person who left this seal in his body is extremely powerful, and it's not any weaker than 9 mountains and 8 seas. However, it's hard to tell exactly how strong they are. That door. He paused. Lu Yin's heart sank. Even Senior had no way. Chen Lu was not surprised, as this had always been the case. This was why he had not sought out Lord Luo the first time Mr. Da Hang had left a seal in his body. We can try, Mu Xia said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Senior, are you confident? Mu Xia laughed. I can't say I'm confident. Let's use the evil relic to clash with this door. Besides, I also want to see this person's strength. He then pointed at the location where the door had been planted in Chen Li's body. A shrunken evil relic appeared and entered Chen Li's body, viciously slamming into the door. The method was simple and crude, but Chen Lu was shocked. No. Just as he finished speaking, his mind rumbled as two terrifying powers collided with each other, producing a tearing sensation. His face paled. This was not good. Fresh blood flowed from Chen Li's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2654. Lu Yin's expression changed. This guy couldn't have died, right? Chen Lu thought so as well. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of forcefully breaking open that door, and he had even tried to use his sovereign's aura to smash it open. The result was that he had been heavily injured and had to go into seclusion for a year. This time, Mu Xia's attack had caused him to think that he would be torn to pieces. Mu Xia's expression turned serious. It's indeed powerful. With that, the evil Sarira in Chen Li's body suddenly split into two, 2 into 3, and 3 into 9. 9 identical evil Sariras formed a circle, and the center of the evil energy emitted a mighty chime that sounded divine and unfathomable. Chenlo was the one who felt it the most, as the chime seemed to be right next to his ears. It was the chime of the evil energy colliding with the evil Sarira. When the 9 evil Sarira appeared, they formed a circle that resembled a bracelet of light. Pfft! Chenlo spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he felt as if his body had been torn to pieces. Mu Xia stared at the door within Chen Li's body, which had shattered. The bracelet formed by the evil Sarira had also shattered. Just a strand of energy was left behind, but it was able to cancel out my evil Sarira. That energy should have been casually left behind by this person, but it was enough to kill a progenitor. Junior brother, this person cannot be provoked. Lu Yin was even more shocked. Senior brother, your evil Sarira was cancelled out. Then what are you going to do? Mu Xia replied, it's fine, I'll just form another one. Was that what he meant? The evil Sarira was Mu Xia's ancestral world. How could it be reformed after it was destroyed? Then wouldn't the blood ancestors' injuries be child's play? Senior brother, the evil Sarira is your ancestral world. How can it be restored after it's destroyed? Lu Yin was at a loss. Mu Xia clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Chenlo, who was lying on the ground. Your senior brother's battle prowess is only on par with 9 mountains and 8 seas, but when it comes to energy consumption, even senior Lu Tianyi can't compare to me. Everyone has their own advantages. Senior Lu Tianyi is invincible, and his divine seal catalog can command the heavens. Progenitor Qin, Xiaoshang, is a peerless killer, and the symbol ancestor is astonishingly talented. Each of them has a side that surpasses all living beings. As for me... He stared at Lu Yin. As if afraid that Lu Yin would not believe him, Mu Xia raised a hand, and another evil Sarira appeared in his palm. It then enlarged and appeared beneath his feet, surrounded by runes. It was exactly the same as the first time he had used the ancestral world. Lu Yin was dumbfounded. Does that mean that your ancestral world will never shatter? Mu Xia nodded. You can say that. At least until now, no one has made me feel that they can truly destroy my ancestral world. So that's how it is. No wonder, no wonder. This was the disciple that Mr. Mu had acknowledged. Actually, as Mr. Mu's disciple, there was no need for Lu Yin to say anything. Qing Ping had been able to judge a progenitor as a half-progenitor and warlord, which was an incomparably monstrous talent. Although Senior Mu Xia could also fight against 9 mountains and 8 seas, Lu Yin had always felt that something was missing. He did not have that invincible spirit that allowed him to surpass his peers. Although being able to fight against 9 mountains and 8 seas was already shocking enough, and it was enough to be recorded in history, Lu Yin had always felt that something was missing. Now, he knew that Senior Mu Xia was a bottomless pit. He did not have an invincible strength that could suppress everything, but he had a limitless strength that could grind out time with anyone. Given Senior Mu Xia's character, if he had said it, then it had to be true. Mu Xia could not defeat Bai Wang Yuan in a short period of time, but someone like Madman Lu could. Over time, no one would be able to defeat Mu Xia. Compared to Ancestor Ku had the confidence to charge into the Eternals and kill their only true god. From this, one could see how exaggerated Senior Mu Xia's confidence in his own strength was. This was Senior Mu Xia's unique characteristic, his strength was limitless. If the blood ancestor had Senior Mu Xia's unique characteristic, then he would not have weakened from being a progenitor. To a certain extent, Senior Mu Xia's strength would never weaken, and it would only steadily increase. Among all the people that Lu Yin had seen, Senior Mu Xia's strength increase was the most stable. The increase was not exaggerated, but it was enough as long as it was stable. After eliminating any future troubles, there would be a day when Senior Mu Xia would reach unimaginable heights. This was Lu Yin Sr., the disciple that Mr. Mu had acknowledged. Cough cough. Chenlu coughed up blood and opened his eyes, but everything was blurry. Lu Yin and Mu Xia looked at him. Senior Mu, his injuries aren't serious, right? Mu Xia replied, it's not a fundamental injury. He'll be fine after a few days of rest. It's just a flesh wound. When Chenlu heard this, he supported himself with his hands and struggled to get up. He left a bloody handprint on the ground and bowed deeply to Mu Xia. Thank you for your help, Senior. Chenlu was well aware of the terrifying strength of someone who could break through Mr. Daheng's power. This person did not seem to have suffered any injuries, which was what Chenlu was most afraid of. Could this person be on par with Mr. Daheng? Lu Yin's lips curled up, as Chenlu had overestimated Mr. Daheng. Lu Yin did not understand Luo Jun's strength, nor did he understand Senior Mu Xia's strength. However, Senior Mu Xia had been able to break through that door, which meant that Senior Mu Xia was not much weaker than Mr. Daheng. In any case, Senior Mu Xia definitely surpassed Luo Jun. This was interesting. Chenlu, I said that I would help you break through that door. How do you feel now? Are you confident that you can break through? Lu Yin asked. Chenlu looked at Lu Yin with fear in his eyes. I should be able to. Lu Yin replied, I'm not helping you for free. He suddenly attacked and sent the Grim Reaper's imprint into Chenli's body. Chenlu subconsciously used his sovereign's aura to resist, but it was immediately disintegrated by the Grim Reaper's imprint. He was shocked. What kind of power was this? Don't think that you can act all high and mighty just because you've become an extreme realm powerhouse. You'll never be able to break free from my control, Lu Yin said. If I save you, you'll have to work for me. Otherwise, you can choose to die. Chenli's eyes flickered, but before he could reply, Mu Xia also attacked and tapped Chenli's body. The previous attack had broken through that door and given Chenlu hope of becoming an extreme realm powerhouse, but this attack had pushed him into the abyss. I've also left some evil energy in his body. Regardless of whether or not he's broken through to the progenitor realm, the evil energy will cause his body to explode and die unless his cultivation surpasses mine. Mu Xia explained. Chenli's face darkened. This feeling was even more unbearable than being controlled by Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng had only left a door in his body, but these two were directly controlling him. He did not want to be controlled. The extreme realm was right in front of him, and he could see the peak of humanity. He could reach it, but he could not break free from these two. He could either reach the peak and become a puppet, or he could decline and die without a corpse. Chenlu only had these two choices at the moment. Mu Xia left, as Chenlu had no interest in what Lu Yin was doing outside. This junior had many tricks up his sleeve, and Chenlu was curious about what his master was thinking. Both Qin Ping and Chenli's thoughts were pure. One judged criminals while the other killed spies. Only this junior had done everything, and he could be considered an anomaly in their sect. What do you want me to do? Chenlu asked. Lu Yin replied, no matter what I want you to do, you have to do it. This is the price. Chenli's tone was low. Once I break through to the sovereign realm, I'll be of great help to you. I need to be equal. No, Lu Yin said bluntly, I'm giving you one last chance. Either you accept your fate and be controlled by me, or you die. There are no other options. Chenlu was overjoyed, unless this person wanted to die. Chenlu knew that the Bai family would not let the old maniac off so easily, and he would try his best to escape Chenli's control. They had a tacit understanding, so there was no need for so much nonsense. In the end, Chenlu chose to live, as that was the only way to survive. He did not believe that he would not be able to escape from these two once he broke through to the extreme realm. He might even be able to borrow Sir Daheng's strength to break through. He knew that the stone was in Lu Yin's hands, and that was its value. No one was stupid, there was always a chance for survival, and Qianlu would do his best to grab hold of it. A month later, an overwhelming amount of Sovereign's aura appeared outside Mo courtyard. Old Qing Pai and the rest looked up in shock. What's this? On the rainbow wall, Lord Luo turned around, his eyes gleaming. He broke through. Good, there's finally one more. Ha 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 ha. Elder Chan looked into the three sovereign spacetime. Was this a breakthrough to the progenitor realm? How could one break through to the progenitor realm in this spacetime? He was very curious. Lord Luo could change the world, and although the three sovereign spacetime was small, the person breaking through would still cultivate Sovereign's aura. Would Lord Luo be able to interfere with this breakthrough? No one gave Elder Chan an answer, so he could only wait. Lu Yin walked out of the courtyard and looked into the distance. Senior Zhangbai, what's going on? Zhangbai was excited, the academy master is breaking through. Senior Qianlu. He's about to break through to the extreme realm. Lu Yin was shocked. Zhangbai nodded, our three sovereign spacetime will finally have another extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin looked into the distance. He had to succeed, or all his efforts would have been in vain. Chen Li's breakthrough was expected, and everyone in the three sovereign spacetime knew that he was about to break through. Not just the three sovereign spacetime, but also the entire six-direction society. An extreme powerhouse was the most important fighting force in any spacetime. Even if there were differences in power levels, an extreme powerhouse was still an extreme powerhouse, and they were enough to attract the attention of a Grand Empyrean. The sovereign's aura that had gathered caused everyone in Mo courtyard to be unable to breathe. Qianlu took a step forward and let out a long howl as an arrow pierced through the clouds, revealing its sharpness. The arrow soared into the sky, carrying with it an endless amount of killing power that almost pierced through the heavens. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Chen Li's power level was extremely high, and Lu Yin had only been able to react to his sneak attack. It was only now that Lu Yin realized that Chen Li's aura was similar to the ancestral world's aura. It was no wonder that he had once killed a corpse king with a single arrow. The arrow was not only a manifestation of his strength, but also a battle technique. The arrow was an extremely powerful weapon, and once Qianlu broke through, he would be able to play a huge role in the battle against the Eternals. Qianlu was not the first person in the three sovereign spacetime to attempt to break through to the progenitor realm. Below the three sovereigns, there had been others who had attempted to break through but had failed. Qianlu was the second. Even though the sovereign's aura came from Lord Luo could not control whether this person succeeded or not. This was because the purpose of breaking through was to change the world. Once Qianlu broke through, he would still be using the sovereign's aura, but its nature would change. This was the true progenitor realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2655. This breakthrough took 10 days, and in the end, Qianlu broke through to the monarch realm, becoming the fourth person to break through to the progenitor realm in the three monarch spacetime. Congratulations on breaking through to the monarch realm, Zhangbai bowed deeply. He had finally broken through, so he had to do what needed to be done. Qianlu breaking through to the monarch realm was a big deal, and many powers from the Six Direction Society congratulated him. They treated Qianlu with caution, as this person was very murderous and was rarely seen on the battlefield. The first thing Qianlu did after breaking through was to meet with Luo Jun. Qianlu was equivalent to a disciple of one of the three monarchs, and he had followed them for a period of time. They were familiar with each other, so there was no need for formalities. Luo Jun treated Qianlu with more caution, as Qianlu was qualified to be looked upon highly. Now that Mu Jun had disappeared, Luo Jun had to rely on Qianlu to work with him in the three monarch spacetime. You want to be the Horizon Prefecture Lord? Luo Jun was shocked, as he hadn't expected Chen-Lu to make such a request. Chen-Lu said, "The spies are rampant, and Mu Jun's disappearance might be related to the spies. My lord, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I want to tell you now." He paused and stared at Luo Jun. Luo Ho might have been a spy for a long time. Luo Jun's gaze turned cold, and he silently looked outside the rainbow wall. Chen-Lu continued, "I know that you care about Luo Ho, or you wouldn't have sent him to the hyperspace as a hostage. But have you thought about the deep grudge between Luo Ho, Luo Zong, and the Mu family? Using him to lure out Mu Jun is completely possible. The Eternals have been developing spies for so many years, and they'll also think that the one behind Mu Jun's disappearance must be an extreme powerhouse. The Yu family's attack on Mu Jun is just a guess. There's something wrong with the person who sold the information to you. This could all be a trap set by the Eternals to sow discord between us. The only thing I can think of is a spy, and only a spy." Luo Jun remained silent and didn't say anything. Chen-Lu said solemnly, "I hope that you'll give me a chance to search for the spy and rescue Mu Jun. In my heart, you, Mu Jun, and Tai Shu are all masters, and I don't want anything to happen to Mu Jun. Even if she dies, her corpse." Luo Jun was silent for a long time, and he had a complicated look in his eyes. The prefecture master of the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture has always been Little Mu. Now that she has gone missing, the position of prefecture master cannot be left vacant. From today onwards, you are the prefecture master of the Heavenly Mirror Prefecture. "Thank you, sir." Chen-Lu bowed. Luo Jun looked at Chen-Lu. "I hope you'll keep your word. Search for the spies and find Xiao Mu's whereabouts. Even if it's a corpse, you have to bring it back for me." Chen Li's gaze was resolute. "From today onwards, my greatest mission is to eliminate all spies in spacetime. I will definitely find Mu Jun." Luo Jun nodded. No one knows whether or not the person who sold the information set this up, but Luo Ho did indeed appear in the Zio realm. The Yu clan also has a reason to attack Xiaomu, so this guess will not be dismissed. That's why I want to become the Manor Lord of the Heavenly Mirror Manor. That Xian Qi was sent by Yu Fang to my Three Monarchs universe. I have to keep an eye on what this person knows and how to investigate," Chen-Lu said. Luo Jun had wanted to remind him of this point, but since Chen-Lu had mentioned it, he said, "Xian Qi is very good at finding spies, and he's familiar with Luo Ho in the Six Paths training hall. After he came to our spacetime, I sent Songbai to keep an eye on him. I'll leave him to you now." "I know," Chen-Lu replied. After leaving the Rainbow Wall, Chen-Lu headed towards Lu Yin's courtyard. The Three Monarchs universe did not require him to act for the time being. Luo Jun, Xingjuan, Xiaoxinji, and Elder Chan were working together to stabilize the boundary. Luo Jun would rather have another extreme powerhouse oversee the Three Monarchs universe. When he arrived outside Lu Yin's courtyard, Chen-Lu walked out of the void, his monarch's aura suppressing everyone. Songbai was the first to sense it and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Lord Chen-Lu." Both inside and outside the courtyard, all the cultivators from the Three Monarchs universe bowed. Inside the courtyard, Guan Laode, Yu Pai, and Su Ji all bowed in unison to show their respect for this extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin walked out and looked up at Chen-Lu in the sky. His eyes flashed as he slowly bowed. "Greetings, Senior Chen-Lu." Chen-Lu looked down at Lu Yin from above. If he could, he would have killed this person with a single palm strike. This person had planted a power control in his body, and that mysterious extreme powerhouse had also controlled him. Even though he had broken through to the monarch realm, he still could not break free. It seemed impressive, but he was actually this person's pawn, which made him feel stifled. If he could, he wanted to attack, but the power in his body made it difficult for him to do so. Even if he did attack, he might not be able to kill this person. Although this person was not an extreme powerhouse, he had the strength to fight against one. This person was terrifying. "You're Xian Qi?" Chen Lo asked. "Yes," Lu Yin replied. "I'm already the head of the Three Monarchs Universe Sky Mirror Hall, and I'd like to invite you to temporarily join the Three Monarchs Universe Sky Mirror Hall. You'll take on the role of acting hall master and help us search for spies. Are you willing?" Chen Lo asked. Zhang Bai was shocked, as she had not expected Chen Lo to value Lu Yin so much. Lu Yin was placed in a difficult position. "Senior, this junior is the acting hall master of the Void Gods Universe Sky Mirror Hall. This," Chen Lo explained, "the Sky Mirror Hall does not differentiate between the two. Since you are the acting hall master of the Void Gods Universe Sky Mirror Hall, you can also be the acting hall master of the Three Monarchs Universe Sky Mirror Hall." Lu Yin no longer hesitated, and he bowed. "This junior understands. Thank you for your kindness, senior." Chen Lo continued, "I know that you specialize in searching for spies, so I'll give you the authority to do so. From now on, you can go anywhere in the Three Monarchs universe without any reservations. This is the authority that I, Chen Lo, am giving you. You only need to do one thing, and that is to find spies for me and not let a single one escape." Zhang Bai was shocked. Lord Chen Lo thought too highly of this Xian Qi. Giving him such great authority was equivalent to giving Xian Qi a transcendent status in the Three Monarchs universe. How could this be? How long had Xian Qi been in this universe? He did not seem to have done anything, but he was still so transcendent. Could this be the result of his 2 visits to Lord Chen Lo? Lu Yin lowered his head, and his lips curled up. "This junior understands. Thank you, senior." This was what Lu Yin wanted. The Three Monarchs universe was his first step, and Chen Lo had built the bridge for this first step. From now on, Lu Yin was going to have some fun with the Six Direction gang. With Chen Li's support, Lu Yin could go wherever he wanted. The first place he wanted to go was the stone tower that recorded the true events of the Three Monarchs universes. No spacetime would ignore history. The fifth mainland had experienced a long period of time, and its history had been cut off several times. Even so, there were still people searching for it, wanting to connect it to the past. Lu Yin also wanted to know the history of the fifth mainland, as well as the history of the entire Genesis space. The Three Monarchs universe had a special place to record history, and it was the Stone Tower. This place recorded the true history of the Three Monarchs universes, and aside from a few people, no one else was allowed to enter. Contents up until now, there were only 7 names on the list: the Three Monarchs, Chen Lu, Luo Zhang, the person who recorded the history, and the person who guarded the Stone Tower. Aside from them, no one else could enter. Lu Yin had wanted to go before, but Zhang Bai had stopped him and told him that it was impossible. Now, he was going to enter the Stone Tower. The Stone Tower was not spectacular, and it was just an ordinary tower. However, the guard was a half-martial monarch from the Mohe courtyard. There were 15 half-martial monarchs in the Mohe courtyard, and these experts had more or less had other identities when they joined the Mohe courtyard. For example, the old woman in front of Lu Yin was the person who was responsible for guarding the Stone Tower. Even though she was still a member of the Mohe courtyard, she did not need to live there. Of course, the Stone Tower was not far from the Mohe courtyard, and they could reach it in a single step. The Mohe courtyard was not far from the various important places in the imperial domain, and it could be protected there. Leave. The old woman didn't even look at him as she ordered him to leave. Lu Yin stood in front of her and looked at the Stone Tower with his hands behind his back. You should leave. I'm the acting manor head of the Horizon Manor, and I naturally need to look for information when searching for a spy. This Stone Tower's information is extremely important, and it cannot be obstructed. The old woman ignored him. Leave. Lu Yin looked at Zhang Bai. Songbai was in a difficult position. If not for Chen Li's authority, he would not have allowed Lu Yin to come here. Now, however, he did not know what to do. The stone tower's name list had been determined by the three sovereigns, and now, another person had been added. The previous Chen Lu naturally did not have the qualifications, but now, Songbai did not know. Lu Yin frowned and took out the Cloud Connect stone to contact Chen Lu. At the same time, he said indifferently, "You're a spy sent by Lord Luo to assist me in my investigation, so it's your responsibility to let me pass unimpeded. Senior Chen Lu also allowed me to pass through the three sovereign spacetimes in front of you. If you can't do anything in the first place that I've come to, then you won't be of much use from now on." Songbai's heart sank, and he hurried forward to the old woman. "This is the acting manor head of Xian Qi. Manor head Chen Lu personally ordered him to pass through the three sovereign spacetimes unimpeded. Move aside so that he can enter the stone tower." The old woman glanced at Songbai. "Guarding the stone tower is my responsibility, not yours. Aside from the people on the list, no one else is allowed to enter." Songbai gritted his teeth and looked back. Lu Yin looked back at him with interest. Songbai's face paled. How could this be his turn? He did not want to offend Xian Qi, but he did not have the ability to make this old woman let him pass. The Cloud Connect stone connected, and Chen Li's image appeared. When they saw Chen Lu, Songbai and the old woman bowed. "Greetings, Lord Chen Lu." "What is it?" Chen Lu looked at Lu Yin calmly. Lu Yin replied, "This junior wants to enter the stone tower to investigate some matters, but I can't." Chen Lu replied, "I already said that you can go anywhere in the three sovereign spacetimes." Songbai, "This is your responsibility." Songbai panicked. "Yes, this subordinate understands. This will not happen again." Chen Lu grunted and looked at the old woman. "Add his name to the list. I'll talk to Lord Luo." The old woman quickly bowed. "Yes." Lu Yin put away the Cloud Connect stone and entered the stone tower step by step. Songbai was also ordered to wait outside. There was no one else in the stone tower, and even the old woman herself had been ordered not to enter. At this moment, both Songbai and the old woman were extremely wary of Lu Yin. This person could act unbridled in the three sovereign spacetimes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2656. Lu Yin had naturally entered the stone tower to investigate Guyu. Outside, he couldn't ask anyone else about Guyu, as that would expose him. He could only investigate on his own. Fortunately, the stone building is worthy of its reputation. It records a lot of history in the Three Monarchs universe, including Guyu's affairs. Half a day later, Lu Yin stood at the top of the stone tower and looked outside, his eyes filled with a bone-chilling coldness. The situation was more or less as he had guessed. Lord Wu had also mentioned a few things. Guyu had entered the Three Monarchs spacetime continuum through the spatial link between Shenwu continent and the Three Monarchs spacetime continuum. After traveling for 100 years, he had made many good friends, and one of them was a friend who had gone through life and death situations with him. His name was Bo, and people called him Elder Bo. Guyu trusted this person the most, but there was also a problem with this person. This person had the intention of getting close to Guyu. Because Guyu did not cultivate the sovereign King Qi, he did not dare to use his power, but his body was abnormally strong. There was clearly something wrong with having the physical strength of a peak emissary without cultivation. The old man found out that Guyu came from a parallel universe, and at the same time, Guyu also found out that the old man was actually a member of the explorer team. The so-called exploration is a force specially used by the Three Monarchs universe to experiment and search for parallel universes. The people inside capture subhumans for fun. Once they find a suitable parallel universe to live in and report it to the Three Monarchs, they will get a lot of rewards, and the parallel universe that is discovered will end very miserably. Guyu had hurriedly returned to the fifth mainland because he had discovered that this elder was a realm explorer. However, he had still been pursued by Elder Guyu and a group of other realm explorers. Although he had managed to escape to the fifth mainland, he had been on the verge of death. In order to prevent the three sovereigns from entering the fifth mainland, Guyu had used up the last of his strength to lay down a sourcebox array that blocked the space-time connection. He had left behind the tower of resonating light before finally dying. The reason why this incident could be recorded was because it was related to a parallel universe. Any incident related to a parallel universe had to be recorded in the stone building. It would have been fine if that was all there was to it, as it was normal for different space-time universes to have different ways of interacting with one another. What Luin was concerned about was that the elder had actually enslaved a descendant of the Guyu clan. Guyu had roamed this space-time for 100 years. Not only had he made friends, but he had also found a lover and descendants. When he had fled back to the fifth mainland, he had been in too much of a hurry, so he hadn't been able to take them with him. Furthermore, after returning to the fifth mainland to set up a sourcebox array, he had died. He was powerless to protect his descendants. Because of Guyu's escape, Elder Bo enslaved Guyu's descendants out of anger. He made them slaves for the rest of their lives in the exploration world. Generation after generation, they continued to multiply, but they continued to be slaves to vent his anger. Lu Yin looked outside and soon walked out of the stone tower. Over the next few days, Zhangbai brought Lu Yin around the imperial domain, going to places that normal people could not enter. On the fifth day, Guan Laode came looking for Lu Yin. Acting Prefecture Lord, Qingfen has recruited a new name, Bo. Lu Yin was surprised. Guyu's name had always been taboo for Uncle Explorer, so why was he mentioning it now? And he seemed to be in a good mood. Similarly, one of the servants who was serving tea paused for a moment, but only for a moment. Then, he continued to serve them. Uncle Explorer smiled faintly and looked at everyone. If I hadn't traveled, how would I have discovered Guyu? He then looked at the servant serving tea. Come here. The servant's heart trembled, and he carefully walked behind Uncle Explorer with his head lowered, not daring to raise it. Uncle Explorer said indifferently, everyone should know that he's a descendant of Guyu, and he'll be a slave for life. This is an example. Anyone who dares to escape after discovering someone from a parallel universe will end up like him. He then looked at the servant. Let me ask you, do you hate Guyu? The servant hurriedly knelt. Yes, sir. How much do you hate him? I wish I could eat his flesh and crush his bones. Ha 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 ha, how many generations of Guyu's descendants are you? 31st. Uncle Explorer sighed. It's already the 31st generation. Has so much time passed? Everyone quietly waited for Uncle Explorer to speak, not daring to interrupt. Do you really hate Guyu? Old Man Bo asked again. The servant's gaze was fierce. Yes, I hate him for abandoning us and running away alone. I hate him for offending you, sir. I hate him for only caring about his homeland. Not only me, but my entire clan hates him. Uncle Explorer laughed again. 31st generation. 31st generation of Guyu's descendants. Of the 245 generations, you are the smartest. Only you have the ability to hide your own descendant. The servant's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Uncle Explorer in disbelief. The others also looked at the servant in shock. Hide him. This person was actually able to hide his own descendant. Uncle Explorer waved his hand, and a female servant entered with a baby in her arms. When the servant saw the baby, he was overwhelmed with shock. His entire body felt weak. He had actually been exposed. He had done everything he could to give birth to a son and then hide him, all so that his descendant would no longer be a servant. Of course, on the surface, he definitely had a son who was a slave, but in secret, he could hide this son. He had actually been exposed. The baby was carried to Uncle Explorer, who took it and looked at the sleeping baby. He's very cute, but it's a pity that he's Gu Yu's descendant. How do you think I should deal with him? The servant's eyes flickered, but he didn't dare to say a word. He didn't even dare to move. He just stared at the baby in Uncle Explorer's arms, his face deathly pale. The others weren't surprised. They had seen too many demi-humans and had long since lost their compassion. You hid him so that he could live like a normal person and no longer be a slave. Perhaps you also have the intention of taking revenge in the future, Uncle Explorer said slowly. The servant's fingers twitched, and he looked at Uncle Explorer in horror. I wouldn't dare. I've never thought of taking revenge. Even if I wanted to, I would look for Gu Yu. I wouldn't dare to disturb you, sir. Uncle Explorer sneered. I've seen every generation of Gu Yu's descendants, including you. There are a total of 31 generations. I once said to Gu Yu that if he dared to escape, I would make his descendants slaves for the rest of their lives. Since I said it, I will do it. The servant's face was deathly pale as he knelt on the ground. There was no point in saying anything now, so he could only wait for his punishment. However, there was nothing worth doing. He had lived long enough, and at worst, he would just die. However, Uncle Explorer wouldn't let him die so easily. He wanted to torture Gu Yu's descendants and make them slaves. If they died, there would be nothing left. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2657. Zhang did not say anything, so they did not dare to stand up. Lu Yin stood in front of the servant and was very close to the elder. He raised a hand and placed it on the elder's back. The elder instinctively retreated, but Lu Yin's palm pressed down on him. The elder felt a sharp pain in his back as if his bones had been shattered. He was furious and wanted to attack, but Lu Yin used his void god's power to suppress him and throw him outside. Bring him back. The elder crashed to the ground and endured the pain as he looked at Lu Yin. Who are you? What do you want? Guan Lao grabbed him. You're just a spy. Come with me. The elder was confused. A spy? He looked at Zhang. Sir, what happened? There must be a misunderstanding. I'm not a spy, sir. Zhang frowned. He had only followed along, but there was no room for him to interfere. Lu Yin stood where the elder had been and looked at the confused gazes of the explorers. He said coldly, no one is allowed to leave. Once Uncle's crimes have been investigated, we'll screen you one by one. Guan Lao, stay here and keep an eye on them. There must be more spies among them. Sir, we're all explorers. How could there be spies? Someone grew uneasy. Guan Lao casually sent the person flying, causing him to crash to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. This is the Horizon Manor's business. How dare you quibble? Lu Yin's gaze landed on the servant. This person can leave. He's just a normal person. He then took a step forward and left, looking for an opportunity to release Gu Yu's descendant. The elder's capture had been Lu Yin's own selfish motive, as it could be considered to be revenge for Gu Yu. However, he had not expected that many people would plead on his behalf, especially the guardian of the realm explorer, Red Half Moon, who lived in Mo Courtyard. Half Moon was the guardian of the realm explorer, and even though he lived in Mo Courtyard, he still cared about the explorer's affairs. When the elder had been captured, he had immediately found out and had come looking for Lu Yin, but he had been stopped by Zhang. No matter what he said, Zhang had refused to let him see Lu Yin. Lu Yin had no interest in meeting him either, he was just a half-martial lord. This person had a good relationship with Emohi Courtyard, but since he couldn't meet Lu Yin on his own, he wanted to join forces with the other demigod monarchs to force an audience with Lu Yin. They wanted Lu Yin to hand over evidence that Elder Bo was a spy. However, he was suppressed by Old Greenskin. Old Greenskin's relationship with the others in the Emohi Courtyard was average, but his cultivation level was high. Now that Chinle had broken through to the extreme realm and reached the heavens in a single step, the Emohi Courtyard's courtyard master was now known as Old Greenskin. No one dared to offend him. Half Moon Red was the same. Aside from Red Half Moon, Explorer had also contacted the Mu clan, hoping that they could help. Granny Mu had told Lu Yin about this, but he didn't pay it any mind. Until Chinle came looking for him personally. Don't tell me that you're going to ask about the elders' matters as well. Lu Yin was rather surprised. A mere elder who wasn't even a demigod, why would so many people care about him? Chinle asked, is there any evidence to confirm that he's a spy? So what if I don't? Chinle replied, no, he might be released soon. This is Lord Luo's intention. Lu Yin was shocked. Why would Lord Luo ask about this elder? Chinle shook his head, I'm not sure either, but I didn't ask too much. I was afraid that Lord Luo would be suspicious. After all, I've been taking care of you too well. You should ask the elder yourself. Not long after, Lu Yin met with the elder. The elder had been beaten up quite badly by Yu Pai, and Lu Yin had no intention of holding back. When the elder saw Lu Yin, his gaze turned fierce. I'm not a spy. Are you trying to frame me? That's impossible. Why are you targeting me? Lu Yin walked up to the elder. You're a spy. I'm not. The elder retorted. Lu Yin looked at him calmly, then you'll have to ask Qingfen. He was the one who said that you were a spy. The elder's eyes went wide. That Qingfen from the Void God dimension. Don't tell me you've never seen him before, Lu Yin said coldly. The elder thought about it. I've seen him once. When I went to the Void God dimension, I specially went to the cliff to listen to the song that even the Star Lords were interested in. What a joke. It doesn't make sense for a ruthless person like you to listen to his song. Qingfen said that he passed the information to you through his song, and then you spread it out. Tell me, who did you pass it to? Lu Yin questioned. The elder was furious. I didn't, I'm not a spy. Where's Qingfen? I want to confront him. I'm not a spy. Qingfen himself is a spy, so he has no reason to frame you. Strictly speaking, if you're not a spy, then he's never even seen you. Why would he frame you? Lu Yin retorted. The elder was stunned. He didn't know why Qingfen had framed him. Had the two crossed paths before? They hadn't. He suddenly stared at Lu Yin. Someone told Qingfen to frame me. Who? Lu Yin asked. The elder was at a loss. Who? He didn't know either. Lu Yin didn't say anything and just watched the elder think. No matter how hard the elder racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what had happened. The outside world is paying a lot of attention to you. Lu Yin changed the topic. The elder's eyes lit up. I'm definitely not a spy. You'd better let me go, or Lord Luo won't let you off. Lu Yin laughed. The Heaven's Reflection Manor is under the orders of the entire Six Direction Society. Although Lord Luo is the master of the three sovereign spacetime, he wouldn't go against the will of the entire Six Direction Society. I even captured Qingfen. Didn't you hear? Even Lotus Reverend's disciple couldn't take him away. The elder stared blankly at Lu Yin. He finally remembered that Qingfen's capture had shaken the entire Six Direction Society because of this person. This person had even dared to provoke Lotus Reverend's disciple, let alone the elder. Xian Qi, I'm really not a spy. I swear, I'm definitely not one. The elder's attitude softened, as he couldn't go against someone who didn't even care about Lotus Reverend's disciple. Luoyin nodded. That's the right attitude. Don't worry, if you're not a spy, I'll definitely investigate it for you. I'm here to capture a spy, not to offend anyone. The elder heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, that's right. I'm not a spy, really. But the events outside make me suspect that the Eternals are involved. You were just captured, but a bunch of people came to save you. That doesn't make sense. After all, you're not even a demigod, so why? Luoyin questioned. The elder was stunned. Someone had saved him, so he was connected to a spy. This has something to do with a spy. Luoyin looked at Yupai. Yupai understood and explained, according to our experience, the more important a spy is, the more benefits they'll have in the Six Direction Society. Once something happens, they'll be able to save more people. For example, Qingfen was rescued by Lotus Reverend's disciple, and your situation is similar. Half Moon Red's appearance is normal, but the Mu clan and even Lord Luo's appearance is too abnormal. We're not suspecting the Mu clan and Lord Luo, but you alone shouldn't be implicated in such great benefits, and even Lord Luo's involvement. This is abnormal, and the more abnormal it is, the more likely it's a trap set up by the Eternals. The elder hurriedly explained, Lord Luo's appearance has something to do with Gu Yu and that primordial space. Luoyin's eyes flashed. What do you mean? The elder hesitated. Luoyin explained, if you don't tell us, then we'll suspect that this is a trap set up by the Eternals. Their goal is to have you implicate the interests of various parties so that even if something happens, there'll be someone to save you. This will make things difficult for our Heavens Examiner Manor, and it'll take us an indeterminate amount of time to investigate. Perhaps it'll take a long time, or perhaps it'll be too suspicious. Regardless of whether it was the Astral Tree Society or the Six Direction Society, the rule regarding spies was always suspicious. The elder had no choice but to grit his teeth. There's a passage in the Three Sovereign Spacetime that connects to the primordial space. We didn't know about it back then, until someone called Gu Yu arrived. The elder explained Gu Yu's situation, and it was the same as what Luoyin had seen. What does this have to do with Lord Luo's appearance? Luoyin did not understand. The elder looked up. That passage is about to open. This sentence shocked Luoyin, and his first reaction was that something had happened on Shenwu continent. After the elder's explanation, Luoyin realized that the opening of the passage had nothing to do with Shenwu continent. It had to be opened in this spacetime. Gu Yu has been on the run for so long. If he's going to that spacetime, why didn't he open it earlier? Why wait until now? Luoyin asked. The elder replied, Lord Luo has tried before, especially 1,000 years ago when the god of Forgotten Ruins left. The three sovereigns went all out to try to open the passage, but they still failed. I don't know why they were able to open it this time. My orders were to investigate the situation in that spacetime based on what I knew about Gu Yu after the passage opened. Luoyin finally understood. It was no wonder why Lord Luo had paid so much attention to this person. Lord Luo needed this person to investigate the Fifth Mainland, as he had more or less learned about the situation through Gu Yu. However, this information was definitely very limited, and Lord Luo did not need this person. It all depended on whether or not this person was a spy. In order to survive, the elder had begged Luoyin to prove his innocence. He had answered all of Luoyin's questions, including the location of the two spacetime passages in the Three Sovereign Spacetime. This location was not even recorded in the Stone Tower's records. After knowing the location, Luoyin immediately went to investigate. He wanted to see how the Three Sovereign Spacetime had managed to open the passage. A few days later, Luoyin returned. He had failed, as he could not get close to that location. There was a dense sovereign aura there, and it was either Lord Luo or a Star Lord. Luoyin was not confident that he would not be discovered if he went in. This was especially true for Lord Luo, who was unfathomable and had legendary experiences. He was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Chenle did not know how powerful he was, but Lu Yin did. Lu Yin was rather fearful of this person. He could not go in, so the only way was Chenle. Lu Yin contacted Chenle and asked if he knew the location of the passage. That's the passage that connects to the primordial space. Xiaxinji came through that passage. We didn't know that it was connected to the primordial space until Xiaxinji came, Chenle answered. Lu Yin said indifferently, go take a look at that passage. I want to know the details. Chenle did not understand. You want to know the situation there? That place. Suddenly, he stopped talking and stared at Lu Yin on the screen. You're from the primordial space. Lu Yin knew that Chenle would definitely be able to guess his identity if he did this, but it did not matter. So what if he did? As long as Chenle did not want to die, he would not betray him. Go take a look. I want to know the details. The more details, the better. Thank you. Mu Zhu AA, Book Friend 57651350 Brothers Tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2658. Chenle looked at the Cloudflow stone, speechless for a long time. Everyone had underestimated the primordial space. They had thought that they were working together with Xiaxinji to scheme against the primordial space, but the primordial space had already sent people to the Six Direction Guild. What was Xianqi's status in the origin space? He had been in the Six Paths Association for so long, had visited the Six Paths training grounds, joined the Void God universe, and captured so many spies. What was he trying to do? Wait, Mu Jun, Chenle remembered Mu Jun's disappearance. At that time, this person seemed to be in the Three Sovereigns universe. If Xianqi was just Xianqi, he wouldn't have suspected anything. But now, he couldn't help but suspect that this person was related to Mu Jun's disappearance. In other words, Mu Jun's disappearance was most likely related to the primordial space. Then, was it related to the Yu family? No. Is there? He was at a loss. Lu Yin stood in the courtyard, calmly looking into the distance. If he could, he would not have let Chenle guess his relationship with the origin space so early. However, something had happened to the passageway. Since Lord Luo had the confidence to open the passageway, he would not speak without thinking. This was the most important thing. Nothing could happen to the passage. Otherwise, when the Fifth Mainland opened a portal to the Three Monarchs spacetime and faced the Three Monarchs spacetime and the starry sky of trees, they would be attacked from both sides. This was something the Fifth Mainland could not bear, especially when the Eternals were still in the Three Monarchs spacetime. If the Three Monarchs spacetime could not hold on, the Fifth Mainland would also be in trouble. He did not want to be restrained by the Three Monarchs. For this reason, it was acceptable to take the risk of letting Chenle guess his identity. Unless this person wanted to die, or had the confidence to undo the evil aura and the death god seal, he would never betray him. Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but he did not want to leave his fate to speculation. He wanted to be prepared for the moment that Chenle betrayed him. It wasn't that no one in the Six Directions sect could dispel the evil aura. A Grand Empyrean could definitely do it. It all depended on whether Chenle would fight to the death. No scheme could ever be perfect. Lu Yin had just made use of Chenle, and now, his identity might be exposed. In the universe, all things had their weaknesses, and no one would ever have a smooth sailing. This was the law of the universe. Chenle had just broken through to the peak realm and enjoyed the same status as the Three Sovereigns. He was worshipped by countless people in the Three Sovereign spacetimes and was even congratulated by the Six Paths Society's experts. No matter what, he wouldn't risk giving up on all of this. At least not for now. He did not care about the Three Monarchs universe. Otherwise, he would not have joined Freedom Palace. Mu Jun's disappearance and the battle between the Three Monarchs universe and the primordial space had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to regain his freedom. Both Lu Yin and Chenlo were thinking. The next day, Chenlo appeared in the passageway. Here, he saw Xia Shenji. Xia Shenji had not expected Chenlo to come. "What are you doing here?" Chenlo was also puzzled. "Senior, shouldn't you be defending the Eternals at the Rainbow Wall? Why is it here?" Xia Shenji said, "This is my business, and Lord Luo knows about it." "Why are you here?" Chenlo casually replied, "Just passing by." Xia Shenji frowned and stared at Chenlo. Chenlo left very quickly. Xia Shenji quickly contacted Luo Jun and informed him of this matter. Luo Jun told Xia Shenji not to worry about it and that he would ask Chenlo. Chenlo received a call from Luo Jun and said, "Uncle told me about opening the passageway, so I came to verify it. This passageway is of great importance, so I can't tell outsiders like Xian Qi." Luo Jun praised, "Not bad. It's better to be cautious. Does Xian Qi know about this passage?" Chenlo said, he knew there was a passage, but he didn't know that the passage was connected to the primordial space. That person was quite cautious. "Don't let him know, but get rid of that uncle for me." He confessed so quickly, "I don't need him anymore," Luo Jun ordered. Chenlo hurriedly nodded. After ending the call with Luo Jun, he went to Lu Yin's location to meet him. "Xia Shenji." Lu Yin raised his brows. Something had indeed happened. Luo Jun had confirmed that the passageway could be opened, and Xia Shenji was there as well. Chenlo said, "It's not just Xia Shenji. Many cultivators from our space-time continuum have gathered there as well. There's also a stranger that I've never seen before, but he seems to be chatting happily with Xia Shenji. His status isn't much lower than Xia Shenji's, and he looks very young." "What about his appearance?" Lu Yin asked warily. Chenlo met Lu Yin's gaze. "You're from the primordial space, and you're so young. You also have the support of an extremely strong powerhouse. If I'm not wrong, you might be the Tao master of the above heaven sect, Lu Yin." Lu Yin's gaze trembled, but he didn't say anything. Chenlo stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Maybe not. I don't care, I just want freedom. The control that you and that powerhouse planted in my body must be removed. I can't be controlled by you for the rest of my life. Are you trying to negotiate with me?" Lu Yin's tone became much lower. Chenlo said, "There's no need to threaten me. I've already made a backup of everything that happened. If anything happens to me, your identity as Xian Qi, as well as everything you've done, along with my guesses, will immediately appear in Lord Luo, the Void God space-time continuum, and even Mu Jun's disappearance. Everyone will know that you're Xian Qi's hidden identity." Lu Yin remained silent. Chenlo frowned. "I'm very grateful that you opened the door for me and allowed me to break through. I know about your situation, and you know about mine as well. I've sided with Freedom Palace, and if Lord Luo finds out, I won't have a good ending. No one likes a traitor, so even if you remove your control over me, I won't betray you. We'll work together. I'll help you investigate the situation on the other side of the passage. There will be many opportunities for us to work together in the future, but the prerequisite is that you remove your control over me as well. Otherwise, we'll all die together." Lu Yin was amused. He didn't believe that Chenlo would die together with him, but he didn't want to fight to the death either. Xian Qi's identity was too important, and it was only getting more and more important. It involved Su Wuji, Su Heng, Su Leng, Yu Fang, and many other powerhouses. What would they think of him if he was exposed? Even if he had to be exposed, he would do so on his own initiative, not by someone else. The Six Direction Association's attitude towards the Genesis space had never been good to begin with. Chenle took advantage of this threat, and while it was a threat, he also wanted to help Lu Yin. What he wanted was cooperation, not one-sided control. Lu Yin exhaled and smiled. I didn't think it through. I wanted to control an extreme powerhouse and didn't respect Senior Chenle. I apologize. Chenle heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Yin's attitude. He was afraid that Lu Yin wouldn't fight to the death with him because of his identity as Xian Qi. It wouldn't be good for anyone, so this was the best outcome. When will you remove my control? Lu Yin replied, let's end this. Chenle wanted to say something, but Lu Yin interrupted, Senior, what's there to worry about? You forced me to remove my control because you already guessed my identity and knew that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to me, not this passage. No, it has to be done immediately, Chenle replied. Lu Yin said, no one knows what the passage is like. I need an extreme powerhouse to oversee it. Senior, are you willing to come with me to the Genesis space to help you remove it? Of course, Chenle wasn't willing. He wasn't stupid, and he wasn't worried about being silenced. Once the passage is opened, the Genesis space will be unobstructed, and my identity as Xian Qi will be meaningless. Since that's the case, I might as well take you down with me. In any case, even if I want to remove your control, it has to be after the passage is over. Chenle naturally wanted to remove the control as soon as possible, but Lu Yin was right. Once the passage was opened, Chenle would have to return to the Genesis space to protect it. His identity as Xian Qi would be gone, so it didn't matter if he kept it or not. The Six Direction Association had never been friendly to the Genesis space, and if he guessed correctly, Mu Jun's disappearance was related to this person. Perhaps he was dead, or perhaps he was still alive, but this person had the ability to threaten the Six Direction Association. With him and Mu Jun, even if the passage was opened, this person was enough to threaten the Six Direction Association, or at least the three sovereign spacetimes. It was better to wait until the passage was over. As long as the passage wasn't opened, this person's identity as Xian Qi would be useful. Chenle cared about Xian Qi's identity, which was why he had removed his control. Of course, removing my control is one thing, but I also need you to swear that you will not reveal my identity under any circumstances. Violators. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. May the heavens and earth destroy you. Chenle looked deeply at Lu Yin. Alright, let's both swear that I will not reveal your identity or my speculations, and you, Xian Qi, will not reveal my relationship with the Repose Palace. From now on, you and I will work together. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, Chenle left, leaving behind information about what he had seen at the passage. Lu Yin now knew why Luo Jun was so certain that the passage could be opened. The person who had been chatting happily with Xiaxinji was none other than one of the four origin array heavenly masters of the cosmic tree, the youngest heavenly master, Mu Shang. Lu Yin and Mu Shang had many grievances, but he had never expected that Mu Shang would come to the three sovereign spacetime and help them open a passage to the fifth mainland. Shenwu continent was overseen by Mu Xia, and the cosmic tree had given up hope of opening a passage there. Instead, they had come here. Could Mu Shang break the luck path array from the three sovereign spacetime? Lu Yin did not know, but he did not dare to take the risk. Mu Shang was not a match for Heavenly Master Gu Yan, but the three sovereign spacetime had not prepared for nothing. Six Direction Society might also have the assistance of an origin array Heavenly Master, so the most reliable method was to prevent these people from attacking the passage. Rainbow Wall. Elder Chan still did not know that the three sovereign spacetime was planning to attack the passage. He was focused on resisting the Eternals, and if not for the grudge between the Genesis space and the Six Direction Society, he would not have cared about anything else other than blocking the Eternals for humanity. As he was thinking, the wireless goo vibrated in his pocket. The wireless goo could communicate across space, and as long as they were in the same parallel universe, Lu Yin could directly contact Elder Chan without worrying about being monitored. Through the wireless goo, Lu Yin informed Elder Chan of the situation and asked him to leave. A few days later, the Eternals attacked the three sovereign spacetime. The battle was intense, and Elder Chan suddenly left without warning. Luo Jun was the first to know, and he shouted that Elder Chan did not care about the safety of humanity and was a traitor. Elder Chan's departure left a gap in the defense. The progenitor realm corpse king appeared at Elder Chan's position and attacked the rainbow wall. The Forgotten Ruins god also took advantage of this opportunity to attack Luo Jun and Star-Lord, and the rainbow wall was on the verge of collapse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2659. Xia Xinji had no choice but to return from the passage and fight the progenitor corpse king. However, because of Elder Chan's sudden departure, the Eternals increased their attacks and more progenitor corpse kings appeared. Chenlo was forced to join the front line. The Forgotten Ruins god rarely went all out, and Luo Jun and Star-Lord were unable to resist him. Xia Xinji had no choice but to help. The three of them joined forces and barely managed to resist him, but Chenlo could not stop the progenitor corpse king and the progenitor corpse king. At that moment, a Yuan sage appeared from the three monarchs spacetime and blocked the rainbow wall. Chenlo did not expect Yuan sage to appear. He did not know that Yuan sage was also in the three monarchs spacetime. Not only him, but the Forgotten Ruins god and the progenitor also did not know that Yuan sage was one of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime. Why would he appear in the three monarchs spacetime? Luo Jun and the others were not surprised, but they were surprised by Elder Chan's sudden departure. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin appeared outside the passage and looked into the distance. He saw a familiar figure. It was Mu Shang. Now was the time to test his divine power. Lu Yin changed his appearance and imagined the scene of the three monarchs spacetime enslaving the fifth mainland when the passage opened. His familiar family and friends would all become demi-humans, and the people he cared about would die, wail, and despair. He could not let this happen. Gradually, Lu Yin's eyes turned red. It was the red dot in his heart. Red filled the air with cruelty, killing intent, brutality, and an indescribable sense of devastation. In an instant, a terrifying scarlet energy spread out in all directions. His consciousness was blurred, and Lu Yin did not know what he was thinking. He only knew that there was a face that had to be destroyed. He could not control his desire to kill. In the distance, Mu Shang was staring at the passage in a daze. The Luck Path Array was a sourcebox array created by Heavenly Master Gu Yan. He understood that although he was confident that he could break it, it was unlikely that he could do it alone. He had to rely on the power of an Origin Array Heavenly Master who was comparable to Heavenly Master Gu Yan and more than one progenitor to open the passage. He had to open it and connect the fifth mainland to the three monarchs spacetime. Lu Yin, this is what you deserve. The Lu family should have disappeared long ago. Mu Shang's eyes burned. He would do everything he could to break the Luck Path Array. Suddenly, a dark red light flashed past. His scalp went numb as he turned around and saw a red dot in the distance getting closer and closer. What was that? There was a loud boom as the void exploded. Lu Yin's body was covered in a scarlet radiance, and no matter how much Sovereign's aura attacked him from all directions, he was completely unaffected. With a sweep of his hand, a cultivator in one direction was annihilated. He then took a step forward, stared at Mu Shang, and attacked. Mu Shang was shocked. Corpse King. He instantly set up a sourcebox array and took out a power vessel, but Lu Yin tore it apart. During the battle in the Heavenly Realm Treasury, Lu Yin had drawn upon Gui Chuan's deathly aura in an attempt to use Go Lian's death god power to kill Madman Lu. However, Madman Lu had used the eyeless transformation, and his physical body was far more powerful than Lu Yin had imagined. He was far stronger than Xia Xinji, but Lu Yin's divine force had still left a huge wound on his body. That was something that death god Go Lian could not do even if he used his left arm to draw in the deathly aura. Only God power could do it. With the support of his divine power, all of Mu Shang's techniques were as weak as a piece of paper and were torn apart by Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed Mu Shang's head and instantly disappeared with him. Xia Xinji and Yuanxing were not around, so no one could stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed Mu Shang and disappeared from the tunnel, reappearing in a corner of the three sovereign spacetime. Mu Shang crashed to the ground, all of his bones shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared in horror at the figure in front of him. The figure stood there. Lu Yin found it difficult to maintain his consciousness. He stared at Mu Shang's face and tried to control his godly power, but the frenzied killing intent permeated the air, and he could not control it at all. His entire body trembled, and there was only one word in his mind: kill, kill, kill. Mu Shang coughed up blood and tried to escape. Lu Yin suddenly moved closer and stared at Mu Shang as he said, "It's over." Mu Shang's pupils shrank as he recognized Lu Yin. "Lu Yin, you're Lu Yin." With a bang, Mu Shang was crushed into the ground, his bones shattered. Lu Yin did not show any mercy as he punched. When Mu Shang died, the killing intent in Lu Yin's mind miraculously disappeared, allowing him to regain his consciousness. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. It had been too dangerous. He had wanted to test his divine power and use it to leave behind traces of the Eternals, but he had not expected it to be so dangerous. If he had been careless, he could have been devoured by the killing intent. This was the power of the one true God. It was no wonder that the Eternals were the mortal enemies of the human race. Their minds were filled with killing intent and enslavement. However, the killing intent had disappeared after Lu Yin killed Mu Shang. Lu Yin looked at the ground. Was it because Mu Shang was the cause of his killing intent? Was Mu Shang the key to this killing intent? Lu Yin pondered as he looked at his heart. The red dot was still there, like an eternal red star that illuminated the continent formed by the Fate Zan. The power in his body was too strange. Lu Yin could not understand it, and even Mr. Mu was surprised. He used his divine power, but it showed no signs of decreasing. It was like a seed had been planted in his body. Lu Yin was worried that one day, his divine power would control him uncontrollably, which would lead to a disaster. He thought about the future he had seen in his destiny divination. Would he really kill his family and friends one by one? Every time he thought about this, he felt uneasy. Xian Jiao was right. He was an unlucky person. If he wanted to change the future, he must change it. While Lu Yin had successfully killed Mu Shang, Luo Jun and the others had also defended the Rainbow Wall. With the addition of Yuanxing and Qinlu, there was no reason for the Rainbow Wall to fail, even if the Eternals had an additional progenitor. As the battle on the front line slowed down, the incident at the passage was reported to Luo Jun. Luo Jun was furious and immediately rushed to the passage. Xia Xinji and Yuanxing followed him. They saw the remnant divine power in the starry sky. Yuanxing looked solemn. This is not an ordinary corpse king. There is actually remnant divine power. Could it be a clone of the seven gods? Luo Jun had not expected the remnant divine power to appear. Xia Xinji's face was gloomy. He had failed. What had gone wrong? Why had the Eternals attacked Mu Shang? If there was remnant divine power, it had to be the Eternals. But why? If there was no remnant divine power, he would have suspected Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin would not want the two spacetimes to be separated. However, now that there was remnant divine power, he could not doubt Lu Yin. Lu Yin could not be the corpse king of the Eternals. What was going on? No one could figure out what had happened. Your Excellency Yuan Xing, Elder Chan fled and caused the battle to be at a disadvantage. This matter must be investigated, Luo Jun said solemnly. Yuan Xing said, I know. This matter will not pass so easily. Xia Xinji looked at the passage. What a coincidence. Your Excellency Yuan Xing just appeared and invited the Origin Array Heavenly Master from the Reincarnation Spacetime to help. After breaking this passage, Elder Chan left, forcing us to join the battle. If not for Elder Chan's departure, Mu Shang would not have been in trouble. Yuan Xing's eyes were cold. Are you saying that this matter has something to do with the above heavens? Luo Jun looked at Xia Xinji. Xia Xinji said, there is no evidence, but no matter how I look at it, it has something to do with the above heavens. But there is divine power here, Luo Jun said. Xia Xinji was speechless. This was the most suspicious point. Could it be that the above heavens had joined forces with the Eternals? It was ridiculous. No matter how much Xia Xinji hated Lu Yin, he could not make such a deduction. It was all thanks to Lu Yin that the Eternals in the starry sky of the trees had been defeated. If not for Lu Yin, the Eternals might have invaded the starry sky of the trees. There was no need for them to specially nurture Lu Yin to oppose them. Yuan Xing was irritated. No matter what, I need to figure out why Elder Chan suddenly left. He then looked at Xia Xinji. Besides Mu Shang, who else knows about luck path arrays? Xia Xinji shook his head. Among the 4 great origin array heavenly masters in the starry sky of the trees, Mu Shang is the youngest and most talented. That's why he occasionally received guidance from Heavenly Master Gu Yan. Heavenly Master Gu Yan also did not dislike him. However, Heavenly Master Gu Yan only had one disciple called Gu Yu. He died many years ago, and it was because of Gu Yu that the passage was first sealed. Luo Jun's eyes widened. Gu Yu and Gu Yan were the master-disciple duo that had caused their wish to enter the Genesis space to fail. He would not let these two off. Yuan Xing looked deeply at Xia Xinji. Sometimes, there is no need to rush things. If Heavenly Master Gu Yan's disciple is dead, help him find another one. As long as he can learn luck path arrays from him, he will be able to help us one day. We can afford to wait for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Xia Xinji nodded. I understand. Yuan Xing left. He had to go to the Genesis space to figure out why Elder Chan had suddenly left. After Yuan Xing left, Luo Jun and Xia Xinji exchanged glances. Is it possible that Lu Yin is colluding with the Eternals? Xia Xinji frowned. Even if I don't want to admit it, the possibility of him colluding with the Eternals is too low. Luo Jun's eyes turned cold. He had not expected that there would be a spy in the 3 sovereigns universe that could use divine power. This was a huge threat that had to be investigated. In the Genesis space, in the 5th mainland sky sect, Yuan Xing had arrived to look for Elder Chan. Elder Chan was surprised by Yuan Xing's appearance. I only came back to retrieve a power vessel. Why are you here? Yuan Xing narrowed his eyes. You came back to retrieve a power vessel. Elder Chan nodded. Before the Eternals completely attacked the Rainbow Wall, I wanted to throw gluttony to them to see if it would have some effect. Yuan Xing frowned. What is gluttony? It seems that the reincarnation spacetime does not know much about the Genesis space. Gluttony is one of the disasters of the 4th mainland during the era of the above heaven. It is a metal that evolves by devouring flesh and blood. Elder Chan took out gluttony. Naturally, Lu Yin had placed it in the above heaven after he had advanced. This was also the reason why Elder Chan had returned. Don't underestimate this metal. It was able to bring disaster to the fourth mainland in the past. As one of the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages, you should have heard of it even if you did not experience that era. Yuan Xing's expression turned solemn. Of course, he had heard of the fourth mainland during the era of the above heaven. There were not many historical records of the Genesis space itself. Instead, there were many records of the reincarnation spacetime, such as the fourth mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2660. Yuan Sage knew that the fourth mainland was dominated by giant galactic beasts. The above sky sect had enslaved the giant galactic beasts and carved out a continent for them. The ruler of that continent was called the Desolate God, one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. He was an expert on the same level as the 3 sovereigns and would definitely rank among the top 5 in the reincarnation spacetime. Even as one of the 9 sages, Yuan Sage did not dare to underestimate such an existence. This metal can actually bring disaster to the fourth mainland. Yuan Sage was surprised. Old Chan held gluttony, which was constantly twisting and turning. The sharp spike tried to pierce Old Chan's skin and absorb his blood, but this upgraded gluttony only had the power of a first tribulation origin emissary. How could it hurt Old Chan? Yuan Sage stared at Old Zen. Even so, you should not have left the spacetime battlefield of the 3 sovereigns without permission. Do you know how much danger your departure has brought to the battlefield? Old Zen put away gluttony. As far as I know, someone from the 3 sovereign spacetime has broken through to the progenitor realm. This means that even if I am not around, the 3 sovereign spacetime will still have 1 less progenitor. If that's the case, why do I have to protect the 3 sovereign spacetime? This is the agreement I made with Lu Yin. If you are unwilling, let him go. In short, the above sky sect must have an progenitor enter the spacetime battlefield of the 3 sovereigns. Otherwise, don't blame the 6 paths for attacking you again. With that, he left. This time, he was mainly there to test if Old Zen's departure was related to what had happened at the passageway. Now it seemed that he had left because he was dissatisfied with the fact that Qinle had broken through to the progenitor realm in the 3 sovereign spacetime but still needed him to guard the front line against the Eternals. This was the biggest reason for his departure. As for gluttony, Yuan Sage did not believe it at all. However, he could basically rule out the possibility that Old Zen had anything to do with what had happened at the passageway. In fact, no one believed that the above sky sect had anything to do with the Eternals. It was too unbelievable. If the above sky sect had colluded with the Eternals, the origin space would have already fallen and the Eternals would have opened the passageway to the 3 sovereign spacetime. This was a contradictory guess from the beginning. Even Xiaxinji, who hated Lu Yin, could not have guessed it. It could only be said that the Eternals knew the 6 paths and had attacked the 6 paths. After leaving the origin space, Yuan Sage went to the 3 sovereign spacetime and told Luo Jun. Is it really a coincidence? Luo Jun didn't believe it. How could there be such a coincidence? The one who benefited the most from Mu Shang's death was the above heaven sect. It was that Tao Master Lu Yin, but the one who was least likely to collude with the Eternal Tribe was the above heaven sect. What exactly happened? No matter what happened in the outside world, no one disturbed Lu Yin. Lu Yin had already returned, and he looked at Songbai, who was loyally standing guard outside. As a half-ancestor, she didn't even have the qualifications to interfere with the matters of the outside world. Since when had half-ancestors become so cheap? He had to think of a way to let the above heaven sect's half-step ancestors break through to the ancestor realm one by one. Only then would the primordial space have the ability to confront the 6 Directions gang. If he could obtain the power of a Grand Empyrean that granted him a seat in the ancestor realm, how good would that be? If all of them were sealed in the ancestor realm, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. The time and space of the three sovereigns calmed down. Luo Jun and the others were still investigating why Mu Shang was targeted by the Corpse Kings. Elder Chan had returned to the Rainbow Wall. Luo Jun and Xia Shinji had tried to find him and probe him, but they couldn't get any information from him. Lu Yin also increased his efforts to search for spies, making a big show of searching for the person who was selling information. His performance was completely normal. At the same time, Chenlu saw a stranger. He only had the cultivation of an emissary, but his expression was solemn. It was Mu. Mr. Daheng sent his regards on behalf of this lowly one. Congratulations to Lord Chenlu for breaking through to the sovereign realm and becoming a powerhouse worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. The newcomer was a young woman. Her appearance was ordinary, and her cultivation was ordinary. Everything about her was ordinary, but it was this ordinary person that caused Chen Li's mood to drop. He hadn't expected Mr. Daheng to contact him at this moment. He had thought that after he had opened the door and broken through to the sovereign realm, Mr. Daheng would no longer bother with him. After all, he had relied on himself to open the door and break free from Mr. Daheng's control. Generally speaking, Mr. Daheng shouldn't have contacted him, and the two of them should have even become enemies. Lord Chenlu, are you surprised? The woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Chenlu. Chenlu looked at her gloomily. What else did Mr. Daheng say? She respectfully replied, Mr. Daheng only congratulated Lord Chenlu and didn't say anything else. He just wanted me to hear what Lord Chenlu wanted to say. Chenlu frowned. What did he want to say? What could he say? Become enemies. He wouldn't dare. Even if he broke through to the sovereign realm, he wouldn't dare to become enemies with Mr. Daheng. But what did it matter if they weren't enemies? For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After breaking through to the sovereign realm, he hadn't expected to come into contact with anyone from the Hall of Freedom. It was probably because of the stone. Mr. Daheng cared too much about the stone, but it wasn't in his hands. Otherwise, he could have just given it to the woman. He wasn't afraid that the Hall of Freedom would tell Lord Luo. If they did, the Hall of Freedom would be in trouble. He had thought that unless he fought to the death with Xian Qi, this matter would disappear forever. He hadn't expected the Hall of Freedom to come looking for him. What does Mr. Daheng want from me? Chenlu asked again. The woman still wanted to hear what Chenlu had to say. In the end, Chenlu didn't say anything, and the woman left. Mr. Daheng said that if you don't want to say anything, you can go to this place to find him. The woman seemed to have only come to leave behind an address. Chenlu looked at the address in a daze. Should he go or not? If he didn't go, he might really become enemies with the Hall of Freedom and become enemies with a terrifying expert like Mr. Daheng. If he went, what would he gain? He looked at his body. Breaking free from Xian Qi's control. Would he be controlled by Mr. Daheng again? He didn't know. He had broken free from the portal's control, and the moment he saw Mr. Daheng again, Chenlu hesitated. This hesitation lasted for half a month, and after that, he went to find Lu Yin. Lu Yin hadn't expected Chenlu to come looking for him so late. He had thought that Chenlu would come looking for him as soon as the matter at the passage was over. What's going on? Why was Mu Shang killed by an eternal? Chenlu questioned. Only he knew the answer to this question, and no one else knew that Lu Yin was the one who had dealt with Mu Shang. Lu Yin confidently replied, so the Eternals are allowed to use spies against us humans, but I'm not allowed to use them. Chenlu stared at him. You're using the Eternals. Lu Yin replied, what, do you think I'm a spy? Haven't you already guessed my identity? Why are you still so suspicious? Chen Li's eyes flashed. According to our agreement, remove your control over me. Lu Yin nodded. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Mu Xia walked out and stood a few meters away from Chenlu. Chinlo was apprehensive, as he was almost certain that these two were from the primordial space's supreme sect. That supreme sect had more than one monarch, so it was no wonder that they could fight against Yashinji and the others. When people fought, even a Yuan sage could only hold them accountable and couldn't suppress them. I can help you remove your control, but you have to do one thing, Lu Yin said. Chen Li's gaze turned cold. This is the condition that we agreed on. Once the matter at the passage is resolved, you'll help me remove my control. Are you going back on your word? What I want to do will only benefit you, senior. Why don't you listen to it? Lu Yin asked calmly. Chenlo only wanted to remove Mu Xie's control and didn't want to complicate matters. However, he looked at Mu Xie and knew that if he didn't listen, it was unlikely that he would be able to remove Mu Xie's control. He could threaten Lu Yin to remove his control, but that would only be a threat and not a life-and-death struggle. If the two of them didn't give in, then they would only end up in a life-and-death struggle. All right, speak. Chen Li's face darkened. Lu Yin raised his hand, and in his palm was the landscape painting stone. Chen Li's eyes narrowed when he saw it, as this was what Mr. Daheng valued the most. I hope that senior can personally hand this stone over to Lord Luo, Lu Yin said. Chenlo thought that he had misheard. Hand it over to Lord Luo. You want me to confess without being pressed? Lu Yin laughed. Senior, you can come up with a reason, any reason, as long as you can obtain this stone and hand it over to Lord Luo. Lord Luo doesn't know how important this stone is, and neither you nor I do. It seems that only Mr. Daheng knows. Since that's the case, it won't be difficult for you to hand it over to Lord Luo. Why? Chenle didn't understand. Lu Yin asked, Senior, do you think that Freedom Hall has given up on you? Chenlo raised his brows and looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. Was this person watching him? Lu Yin blinked. From Senior's expression, it seems like someone from Freedom Hall has come looking for you. How do you know? Chenlo looked at Lu Yin with increasing apprehension. Lu Yin laughed. Mr. Daheng has been plotting against you for so many years and even used his door to block your path to the Lord Realm, all for the sake of more people finding this stone. Senior, you've already captured someone from the Bai family, so it's very likely that you've already obtained the stone. How could Mr. Daheng give it up? Chenle frowned. He was well aware that Mr. Daheng cared about the stone, but he was also an extreme powerhouse. Normally, if an extreme powerhouse were to be compared to a stone, the extreme powerhouse would naturally be more important. However, it seemed like Xian Qi was right. In Mr. Daheng's eyes, the stone was more important than an extreme powerhouse like him. Someone from Freedom Hall has come looking for you, and you won't be able to shake them off. Why don't you give the stone to Lord Luo? That Mr. Daheng is very low-key, so it's unlikely that he would expose the fact that you've joined Freedom Hall. Lord Luo doesn't know about this either, so let Mr. Daheng cause trouble for Lord Luo. It'll be even better if he misunderstands that you've joined Freedom Hall because of Lord Luo's orders. Of course, the chances of that happening are low, but no matter what, it'll be easier for you to escape if Mr. Daheng focuses his attention on Lord Luo, right? Lu Yin said. Chen Li's eyes flickered. This was a good idea. If Mr. Daheng cared about that stone the most, then he could just give it to Lord Luo. He had tried to probe Lord Luo before, but Lord Luo did not understand the importance of the stone. Lu Yin could just give it to him and have Mr. Daheng keep an eye on Lord Luo. As long as Lu Yin did not come into contact with Freedom Hall, he should be fine. The only problem was that he would be in danger if he ran into someone from Freedom Hall in the endless battlefield. Thank you. Zhang Daming Yuanfei 1985. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2661. He had to think of a way to divert Mr. De Heng's attention away without offending the Hall of Freedom. You don't want this stone anymore. Chenla looked at the stone in Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin weighed it in his hand. I don't know what it's for. Then why don't you just give it to Mr. Da Heng? Chenla did not understand. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I told you to give it directly to Mr. Da Heng and get rid of your worries. What about me? Chen Li's gaze was cold. Lu Yin continued, unless you continue to be controlled by me, then I'll let you hand the stone over to Mr. Da Heng. Otherwise, you'll have to hand it over to Lord Luo. Once my control over your body is removed, I'll be able to use it to threaten you. If you dare to fight me to the death, then I won't let you off easily. Before this, if Lord Luo discovered that you had joined the Repose Palace, you could have explained that you had been threatened, but after you gave the stone to Lord Luo, that explanation was invalid. Chen Li's gaze hardened. Not only is this ineffective, but this action is also suspected of sowing discord between Lord Luo and the Hall of Repose. Lu Yin smiled. It's not that serious. It depends on what you think. Chenla looked at Lu Yin and then at Mu Xia. You're ruthless. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Actually, you still have another option. You can go directly to Mr. Da Heng and explain the situation, or you can go directly to Lord Luo and ask them to help you remove the control. On the surface, you'll agree with me, but in reality, once you're in front of them, they won't even know what you'll choose. You might even be able to plot against me. Senior Chenlo, what do you think of this option? Chenlo wasn't stupid, and he had already thought of this path before coming to Lu Yin. He could do this, but if he went to Mr. Da Heng, he would have to risk being controlled. If he went to Luo Jun, he would have to risk revealing that he had joined the Repose Palace. After weighing the pros and cons, he would rather go to Luo Jun. At worst, he would just have to confess everything he had done. After all, he had never harmed any of the three monarch spacetimes. Now that Mu Jun was missing and he had broken through to the monarch realm, Luo Jun couldn't do anything to him. But the biggest hesitation in looking for Lord Luo was whether Lord Luo could really remove the control. Chenla did not understand Luo Jun's strength at all. In fact, no outsider knew about it. He could not be sure that Luo Jun could definitely remove the control, and Mr. Da Heng could definitely help him remove the control. However, the possibility of him being controlled by Mr. Da Heng was also very high. This was Chen Li's biggest problem. He had no choice. There were too many difficult questions in a person's life that they could not choose from. In the end, it was because they did not know the answer. If he was sure that Lord Luo could help him remove the control, or if he was sure that Mr. Da Heng would not control him, then things would be simple. But now, how should he choose? Furthermore, Lu Yin had taken the initiative to mention this path, which made him even more hesitant. Could this person have left some sort of backup plan on him? Lu Yin's words echoed in Chen Li's mind. This person was very cautious in his actions. It was unlikely that such a person would leave a way out for him, so why did he specifically remind him? Various thoughts were constantly entangled in his mind, causing a monarch realm expert like Chenlo to be in a mess. Lu Yin looked at Chen Li's flickering eyes and knew that he was making a choice. No matter what Chenlo chose, it would be difficult for Lu Yin to control him in the Three Sovereigns universe. If he really killed Chenlo, Lord Luo would definitely find out, and Xian Qi's identity would be exposed. Actually, there's another option, Lu Yin said slowly. Chenlo looked at him. What? Lu Yin smiled. Working with the Above Heaven sect. Chen Li's pupils shrank. Above Heaven. Lu Yin raised his head. Yes, the Above Heaven sect. It's a powerful organization with several powerhouses and a deep foundation. Even the Six Paths Association is afraid of it, and the Three Sovereigns and 9 Sages don't want to provoke it directly. It's also plotting against the three sovereigns universe to replace it. This is also your choice. This was the first time Lu Yin had admitted that he was from the above heaven sect, which was different from Chen Li's guess. Chen Li stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Who are you? Lu Yin smiled. Above heaven sect, Lu Yin. Chen Li's expression changed slightly. Lu Yin. That Tao Lord. You're really him. Chen Lo, are you willing to work with the above heaven sect? Lu Yin spoke bluntly. Chen Lo was even more confused now that there was another above heaven sect. Lu Yin said, whether you join the Repose Palace or stay in the Three Sovereigns universe, you won't have a good ending. Mr. Daheng will control you, and Lord Luo is good at enslaving others. They have a use for you now, so they won't care about what you've done. But if they don't need you one day, what will you do? Mu Jun is in my hands. Do you want to talk to her? Chen Lo was shocked. Mu Jun's disappearance is really related to you. She's still alive, and she's willing to help me scheme against the Three Sovereigns universe. One is Mu Jun, and the other is you. The Three Sovereigns universe is too weak, and with the above heaven sect as your backing, you don't need to fear anyone. Even Mr. Daheng, would he dare to come to the Genesis space? The Six Direction Association clearly forbids anyone from entering the Genesis space without permission. What I'm doing now and what I can accomplish in the future isn't something that Mr. Daheng can compare to, much less a mere Lord Luo. Chen Lu couldn't argue with his words, but he didn't agree immediately either. Besides, my above heaven sect is hidden in the shadows. As long as you cooperate, you can get Mr. Daheng to target Lord Luo. Once we replace the Three Sovereigns universe, you'll be the master of this universe. I don't need that, I just need the above heaven sect to join the Six Direction Association. Lu Yin's words weren't very provocative, but there was one thing that Chen Lu cared about. Replacing Lord Luo was something that could be done. After all, Mu Jun was missing, and the Three Sovereigns universe was already struggling to stop the Eternals, let alone the above heaven sect. Will Mu Jun really help you? Chen Lo was doubtful. Lu Yin smiled. She doesn't have a choice. If she doesn't help me, she'll die. Chen Li's eyes flickered. It was this sentence again. He had been threatened by this sentence before. How are you going to scheme against the Three Sovereigns universe? How are you going to replace Lord Luo? The reincarnation universe won't agree, Chen Lo asked. Lu Yin replied, that's my business. Do you think that Su Wuwei, Su Heng, Su Leng, and Su Wuji are just acquaintances? When I faced Lotus Reverend's disciples, Su Heng and Su Leng blocked my path. Su Wuji once said that he would shoulder everything for me. Senior Su Wuwei even taught me the Taishan domain, and I even met Master Su. Chen Lo was stunned. Right, this person wasn't just a above heaven sect disciple, he was also Xian Qi. This identity involved too many people, and there were even a few extreme powerhouses. I'll give you time to think about it. Take this. Lu Yin tossed the stone to Chen Lu. You can choose to hand it to Lord Luo and do as I say, or you can choose to confess. You can also choose to hand it to Mr. Daheng in exchange for my trust. But don't forget that you don't know my senior's strength. Can Mr. Daheng really remove his control? Have you forgotten how terrifying the above heaven sect era was? Chen Lu was astonished. Everything he had thought of was based on the premise that Mr. Daheng could remove his control. If even Mr. Daheng couldn't, then what would happen to him? Mr. Daheng definitely wouldn't trust someone who was being controlled, and Chen Li's fate would definitely not be good. If Lord Luo couldn't remove his control, then his first reaction would be to kill Chen Lu. Who would trust someone who was being controlled by someone else? Chen Lu sobered up, as he had forgotten about this matter. He looked at Mu Xia. This person was an extreme powerhouse from the primordial space, and no one knew exactly how strong he was. That Xiaoshenji wasn't weak, and he shouldn't be inferior to Lord Luo. Even if this person could remove Mr. Dahang's control, it didn't mean that Mr. Dahang could do the same. Removing control and defeating were two completely different concepts. He had to take a gamble, and winning the gamble was what he had been hesitating about. If he lost, he would lose everything. Chen Li's mind was in a mess, and he needed to calm down. Before he left, Lu Yin added, "I'll participate in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party." Chen Lo was stunned. "What?" Lu Yin replied, "I'll participate in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Grand Empyreans won't be able to touch me." Chen Li's eyes narrowed, and he felt that this was absurd. Grand Empyreans won't be able to touch you. It's up to you to believe it or not. Lu Yin then let Chen Lo leave. Chen Lo disappeared. He had received too much information today, so much that even an extreme powerhouse like him didn't know what to choose. However, there was one thing that was certain: the choice he made today would affect his future. He hadn't considered the fact that Lu Yin had promised Old Crazy to take revenge for the 100 family clan. In his opinion, how could someone like Lu Yin care about the 100 family clan's revenge? Compared to the value of an extreme powerhouse like him, such a small grudge was too childish. After Chen Lo left, Lu Yin sighed. How tiring. Mu Xia looked at Lu Yin with admiration. "Junior brother, your eloquence is amazing." Lu Yin smiled wryly. "Don't tease me, senior brother. I'm not that eloquent. If it weren't for your unfathomable mysteriousness, he wouldn't have dared to guarantee that others would be able to break free from your control." "But he didn't immediately ask me to remove the control," Mu Xia said. Lu Yin nodded. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep his promise, but the implications were too great, and he felt like he was dancing on a knife's edge. This was the first time he had threatened and tempted a progenitor, and a quasi-enemy at that. If he wasn't careful, it would be a life and death struggle. This was even more tiring than fighting a progenitor. "What do you think he'll choose?" Mu Xia was curious. Lu Yin replied, "I don't know. I can't guess what a progenitor is thinking. After all, he's a powerhouse who can change the world. Also, I don't understand Mr. Dahang's position in his heart. If he thinks that Mr. Dahang is comparable to a Grand Empyrean, then we should quickly escape." Mu Xia nodded. "Yes, we're not afraid of a life and death struggle, but we're afraid of ignorance. We'll go to the Eternal Kingdom and wait. No matter what, we can't stay in this space-time. I'll have someone wait for him here. If he cooperates with us, we'll take the risk and go to the Eternal Kingdom. If he doesn't," Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, "he should give up on his identity as Xian Qi. Nothing could be smooth sailing." He had used the Bai family to fish out Chen Lo and had just taken control of the three sovereign spacetime to plot against them. They were one step too late and had almost opened up the passage. If not for Chen Lo, he wouldn't have known that the situation was so dangerous. Chen Lo had played a role, but if they fought to the death, he would have to sacrifice his identity as Xian Qi. There were gains and losses. Compared to opening up the passage between the three sovereign spacetime and the fifth mainland, he would rather lose his identity as Xian Qi. At worst, he could come back later. Once the passage was opened, the consequences would be unpredictable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2662. Lu Yin did not know how much mental struggle Chen Lu had gone through. This was a choice that could not be reversed. Luo Jun, Mr. Daheng, and Lu Yin. If he chose one of the three parties, he would not be able to deal with the other two once he was exposed. It was equivalent to staking his life on this choice. If it was someone who had just come into contact with the Repose Palace, Chen Lo would definitely choose Mr. Daheng. However, after his conversation with Lu Yin, he had many more misgivings, and these misgivings caused his mind to be in chaos. Half a month later, Chenle met Luo Jun. Luo Jun sized up the stone in his hand. "Is this the supreme treasure you were talking about?" Chenle continued, "Back then, I obtained it by accident, but I encountered experts at the same level as me fighting over it in the endless battlefield. Even the corpse kings of the Eternals had their eyes on me. Perhaps it was because of this item that I studied it for a long time, but I couldn't find anything. I could only ask Lord Luo Jun to give it a try." Luo Jun looked at the stone with a puzzled expression. "Send someone to investigate the location of the landscape painting on this stone. If it really is a supreme treasure, then the secret should be in that direction. However, this stone is only a part of it, and we still don't know how big the main body is. It'll be difficult to find the location just by looking at the painting." He then tossed the stone to Chenle. "Go look for it if you have time." Chenle did not expect Luo Jun to not want it. How could this be? He had to give the stone to Luo Jun, otherwise, Mr. Daheng's gaze would always be on him. He hurriedly handed the stone back to Lord Luo again. "Lord Luo, please accept this. The location represented by the pattern on this stone might not necessarily be the spacetime of the three sovereigns. I don't plan to leave this spacetime for the rest of my life. If it's possible, Lord Luo should look for it." Luo Jun thought for a moment. "That's fine too." After saying that, he took the stone. Not long after, Chenle left the Rainbow Wall. Elder Chan and Xiaoshenji were working together here. Luo Jun and Xing Jun did not need him. If possible, Lord Luo would rather have him guard the Rainbow Wall on his behalf. However, the Rainbow Wall required the Great Three Lords array to maintain. Chenle was currently unable to participate in the Great Three Lords array. But after some time, when he stabilized his power as a lord, Lord Luo would allow him to participate in the maintenance of the great formation of the Three Lords. The most important thing for him right now was to investigate the spy and the Yu family. This was the mission that Luo Jun had given to Chenle. He couldn't investigate the Yu family himself, so he let Chenle do it. Luo Jun had always believed that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to the Yu family. On that day, Chenle summoned the woman from the repose hole. "Stone, I've already handed it over to Lord Luo. You can go back and report to Mr. Daheng," Chenle said. Since he had already made his choice, he wouldn't hesitate. Among the three parties, Mr. Daheng was most likely to help him break the control, but he was also more likely to exert his own control after breaking the control. For Chenle to be able to cultivate to an extremely strong level, he already had the spirit to fight against the heavens. How could he be willing to be controlled by others? Lord Luo might not be able to help him get rid of the control. Right now, the best person to cooperate with was Xian Qi. He didn't believe in Xian Qi's words, but he believed in his own value. As an extreme warrior, he was worthy enough to make Xian Qi cooperate with him. Releasing the control was a must. This was his bottom line. As long as Xian Qi didn't want to fight to the death, he wouldn't go back on his words. He said so much to him because he didn't want to fight to the death. The more he said, the more at ease Chenle felt. Now, he could only cooperate with Xian Qi and regain his freedom. As for becoming enemies with Mr. Daheng, he could just hide in the primordial space and hide his identity. It was better than being controlled. The woman was shocked. "You gave it to Lord Luo. You're going against Mr. Daheng." Chenle's eyes widened. A terrifying aura forced the woman to kneel. The woman trembled. This was the first time she felt the pressure of the ancestor realm's power. This power was like heaven and earth collapsing. She couldn't bear it and couldn't help but kneel down in worship. "You people are just keys. Without Mr. Daheng, you don't even have the right to talk to me. Go back and tell Mr. Daheng that I, Chenle, broke through to the June layer on my own. I broke through to the June layer on my own. I relied on myself. He stopped me from breaking through to the June layer on my own. That's the same as cutting off my future. I won't argue with him. I don't owe him anything and I won't tell anyone. I'm in the monarch realm. Even if Mr. Dahang is stronger than me, what can he do to me in the three monarch space? Scram! Chenla shouted. The woman trembled and fled with fear in her eyes. Before she could take a few steps, her body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Chenlo was shocked. He stared at the ground that was dyed red. The smell of blood was pungent. Looking ahead, the blood formed a face. That face was engraved in his heart. It was Mr. Dahang. In the silence, Chenlo and Mr. Dahang looked at each other. Mr. Dahang wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at him with a faint smile, which made Chenli's hair stand. Even though they were both extremely strong, he didn't have the confidence to fight against Mr. Dahang. It was a gap that could be seen at a glance. Without a word, the blood dissipated. After the blood completely disappeared, Chenlu heaved a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, his back was already drenched. He decided not to go out. Even if he went to the endless battlefield, he had to keep a low profile. He couldn't meet the people from the Repose Palace. Mr. Dahang was like a mountain pressing down on his head. Fortunately, the stone was given to Lord Luo. Mr. Dahang would definitely think of a way to get the stone from Lord Luo. Let them fight for it. He didn't know if Lord Luo could hold on. In the wood dimension, there was a pool of wine and a forest of meat. It was the most luxurious place in the world. There was only one man in this pool of wine and a forest of meat. It was Mr. Dahang. In the surroundings, graceful figures shuttled back and forth. Joyful laughter came from women playing around. Mr. Dahang laughed maniacally. He lifted the wine from the pool and poured it over his head. He was very carefree. In the distance, fog rose. More beautiful women joined in. Mr. Dahang suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, everything in the surroundings disappeared. The pool of wine, the forest of meat, and the beautiful women all disappeared in an instant. The surroundings turned into a bamboo forest. The melodious sound of a flute came from afar. This was the enjoyment of two different Lameters. It was luxurious and peaceful. The instantaneous change didn't change Mr. Dahang's mood at all. He listened to the sound of the flute and looked at the lake in the distance. He broke through on his own. What a joke. He doesn't even know what kind of power that is. How can he break through on his own? Did he give it to Luo Shan? Then, did Luo Shan help him? Or was it Luo Shan who asked him to enter the Repose Palace from the beginning? But why would Luo Shan do that? He shouldn't be clear about the stone's use. Strange, strange. Does Luo Shan know? Or does he not know? Luo Shan, Luo Shan. You're not simple as always. Hee hee. In the hyperspace, Zi Jing was brought to a new place. This place wasn't much better than the previous one. The equipment was the same. Teacher, why are we here? Zi Jing was curious. She had been unconscious since 2 days ago, and when she woke up, she had come here. The slightly crazy old man smiled proudly. Zi Jing, don't you feel that this place is different from the hyperspace? Zi Jing was surprised. This isn't the hyperspace. She looked around and raised her head. There were no stars in sight. This was a sealed research area. What was different? What was different? Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. Were there too many clocks here? Ha 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 ha, you can see now. This is a parallel space where the flow of time is different from the hyperspace. The crazy old man laughed. Jing's expression changed. The flow of time is different. The crazy old man nodded excitedly. You should know what this means. Jing was shocked. How much is the difference? The crazy old man said, not much, but 100 times. Jing's eyes narrowed. 100 times difference. How did you find it? Doesn't this only exist in theory? The order is wrong. I found this parallel universe first, then I have the theory, but it's just my theory. In the reincarnation universe, there is actually a parallel universe theory of time passing differently. Maybe other parallel universes have similar theories, but there are very few that can be confirmed. This is one of the biggest secrets of my hyperspace. Studying here, 100 years is only a year in hyperspace. How about it? Ahaha. The crazy old man laughed. Jing didn't expect the hyperspace to find such a parallel space. A long time ago, there were several guesses about the theory of parallel spacetime. For example, one could find another person in a parallel space, or there were big and small parallel spacetimes. The big ones could be the entire universe, and the small ones could be just a house or even a speck of dust. There were also guesses that the flow of time in parallel spacetimes was different. Perhaps 10,000 years in a parallel spacetime was just a second in one's own spacetime. There were too many guesses about parallel spacetimes. Jing thought that parallel spacetimes were just guesses, but she didn't expect to see it with her own eyes. Teacher, how long can this spacetime exist? Jing was excited. According to the theory of parallel spacetime, even if this kind of parallel spacetime existed, it wouldn't last for too long. The difference in the flow of time meant that it had completely different rules from other parallel spacetimes. These rules couldn't be broken. Once another parallel spacetime creature entered and broke the rules of this spacetime, it would cause chaos in the parallel spacetime and disappear. This was the same as the sequence of particles they were currently researching. Every parallel spacetime was a fixed sequence of particles. Entering another parallel spacetime was equivalent to messing up the sequence of that spacetime. Most parallel spacetimes were fine. Only time and space, which formed a parallel spacetime, had errors in the sequence of laws. Countless parallel spacetimes were a sequence of particles that surpassed everyone's knowledge. It could repair such problems on its own, but it couldn't change people's thoughts. For example, when they entered this parallel spacetime, the rules couldn't make them leave voluntarily. The only way was to make the parallel spacetime disappear. The crazy old man's expression calmed down. I can't tell. Maybe it will disappear soon, or maybe it will never disappear. Isn't this the direction of our current research? Jing nodded. That's great. With the flow of time 100 times faster, who can be a match for my hyperspace? The crazy old man laughed. Don't be happy too early. If we can find it, won't other parallel spacetimes be unable to? There are so many powerhouses in the reincarnation spacetime. I suspect that a Grand Empyrean found a parallel spacetime with an exaggerated flow of time and let them cultivate there. Jing's eyes flashed. It's not impossible. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2663. Jing suddenly thought of the fifth mainland. When she had first arrived there, she had looked up the theory of parallel spacetime and found that the flow of time was different. If it was the same as the hyperspace, did that mean that someone from the origin space had already entered a similar parallel spacetime? Let's research in peace here. No one will disturb us. There are only a few people in the hyperspace who know about this spacetime. As for the others here, the crazy old man scanned the area and counted at least tens of thousands of people. They will never have the chance to return. Jing frowned. She wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to return. The research of the sequence particle couldn't be completed without her. Even if the research was completed, she would need to control and repair it herself. No one could trap her here. However, if she wanted to leave, she would have to wait until the research was completed. What about the Tao Lord? Would he be able to find her? There was also Bai Qian. Their alliance was over. That was the most troublesome part. In the Eternal Kingdom, Lu Yin and Mu Xia waited for Qinlu. It was someone from the Thunder Sealing clan who had brought him here. They weren't worried that Qinlu would bring Lord Luo or Mr. Deheng here. At worst, they could just leave the Eternal Kingdom. This was only a transit point and not the fifth mainland. Senior Qinlu, you didn't disappoint me. Lu Yin saw Qinlu smile and heaved a sigh of relief. Xian Qi's identity was safe. Qinlu said, I've already given the stone to Lord Luo and vowed to work with you. Please fulfill your promise and remove your control over me. From now on, I'm free. We don't owe each other anything. Even if we can't work together, we can keep each other's secrets. Lu Yin nodded, of course. He then looked at Mu Xia. Not long after, the two extracted the Grim Reaper's seal and evil energy from Qinli's body. After the two forces disappeared, Qinlu immediately felt relaxed. He had taken a risk by coming to the Eternal Kingdom. Even though he was sure that Lu Yin wouldn't fight to the death, he still felt apprehensive. After all, he only had one life. Now that his control was removed, he was finally free. Lu Yin's gaze was complicated. The world was ever-changing. He had thought that he had controlled a progenitor, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Was there really an invisible existence that prohibited certain things? He looked up at the dusky sky of the Eternal Kingdom but couldn't see anything. I want to see Mu Jun, Qinlu said. Lu Yin raised his brows, not yet. Didn't you say that Mu Jun worked with you? Qinlu frowned. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm saying that she'll definitely cooperate with me, and that she'll die if she doesn't. But she hasn't done so yet. Maybe after a while, I'll need your help to persuade her. Qinlu was puzzled. Where is she? Are you sure you can trap her? Don't worry, you don't have to worry about that. How could Lu Yin allow Qinlu to meet Mu Jun right now? Even if the possibility of that happening wasn't high, he still had to be wary of Qinlu siding with Luo Jun. Even if the possibility of that happening was only 1 in a billion, Lu Yin still didn't want to take the risk. Qinlu did not insist. Now that they were working together, he told Lu Yin everything he knew about the three sovereigns. This discussion went on for several days. In the distance, Feng Lei Guanqin saw Qinlu. He had never thought that even the Mo Courtyard's courtyard master would side with Lu Yin, and his respect for Lu Yin grew. He didn't know that Qinlu had broken through to the monarch realm. Otherwise, he would be even more shocked. Through Qinlu, Lu Yin knew a lot about the three sovereigns. He knew about Lord Luo and Hiranha. He knew where the resources from the three sovereigns' realms were shipped to, and he also knew that the source of some of the bloody cases in the transdimensional universe was Mo Courtyard. Bai Qian had supporters in the decision-making team, but many of them had died, all at the hands of the three sovereigns' Mo Courtyard. Now that he knew the location of the transdimensional universe energy research group, Lu Yin guessed that Xi Jing should be there. He also knew that Lord Luo and Lord Tai Bai were not husband and wife. Not husband and wife. Lu Yin was shocked. The entire Six Paths gang knew that Lord Luo and Lord Tai Bai were husband and wife, which caused countless people to be envious. Even the fifth mainland knew about this. Now that he had been told that it was fake, Lu Yin was stunned. Qinlu said, "It's unbelievable, right? But it's true. Lord Luo naturally hopes that it's true. He likes Lord Tai Bai, but Lord Tai Bai has never been with him. The reason why he maintains this relationship is for the sake of the three sovereign spacetime, and also for Lord Taibai's own spacetime. The three sovereigns were not from the three sovereign spacetime. This spacetime had been harmed by the time poison, and the original cultivation system had collapsed. On this foundation, the three sovereigns had arrived with the cultivation method of the sovereign king's qi. They had joined forces to fight against the Forgotten Ruins god and brought the three sovereign spacetime to the height of one of the Six Paths gang. Among them, there were husband and wife, as well as cooperation. The Starshine spacetime is now one of the 62 parallel spacetimes of the endless battlefield. Although it's a battlefield, the people inside have been transported to the three sovereign spacetime. This is also the reason why Lord Taibai maintains a superficial relationship. In reality, no matter which spacetime it is, it can't escape the war with the Eternals, Chenla said. Lu Yin asked, what kind of person is Lord Taibai? Chenla thought for a moment. She's the complete opposite of Mu Jun. Mu Jun is a stubborn and overbearing person. He wants everything to be under his control. Xing Jun is too calm and doesn't fight for anything. As long as the people from the star-reflecting universe are safe, it's fine. Her talent is extremely high. Mu Jun relied on Luo Jun's help to reach the monarch realm. What about her strength? Lu Yin inquired. Chenla thought for a moment. She's about the same as Mu Jun. It's mainly because of her personality. In the battle against the Eternals, it's always Luo Jun who rushes to the front. Lord Taibai maintains the three sovereigns' great array, and Mu Jun oversees the overall situation. Lu Yin nodded and had a general understanding of Lord Taibai. Don't have any ideas about Lord Taibai. Unless you bring everyone in the Starshine spacetime to the origin space, you won't be able to affect her, Chenla said as a reminder. It was mainly those people in the Starshine spacetime who could affect Lord Taibai. Lu Yin didn't want Lord Taibai to do anything. If she was really the kind of person Chenla said, such a person was similar to the blood ancestor, and he would be embarrassed to make a move. Chenla wanted Lu Yin to understand the three sovereign spacetime more, but Lu Yin actually wanted to understand Luo Jun more. However, Chenla didn't know much about Lord Luo. Didn't you hear that Lord Luo came out of the world of nothingness and is a legend? You don't seem to think that Lord Luo is very powerful and can't compare to Mr. Deheng? Lu Yin asked. Chenla smiled bitterly. That's fake. Lu Yin was surprised. Chenla said, if you don't say that, how would the six parties care about Lord Luo? In fact, coming out of the world of nothingness was just a show by Lord Luo. Along with this show, Lord Luo collected tea leaves and gave them to the Grand Empyrean. The outside world must have said that the Grand Empyrean respected Lord Luo, right? Lu Yin felt like his worldview had been refreshed. The world of nothingness, the respect of the Grand Empyrean, has caused the outside world to misunderstand Lord Luo. This is what the three sovereigns want. Otherwise, how could the three sovereign spacetime become one of the six parties? Chenla said, a long time ago, there was a parallel spacetime that was stronger than the three sovereign spacetime. Because of Lord Luo's disguise, that parallel spacetime couldn't become one of the six parties and merged into the endless battlefield. In the end, all the experts died at the hands of the Eternals. If it wasn't for Lord Luo's disguise, that spacetime would have ended up like the three sovereign spacetime. Chenla looked at Lu Yin. Lord Luo is very good at disguise. Was that so? Why did the Grand Empyrean cooperate? The Grand Empyrean didn't cooperate, he just didn't care. Lu Yin let Chenla return while he went to find Mu Jun. He still had to ask Mu Jun about Lord Luo. Mu Jun's answer was different from Chenli's. Disguise? How? Once you enter the world of nothingness, you can't come out. Do you think this is a game? You can even go in and walk around. Giving tea leaves to the Grand Empyrean will earn him respect. Do you know how many people give tea leaves to the Grand Empyrean? all of them are extremely strong. Let me tell you, Lord Luo definitely doesn't have good intentions. Lu Yin looked at Mu Jun's unbridled mockery and was somewhat speechless. Chenlu should not have lied to him, but this Mu Jun might have lied to him in order to make him fear Luo Jun. However, Lu Yin had seen Luo Jun in action in the Zio realm, and it had given him a vague sense of danger. Luo Jun's attacks had not been that terrifying, and at the very least, they were far less mysterious than Su Wuwei's. Who was telling the truth? He ran, and Uncle Mo should not have lied to him, and Chenlu should not have lied to him either. However, these two parties had said the exact opposite. Lu Yin left, and it was time to return to the Three Monarchs universe. After Lu Yin left, Mu Jun's expression turned ugly. Someone had betrayed him in the Three Monarchs universe, and it had definitely been someone from the upper echelon. Who could it be? Lu Yin returned to the Three Monarchs universe, and the first thing he did was to check out the passage. Mu Shang had been killed by the Corpse King, and this matter was also within the scope of the Horizon Manor's investigation. Lu Yin had not appeared for a long time, and there were already people talking about it. If he did not look at it from beginning to end, it might raise suspicions. Fortunately, Chenlu had already covered for him, saying that he was investigating a spy. As for the passage, there was no rush. It involved the power of a god, and it was not something that Xian Qi could investigate. However, he still had to go. When Lu Yin returned to the Three Monarchs universe and headed to the passage, Su Ji told him that Yao Lan had been punished to enter the endless battlefield. The reincarnation universe caused a lot of trouble because of this matter. The disciples of the Great Stone Holy Sect believed that Yao Lan had harmed the Great Stone Holy Man, and they kept asking the new Great Stone Holy Man to uphold justice. Lotus Reverend's disciples all defended Yao Lan, saying that Qingfen had framed her. Now, neither side is willing to back down. Lotus Reverend has punished Yao Lan to enter the endless battlefield, which is equivalent to admitting to this matter. The Great Stone Holy Sect is even angrier. And your side has also angered many of Lotus Reverend's disciples. After all, Yao Lan had unintentionally revealed the Great Stone Holy Man's whereabouts, and it was not intentional. Otherwise, Lotus Reverend would not have punished her like this. Many of them have threatened to make you pay the price. Lu Yin was calm. They were right. He had done it on purpose. If he did not cause a disturbance, how would he be able to spread his name? How would he be able to cause trouble in the reincarnation universe in the future? The Shaoyin divinity had exiled the Lu family, and the reincarnation universe had treated the primordial space badly. He had many things to do. Thank you. Mr. Jin's tomorrow. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2664. Let them be. Although there are many disciples of Venerable Lotus, as long as I don't betray humanity, they have nothing to do with me. On the contrary, they should be worried about being captured by me. Lu Yin looked at Su Ji and smiled. Believe it or not, Qingfeng isn't the only disciple of Venerable Lotus. Su Ji's expression changed, and he stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person was truly fearless and dared to say anything. If any of Venerable Lotus disciples heard this, it would attract a bunch of enemies. It's a pity that I can't openly question Yao Lan, Lu Yin said as they arrived at the tunnel ahead. Su Ji's face twitched, as he really wanted to openly question Yao Lan. She was a publicly acknowledged demi-saint, but he had never seen her so ruthless in six-direction training rites. This trip to the tunnel was just for show, and Lu Yin couldn't possibly find anything here. Actually, he could find out where Mu Shang had died, but that place might attract Luo Jun's attention. He wasn't confident that he could hide his appearance in front of Luo Jun, and Luo Jun should have seen his face before. If they met face to face, they would be exposed. Thus, this trip was destined to end in failure. Luin had originally planned to go through the motions, but he had not expected to meet someone unexpected here, Celestial Sovereign. The astral river was like a mirror, and her bare face was even more beautiful than makeup. The entire astral river fell silent the moment they saw Celestial Sovereign. It was a kind of spiritual peace that was difficult to describe, but if one had to describe it, it would be a kind of thirst quenching. Luin looked at the distant Celestial Sovereign, who was lost in thought, and he felt like he was quenching his thirst in summer. It was a very comfortable feeling. Songbai greets Lord Celestial Sovereign. Songbai hurriedly stepped forward to greet Luin. The tunnel was surrounded by the three sovereign spacetime cultivators, but no one dared to raise their heads in front of Celestial Sovereign. Luin was the only exception, and he stared straight at her. Celestial Sovereign turned to look at Luin, and the two exchanged glances. "You're Xian Qi." Luin reacted and bowed. Xian Qi greets the Star Lord. He was apprehensive, as he did not know if this Star Lord could see through his death mask disguise. She probably could not, and if he was not mistaken, her strength was comparable to Su Wuwei's. She definitely could not reach Su Wuwei's level. Only someone at that level could see through his disguise. But if she could see through it, then it meant that he had to hide his strength. "Are you here to investigate the appearance of godly energy?" Luin respectfully replied, "Yes. This is a dereliction of duty on my part, as I allowed the Corpse King to run amok. This junior is responsible." Lord Taibai Jinxing retracted his gaze. "It's not your fault. Even if Sister Mu is still here, she can't do anything about it." Luin didn't know if he should investigate, but he decided to wait until Taibai Jinxing left before doing so. He raised his head and looked at Star Sovereign again. What he saw was her side profile. This woman could not be considered too beautiful, but she gave him a sense of security. In the starry sky of the universe, everyone was themselves. There were no two identical leaves, and there were no two identical people. Even progenitor Chen's 9 clones had his own thoughts. The Star Sovereign was different from all the other women he had met. She was like a calm, peaceful lake without any wind or waves. "Can you do me a favor?" Lord Taibai Jinxing suddenly spoke up and looked at Luin again. Luin was astonished. "Please tell me, Senior. If Qingfen is no longer of any value to you, give him to me." Luin was stunned, as he had not expected her to say such a thing. Everyone else had heard it as well, and Lord Taibai Jinxing had not concealed anything. Luin did not know what they were thinking, but perhaps he knew Xing Luin did not know what kind of person Lord Taibai Jinxing was, but the feeling she gave him was completely different from what she had said. "Senior, why do you want Qingfen?" Luin did not understand. Lord Taibai Jinxing just looked at him and did not answer. Luin met her gaze, and he looked into her calm eyes without any fear. This junior is not trying to pry into anything, but Qingfen is still a spy, and he is involved with the shaman spirit god. He is extremely important, and if there is no special reason, even we would not deal with him on our own. He is still useful to us, so it would be unreasonable for Senior to ask for him. Songbai's heart trembled. How ruthless. No one in the 3 sovereign spacetimes had dared to speak to Lord Taibai Jinxing in such a manner. Even Mu Jun and Lord Luo had been polite when speaking to her. Many people around them subconsciously glanced at Luin. The universe was silent as Lord Taibai Jinxing continued to stare at Luin. Luin stared back fearlessly. "Must you explain?" Lord Taibai Jinxing asked, her tone as calm as ever. Luin persisted. "Must." "I like his voice," Lord Taibai Jinxing explained, which was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. Generally speaking, such an extreme powerhouse would not be able to explain herself so easily when questioned in such a firm manner. However, she had still managed to explain herself in such a calm manner. Lu Yin did not understand. Just his voice. Lord Tai Bai Jinxing asked, "Have you heard his voice before?" "Yes." "Then why are you asking?" Lu Yin was stunned. To be honest, Qingfen's voice was perfect, and it could even stir up his thoughts. Even Venerate Lotus had invited him to listen to it several times. However, asking for a spy like Qingfen just because of his voice seemed unreasonable. He still wanted to ask more questions, but Lord Tai Bai Jinxing had already left. She did not wait for him to answer, as if she did not need him to. Lu Yin could not understand this woman, and he recalled Chen Li's words. This woman was willing to publicly acknowledge Lord Luo as her husband for the sake of her own spacetime. For such a powerhouse, she had sacrificed a lot. Then, was she essentially the same type of person as Qingfen? Qingfen had preserved his hometown, and no matter what those people thought, he had trapped them forever in that small world. Then, what about Lord Tai Bai Jinxing? Acting Academy Master, do you still want to investigate? Songbai asked, startling Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, what kind of person is Lord Tai Bai Jinxing? Songbai's face paled. Acting Academy Master, we do not dare to talk about Lord Tai Bai Jinxing. Please do not ask such questions again, as no one can answer you. Lu Yin was helpless. Then tell me, is Lord Tai Bai Jinxing angry at me? Songbai's face twitched. We do not dare to talk about Lord Tai Bai Jinxing. Lu Yin looked at her. Lord Luo asked you to follow me, but you did not seem to be of any use. Songbai was speechless. How could this be blamed on him? Lu Yin pretended to investigate for a bit before leaving. This involved divine power, and no matter how he looked at it, it was not within the scope of his investigation. Elsewhere, at the Rainbow Wall, Lord Tai Bai Jinxing had returned. Luo Jun had been waiting for her for a long time, and when he saw her return, he gently asked, "How was it?" She was calm. "I couldn't see anything. My divine power has disappeared without a trace." Luo Jun nodded. "It's normal." He then looked at Lord Tai Bai Jinxing's back as she faced outside the Rainbow Wall with a complicated expression. He had waited for this woman for so many years, but he still had not been able to obtain her heart. A fake was still a fake. "I heard that you asked for Qing Feng from Heaven's reflection hole." Luo Jun asked. Tai Bai Jinxing's back was facing him as he said indifferently, "Yes." "How was it?" Luo Jun asked. Tai Bai Jinxing asked, "Don't you already know?" Luo Jun's tone was gentle. "I'll ask for it for you. I'll definitely get it." She was calm. "That's my business. Qing Feng is still a spy." "I know." Luo Jun helplessly looked at her back, not knowing what to say. This woman was always like this. Although she was not as prickly as a hedgehog, she still wrapped herself up tightly. Even after so many years, he had not been able to open a single gap. "I'm leaving." She did not say anything. Instead, she calmly looked into the distance. A gentle breeze blew past, causing her hair to flutter. A few days later, Ku Jian found Lu Yin and informed him that there had been an accident with the home of the gods. "Zijing can't go." Lu Yin was astonished, as this was the accident that Ku Jian had told him about. When the deal had been made with the home of the gods, it had been clearly stated that the home of the gods would only trade with Zijing and not Ku Jian. Zijing had to be present at the site of the deal, but she had not been present. Ku Jian had gone to the home of the gods, but the deal had not been successful. Ku Jian was furious. "If not for you, Xian Qi, I would not have been so courteous to the home of the gods." Lu Yin frowned. "Senior, don't underestimate the home of the gods. On the surface, they don't seem to have many experts, but they have a very deep foundation. Their ability to create something out of nothing comes from an extreme powerhouse, and that extreme powerhouse must have left behind a backup plan. When the sixth mainland attacked the fifth, that extreme powerhouse known as the symbol progenitor covered the heavens and prevented the experts from displaying their full power. This led to the sixth mainland's defeat, and one of their powerhouses almost died. If you don't believe me, you can check the fifth mainland. Ku Jian was apprehensive. Something like that happened. Lu Yin nodded. The symbol progenitor's methods are unimaginable. Senior, how did you feel when you first came into contact with Void God's power? The symbol progenitor's methods are similar to Void God's power. Although the nature of their powers is different, they are both unfathomable. Furthermore, that's the fifth mainland. Once Senior takes action, there's no guarantee that the home of the gods won't be able to find someone who can fight against Senior. It would be troublesome if the above heaven sect was drawn out. Ku Jian said, that's why I didn't do anything to them. Xian Qi, you were the one who requested the deal with Xi Jing, and... He suddenly paused, feeling a little awkward. Xi Jing's presence had been Lu Yin's request to ensure Xi Jing's status, but now, the hyperspace organization wanted to bypass Xi Jing and make the deal directly, which was the same as bypassing Lu Yin. This was not something to be proud of. It would have been fine if the hyperspace organization had done it behind his back, but now, the hyperspace organization had actually said it in front of Lu Yin, which put Ku Jian in an awkward position. Lu Yin lowered his voice. Senior, please continue. Ku Jian's expression turned ugly. Xian Qi, it's not that we don't want to bring Xi Jing along, but she can't go right now. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with Xi Jing? Ku Jian replied, don't worry, Xi Jing is fine. It's just that the cultivation technique she's involved in is too important, and no one is allowed to communicate with the outside world, let alone speak of it. That's why we can't bring her along for the deal. Please understand. If this had been the first time they had met, then there would have been no need for Ku Jian to speak to Lu Yin in such a manner. However, things were different now. Lu Yin's status was extremely high, and he had multiple powerhouses backing him. Ku Jian could no longer afford to offend Lu Yin, and even he had to speak to Lu Yin courteously. Hasn't Xi Jing always been researching important cultivation techniques? Why are you keeping it a secret now? Lu Yin did not understand. Could it be that the research on the sequence particles had reached a breakthrough? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2665. Ku Jian was unable to answer, so he could only say, in short, Xi Jing can't meet anyone right now, but I promise you that she'll be fine. Even if you don't believe us, you should believe in yourself. Lord Hiran has to consider your influence, and you're his little brother. Lu Yin sighed, I know. Ku Jian continued, don't worry, Xian Qi. When you see Xi Jing again, she'll be completely different. She'll shock you enough. That's all I can say. I don't even know where she is. Lady Hiran told me all this. Lu Yin was helpless, I understand. But Xi Jing can't meet anyone right now, right? Ku Jian nodded. Senior, do you want me to talk to the home of the gods and let them continue the trade? Lu Yin asked. Ku Jian replied, there's no need for that. Although the primordial space is rich in resources, it'll attract too much attention. We don't want to attract anyone's attention right now, so I hope that you can contact the Scenic Cloud clan. It would be best if you could also contact the Void Yang and Void Yin clans to buy resources from the Void God spacetime. With your influence in the Void God spacetime, this should be easy. Does the Void God spacetime have all the resources you need? Some of them, but we can figure out how to get the rest ourselves. Lu Yi knew that the three monarch spacetimes had always sold resources to hyperdrive, and now that the void god spacetime also had some, they should be able to gather enough resources. Alright, I understand. Don't worry, senior. Ku Jian heaved a sigh of relief, thank you. After Ku Jian left, Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but he still felt that he had to meet Zi Jing no matter what. At the very least, he had to know how she was doing. When he had first arrived at the Six Direction Society, he had been called senior everywhere. Now, it was time for them to recognize him again. The next day, Lu Yin went to hyperdrive and found Ku Jian, asking him to bring him to Hiran. Ku Jian was confused. You want to see Lady Hiran? Lu Yin nodded. Ku Jian wanted to ask what was going on, but after some thought, he decided against it. No matter what, he still called Hiran Sister Ran, and this wasn't a relationship that he could casually ask about. Ku Jian brought Lu Yin to see Hiran, and she was very happy that Lu Yin had come looking for her. Are you in trouble? Tell me, I'll definitely help you. Lu Yin was vexed. Sister, I miss Xi Jing. Ku Jian's expression changed. Hiran was also stunned. Yesterday, she got a report from Ku Jian that Xian Qi agreed to contact the virtual god universe, and he didn't ask much about Xi Jing. She thought it was over, but she didn't expect him to come in person so soon. Ku Jian. Ku Jian bowed. Yes, sir. Didn't you tell little brother Xian Qi about Xi Jing? Hiran asked calmly. It was impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. Ku Jian hurriedly replied, I already told you. He then looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled and replied, Big sis Ran, Senior Ku Jian already mentioned it, but after thinking about it for a long time, I feel that I should still meet Xi Jing. After all, she's my woman, and meeting her will make me feel at ease. Hiran smiled faintly. Little brother, the cultivation technique that Xi Jing is currently researching is very important, so she really can't go out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have given up on such a huge amount of resources in the origin space and purchased them from the void god universe. Do you know that this will cause us a lot of trouble and make it easier for people with ulterior motives to target us? Even so, Xi Jing can't go out. He looked up at Hiran with a resolute gaze. Sister Ran, is Xi Jing dead or alive? Hiran's expression changed slightly. Ku Jian shouted, How dare you, Xian Qi? Uncle Mo walked out and looked at Lu Yin sternly. There was a moment of silence. Hiran and Lu Yin looked at each other and saw the coldness in each other's eyes. This was the first time that Lu Yin had shown off his strength in front of Hiran, and she felt that he was a stranger. She had seen this person many times, but the deepest impression she had of him was that he had boldly looked at her for the first time. If not for Bai Qian's appearance, this person would not have had a future. Since then, this person had been respectful and obedient, which made her feel very comfortable. She had even forgotten about his unbridled arrogance at the beginning. Even if this person had the backing of several extreme powerhouses, he still had to call her Big Sis Ran whenever he saw her and would not go against her wishes. The Six Direction Training Rites also had a very good opinion of him. But this time, Hiran felt like a stranger. She thought back to the first time they had met, and it seemed like this was the real Xian Qi. Ku Jian looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. Uncle Mo also stared at Lu Yin. He wanted to suppress him, but he was also afraid. Even an extreme powerhouse like him was afraid of Lu Yin. Hiran's position in the Transcendence universe was extraordinary, but how could Xian Qi not be the same in the Void God universe? After a long silence, Hiran spoke first with a smile. Little brother, you're thinking too much. Lu Yin continued to look at Hiran, then let me see Xi Jing. Big sis Ran, I'm very worried about her. Hiran smiled, her perfect face dazzling Lu Yin. He remembered Bai Qian's words, profane her, just profane her. Zijing is so lucky to have such an infatuated person like you care about her. Alright, let her come out this time. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you, big sis Ran. Go to the Fenghua Mound and wait for me. I'll have Uncle Mo bring her here, he Ran said, and had Kujian bring Lu Yin to the Fenghua Mound. After Lu Yin left, he Ran's face sank and her eyes were filled with anger. Who in the Six Direction Society dares to speak to me like that? Who dares to question me? If not for me, he would have died in the stomach of a giant beast. Uncle Mo's face was gloomy. My lady, this kid is not mature. He Ran's gaze turned cold. If it had been anyone else, they would have already died. However, this was Xian Qi, someone who had the backing of several powerhouses. He was currently a popular person in the void god space, and even she couldn't do anything about him. Uncle Mo, spread the news that this Xian Qi was the one who sold the information to Lord Luo, he Ran said. Uncle Mo's eyes brightened. My lady is wise. This kid is from the Heaven's Reflection Manor, let the Yu family deal with him. He Ran said, consider it a lesson. He really thinks that he's strong enough to care about everyone. Don't forget your origins. As long as I'm willing, I can reveal that he's from the Genesis space and he'll have nothing. Uncle Mo hurriedly stopped her. My lady, you can't do that. Zijing will be in trouble if you do that. I know. He Ran's words were spoken in a fit of anger. Although doing this would cause Lu Yin to suffer, it would also cause her to suffer. Right now, they were both using each other, and keeping each other in check was the safest way. Just you wait. Once I've successfully cultivated this technique, I'll rewrite the history of the Six Direction Society. In the Fenghua Mound, Kujian brought Lu Yin over and left without saying a word. From the moment Lu Yin and he Ran confronted each other, it was impossible for the two to return to their previous relationship. The Fenghua Mound was a beautiful place, and he Ran had put in a lot of effort. Lu Yin sat by the lakeside and waited for several days before Zijing finally arrived. Along with Uncle Mo, the cultivation technique is related to the transcendent space. Please don't mind it, Uncle Mo said. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo grunted and stood to the side, not even looking at the two. Lu Yin looked at Zijing and asked with concern, how are you? Zijing smiled. I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Yin relaxed. That's good. I heard from Uncle Mo that you went against Lady He Ran just to see me. You're too impulsive, Zijing reprimanded. Lu Yin quickly looked at Uncle Mo. Sorry, Uncle Mo, I'll personally apologize to Sister He later. Uncle Mo nodded with a smile and didn't say anything. Following that, Lu Yin and Zijing talked about how much they had missed each other. Lu Yin talked a lot about capturing the spies, but Zijing didn't say much. She didn't mention anything about the sequence particles and the different spacetime flow, but Lu Yin knew. The two had their own password to prevent others from spying on them. Through their conversation, Lu Yin knew that the research on the sequence particle had reached a critical stage. He was shocked to learn that the transcendent space had a different time flow. The first person he thought of was Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen had said that the flow of time in some parallel spaces was completely different. It was possible that he'd been to such a parallel space and had reached his level at such a young age. The rabbit he was chasing had been there as well. He, the rabbit, and his father all seemed to have the ability to travel through parallel spaces at will. Originally, Lu Yin had almost forgotten about this matter, but now that hyperspace had mastered a similar parallel universe, he remembered it. Only then did he remember how important Jiang Qin had been talking about. He decided to wait for Jiang Qin on Earth and dig out his secrets. The two chatted for half a day before Zijing was taken away by Uncle Mo. Lu Yin also went to see He Ran. I'm sorry, Sister Ran. I shouldn't have doubted you, Lu Yin said apologetically. He Ran sighed. It can't be helped. That's how relationships are. Zijing is the most important person in your heart, little brother. Lu Yin smiled wryly. Sister Ran is just as important to me, really. All right, I believe you. Ran was very happy. Jing's research on cultivation has reached a critical stage. No one can disturb her, so you won't be able to see her for a while. I'm not worried about that now. Please take care of her, Sister Ran. Ran smiled. At this moment, Ke Jian arrived. Milord, Lord He Shu and Xiao Qingfeng request an audience. Ran was surprised. Why are they here? I'll be leaving first, Sister Ran, Lu Yin said. Don't worry about it. You've all interacted at the Six Paths training rites before, so you're one of us. Little Shu also wants to see you. Ke Jian soon arrived with He Shu and Xiao Qingfeng. The two were shocked to see Lu Yin. Brother Xian Qi, I didn't expect you to be here. He Shu was surprised. Xiao Qingfeng was dressed in golden robes and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated gaze. This person's reputation was boundless. He had broken through the void trials, captured spies, and even fought against Reverend Lotus disciple. Lu Yin smiled. Long time no see. I wanted to look for you, but I didn't expect to see you here. Brother Xian Qi, may I join the Heaven's Mirror Manor? He Shu asked. Lu Yin was surprised. You want to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Ran was surprised as well. Little Shu, you want to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor? He Shu replied, spies have caused too much damage to the human race. After seeing Brother Xian Qi's ability to capture spies, I want to give it a try. Lu Yin smiled. Sure, the Heaven's Mirror Manor welcomes you. After exchanging a few more words, Lu Yin bade farewell. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been updating for 3 consecutive days, but I need to take a break. There's still more than a month before the baby is born. Your support is the greatest blessing for Windborn. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2666. After Xian Qi left, He Shu asked, Sis, why is Xian Qi here? Ran didn't answer and instead looked at Xiao Qingfeng. Did Chu Jian send you? Xiao Qingfeng replied, Xiao Zun doesn't want anything to happen to Bai Qian. He Shu's expression changed, and he stared at Xiao Qingfeng. What do you mean? That wasn't what you said before. Are you threatening my sister? Uncle Mo's expression didn't change. If Lu Yin had been the one to say such a thing, he would have suppressed him, but since it had come from Xiao Qingfeng, which meant that it was the perfect Xiao Zun. Ran wasn't angry either. Little Shu, wait for Qingfeng to finish. Xiao Qingfeng looked at Ran. Xiao Zun wishes for a complete Bai Qian, both physically and spiritually. I hope that Sister Ran can give him some face and not hurt her too much. Ran smiled, causing Xiao Qingfeng's heart to race. This woman's beauty was just like Xiao Zun's strength, they were both perfect. Unfortunately, even though he was Xiao Yin's disciple, he couldn't have such delusions. However, it had to be said that every time he saw this woman, he found it hard to control himself. Chu Jian is making things difficult for me. If I don't hurt Bai Qian, how can I win? Ran asked. Xiao Qingfeng forced himself to look away. Xiao Zun can help Sister Ran, as long as Sister Ran needs it. Ran propped up her chin, seemingly lost in thought. Nobody disturbed her, and she waited quietly. I have a way. As long as Chu Jian can do it, I won't have to fight with Bai Qian, and I can guarantee that she won't be hurt at all. Ran smiled at Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng looked up. Please speak. Ran's lips curled up in a mesmerizing smile, stunning Xiao Qingfeng. Chu Jian can do it himself. Find Bai Qian. Xiao Qingfeng didn't understand, and he looked at Ran in confusion. Ran smiled. Blasphemy. Xiao Qingfeng's expression changed. Sister Ran, are you saying? Ran made a shushing gesture. Neither Uncle Mo nor He Shu had seen such a mischievous gesture before, and it made her seem even more beautiful. You should understand. Go back and tell Chu Jian that I've already given him the method, and that whether he can do it or not is his own business. If he can't do it, then don't ask me to do it. Even if he's a perfect, he's still a Shao Zun, Don't be too domineering, or no one will like you. Ran. She nod, s. Ran nodded and watched Xiao Qingfeng leave. Use. He Shu was unwilling to accept this. Everyone knew that he liked Bai Qian, and he had even quarreled with Ran before. Now, Ran had actually allowed that Xiao Zun to profane Bai Qian. Ran said in a low voice, I don't care what you think. Bai Qian can't stay in the hyperspace. Even if she doesn't belong to Xiao Zun, she still has to die. She can never be yours. Little Shu, listen to me clearly. After saying that, she let He Shu leave. Is. Once he finds out, your side, Ran said, won't be found out. I know exactly when to say what. This is the fastest and most effective method. First, this person is too domineering. He really thinks that everyone should, he's like a grand empyrean. Rumor has it that one of the 3 sovereigns is reserved for this young sovereign. He'll definitely replace one of them, Uncle Mo said. That's why many people are afraid of him, but that's a matter of the reincarnation spacetime. Even if he becomes a sovereign, the 3 sovereigns aren't to be trifled with. Even the one that the Grand Empyrean dislikes the most is publicly recognized as the leader of the 3 sovereigns. He won't be easy to deal with, and it has nothing to do with us. Even if First Jian becomes one of the 3 sovereigns, it won't affect us. Once the research on the sequence particle is completed, who cares about the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages? Uncle Mo vigilantly released his energy to prevent others from hearing. I'm going to rest. Ran was exhausted. Uncle Mo disappeared. Fairies danced among the petals on the stairs. It was a beautiful and dreamy scene. After Lu Yin left, he didn't go to the Zio realm or the 3 sovereign spacetime. Instead, he went to a secret place and brought Luo Lao with him. Everyone in the hyperspace was being monitored, but thanks to Yu Fang, Lu Yin knew where it was safe and where it could be monitored. With his strength, he could escape even if he was being monitored, but doing so would alert the hyperspace, so it wasn't worth it. Contact that person. I want to buy information, Lu Yin said. That person had betrayed Luo Lao and bought information from Luo Jun, causing Luo Jun to go to war with the Yu family. Not counting Lu Yin, Luo Lao had been betrayed by that person. Now, he could contact that person again. They didn't talk about that matter. Luo Lao had his own needs, and the other party also had a need to sell information. It was just a matter of whose methods were better. I want to buy information on Luo Jun, Lu Yin said. He still didn't know what Luo Jun was like. Chen Lo, Uncle Mo, and Mu Jun had all said different things. If he wanted to make a move on the 3 sovereign spacetime, he naturally had to understand Luo Jun. On the other side, under the dim light, a tired person looked at the screen. This Luo Lao still wants to buy information. There's no way he doesn't know that I've betrayed him. It seems like the information he's buying is really important. He continued reading. Buying information on Luo Jun. Is he trying to turn the tables on Luo Jun? It should be the person behind Luo Lao. He kept looking for Luo Lao's location. He's not in the Zio realm anymore. That's meaningless. It seems like he's much more cautious. Fine, I'll just treat it as a normal transaction. But why would I have information on Luo Jun? Not long after, Luo Lao received a message. Brother-in-law, he only has information about the hyperspace. He doesn't have information about anything outside of the hyperspace. Lu Yin was disappointed. Even though he wanted to find out who this person was, information on Luo Jun was also very important. It was a pity that he didn't have any information. I want to buy information on Zijing, Lu Yin continued. Luo Lao contacted the other party. On the other side, the person frowned and was rather irritated. Zijing's location. I'm also looking into it. Why is everyone forcing me to look into this? I want to know everything. He replied. Luo Lao was helpless. Brother-in-law, he doesn't know. How can he not know anything? Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Luo Lao sent this message over at the same time. The person on the other side gritted his teeth but couldn't refute. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. Zijing's location was now a secret of the entire hyperspace. How could he find out? As for Luo Jun's matter, it didn't even belong to the hyperspace. He really wanted to refute, but he held himself back. On the other side, Lu Yin said, tell him to find out why Xiao Qingfeng was looking for he ran today. His goal. Luo Lao was just about to send the message over when he suddenly paused. Brother-in-law, won't that expose your identity? It's fine, Ke Jian knows about it too. Plus, they didn't hide their tracks. Many people saw them, Lu Yin said. Since he wanted to investigate, he naturally had to think about this. Not long after, 3 words came from the other side. Not found. Curses continuously rang out from the dark space. Who is this Luo Lao working for? He's definitely not an ordinary person to know that Xiao Qingfeng was looking for he ran so quickly. He must be from the Yu family. Only the Yu family has this ability in the hyperspace, or is it someone else? I need to find out who went to He Ran's place, but that place is very difficult to find. Luo Lao mocked again. The person on the other side was furious. That bastard isn't taking revenge, is he? On the other side, Lu Yin frowned. Let him investigate Xian Qi. Luo Lao was shocked. Investigate yourself. See how much he knows about me. The more detailed, the better. Infuriate him, Lu Yin said. Luo Lao nodded. Understood. He then began to discuss the deal. When the person on the other side saw that he wanted to investigate Xian Qi, he heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was someone who could be investigated. He told Luo Lao to wait. Luo Lao said to Lu Yin, he said that he can investigate, but he can only find out about Xian Qi in the hyperspace. He promises to be absolutely detailed. Lu Yin nodded and waited quietly. An hour later, the information regarding Xian Qi appeared in front of Lu Yin. He skimmed through it and found that it was indeed very detailed. There was even information about him being thrown into the Colosseum when he first appeared. The information about his time in the drifting cloud space was also very detailed, and there was even information about him at the Hexway training hall. This person had worked hard to prove his abilities. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he saw a piece of information. Xian Qi met with Zijing at the Hexway training hall. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he recalled the details of his meeting with Zijing. If he remembered correctly, Zijing had just made some progress in her research on the sequence particle that He Ran had rewarded her. Only a few people knew that Zijing had gone to the Hexway training hall to meet him. This wasn't something that could be found through the analysis of the information. From then on, Zijing's whereabouts had been kept a secret, and it was impossible for outsiders to find out. It was even more impossible for someone to find out that she had met with him at the Hexway training hall. The only possibility was that this person had been able to get close to Zi Jing and even converse with her. Was he also from the energy research team? It wasn't impossible. What do you think this person's identity is in the hyperspace training hall? What's the most likely identity? Lu Yin asked. Luo Lauer thought about it. Based on my understanding of the hyperspace training hall, to be able to gather so much information, they either have a high status, like the Yu family, who can monitor the entire hyperspace training hall, or they have the technology, or their job is to monitor the hyperspace training hall. However, the possibility of the latter is very low. Those people are strictly monitored by others, so it's impossible for them to sell information. The Yu family is a behemoth that can monitor the hyperspace training hall, so there's no need for them to sell information in such a way. The most likely possibility is that they have the technology to use the hyperspace training hall surveillance network. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the sky. Technology. In the hyperspace training hall, the most talented people in the hyperspace training hall were probably with Zi Jing. Research on the sequence particle was the most important field in the hyperspace training hall, and all the talents in the hyperspace training hall were gathered there. It was very likely that this person was with Zi Jing, but they hadn't gone to the parallel universe where the flow of time was different. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2667. It seemed like it was time to go to the place where Zi Jing had researched the sequence particles. Lu Yi knew the location through Qinlu, and it seemed like Lu Yun was still being held captive there. At that moment, someone contacted him. He opened the cloud connection stone, and a screen appeared. It was Cui Yu. Xia Wu sent me a name, Bai Qian. Cui Yu sent a message. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Ever since he had saved Xia Wu and allowed him to return to He Shu's side, Xia Wu had sent some information to Cui Yu from time to time. Cui Yu had also sent some to Lu Yin when he arrived in the hyperspace. Lu Yin didn't mind. Xia Wu didn't know what information was useful to him, so he would send whatever he thought was important. He had wanted Cui Yu to remind Xia Wu not to send any more information to prevent He Shu from finding out. Xia Wu wasn't that important, and Lu Yin had only saved him out of pity. Keeping him by He Shu's side was a habit of his. However, the information he received this time made Lu Yin realize that his unintentional actions had paid off greatly. He sent Luo Lauer back and used the wireless goo to contact Bai Qian. The wireless goo was very useful in the Six Directions Association. Although it couldn't transmit information through parallel spacetime, it could be transmitted through the same spacetime. This was a method that only the Above Heaven sect could use to transmit information. This was the first time Lu Yin had contacted Bai Qian in the hyperspace. Bai Qian looked at the wireless goo's changing password and was rather surprised. This was the first time she had used it after learning how to use it from Lu Yin. What's your relationship with the Earth sect? Lu Yin asked. Bai Qian replied, there are very few people in the decision-making team who can support me. My people in He Shu's circle sent me two names, Earth sect and Bai Qian. Bai Qian was surprised, you're monitoring He Shu. Sort of. Two names, nothing much. I'll be heading to the Earth sect in 3 days to discuss recruiting a member of the decision-making team. Either he knows about your meeting and wants to ruin it, or there's something wrong with the Earth sect. What can I do? Bai Qian replied, use your own methods to ruin this meeting. Regardless of which guess it was, this meeting couldn't be carried out. After all, He Shu had already targeted him, which was the same as being targeted by He Ran. Lu Yin kept the wireless goo and recalled the scene of Shao Qingfeng and He Shu meeting He Ran today. Could this matter be related to Shao Qingfeng? Thinking about it, it did not seem very likely. How could Shao Qingfeng interfere with ultra spacetime's matters? He did not have the qualifications to interfere. Was he going to sabotage the meeting in his own way? Liu Yin's greatest advantage right now was the Heaven's Mirror Manor. 2 days later, Liu Yin led Su Ji, Guan Laode, and the others to a planet called Lucky Star. They landed on the planet and headed straight for Tuk's family. Liu Yin had the authority to mobilize the people from the ultra-spacetime Horizon Manor, and of course, they were all from the Yu family. The cultivators of the Heavens Reflection House surrounded the Tuk family, and Shuk Ji Xing Tuku was one of the members of the decision-making team and had a very high status in transdimensional. Ji Xing was famous in transdimensional because of him. Now, there were actually people surrounding Tuk's family. Putting aside Tuk, Ji Xing would not agree. Without saying a word, the defense on Ji Xing's body directly bombarded it. Guan Laode used his virtual god power to suppress Ji Xing easily. How could the power of a mere planet suppress their boss, who was at the peak of the void luminous realm? White energy soared into the sky from the Tuk family's residence. Liu Yin raised a brow, as Tuku was the only person in the decision-making team who supported Bai Qian. Liu Yin was afraid of Hirant's methods because he had the ability to use white energy, which meant that he was a half-ancestor. A half-ancestor was not weak, and even Hiran could not easily deal with one. The white energy shot towards Guan Laode. Guan Laode's expression turned solemn beneath the white clouds. He had the power of a half-ancestor, and he immediately used his virtual god power, which was several times greater than his own. He could temporarily block the attack. Guan Laode was only a step away from becoming a half-ancestor, and he could use several times his own virtual god power to resist Tuku, who only used pure energy. One used virtual god power, while the other used pure energy. In Liu Yin's opinion, these two were the weakest progenitors, and any half-ancestor from the fifth mainland could defeat them. However, if Guan Laode broke through to the half-ancestor level, then things would be different. His virtual god power alone would be able to suppress many half-ancestors. "Who are you people? How dare you attack me?" a middle-aged man shouted. His gaze was fierce, like that of a furious beast. This person was Tuku. Guan Laode stared at Tuku. Heaven's Mirror Manor. Tuku was shocked and retracted his hand, causing the white energy to dissipate. "You're from the Heaven's Mirror Manor." Countless people watched from afar, afraid that they would be affected by the battle. Liu Yin stepped forward. Heaven's Mirror Manor's acting manor head, Xian Qi. "Senior Tuku, nice to meet you." Tuku looked at Liu Yin. "You're Xian Qi. What are you doing here?" Liu Yin smiled. "What do you think of the Heaven's Mirror Manor's work? You suspect that I'm a spy?" Tuku was furious. Liu Yin shrugged. "It's just a suspicion. Senior, it's best that you don't resist. Let us investigate." "Impudent. I'm a member of the decision-making team. How dare you frame me?" Tuku raged. Guan Laode barked, "The Heaven's Mirror Manor has the duty to investigate anyone who is suspected of being a spy. Anyone who resists will be treated as a spy, and they will be killed without mercy." Tuku was so angry that he laughed. "What a joke. You're the acting manor head of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, while the manor head of my ultra-space dimension manor is Lord Yufang. I didn't say anything when Lord Yufang investigated me, so how can you rely on yourself, Xian Qi? Get lost. Everyone knows what happened to Tu Ying. If you don't have any evidence, then don't bother me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Tu Ying was also a member of the decision-making team, but because he had been suspected of being a spy, he had been taken to the Zio realm for investigation. Even though there had been no evidence to prove that he was a spy, he had still been kicked out of the decision-making team. If Tuku had been investigated today, then Hiran might have been able to use this against him and kick him out of the decision-making team. This was not something that Liu Yin wanted to see. He wasn't sure if Tu could truly supported by Qian, but if the only person who supported by Qian was kicked out because of Xia Wu's name, then the losses would outweigh the gains. It seems like Senior Tu Ku won't cooperate. Fine, we'll just wait. The Ultra-Space Dimension Manor, the Three Sovereigns, and the Heaven's Mirror Manor are all investigating. Actually, I don't want Senior to be a spy, but I hope that Senior won't leave, Lu Yin said. Only then did Tu Ku's expression lighten up. He had been afraid that the Heaven's Mirror Manor would forcefully search his house, which would make it difficult to explain himself. Now was the perfect time for him to wait. As long as there was no evidence and he had not been taken away for investigation, no one would be able to touch him. Xian Qi's investigation and Yufang's investigation were two different concepts. The reason why he kicked Tu Ying away was most likely because Tu Ying had been taken away by the Yu clan. It was very likely that he was no longer one of her people. Lu Yin had achieved his goal, so he just had to wait. Bai Qian definitely wouldn't be able to come tomorrow. As for the result, it would depend on who was more anxious. The next day, Bai Qian was supposed to meet with Tu Ku. On the auspicious day, He Shu arrived on Lucky Planet. Lu Yin was surprised, but not surprised. When he saw He Shu appear, Lu Yin's expression did not change. Why are you here? He Shu replied, let me take a look. Brother Xian Qi, are you sure that Tu Ku is a spy? Lu Yin softly replied, of course not. He's just looking for trouble. He Shu was stunned. Looking for trouble? Why? Lu Yin coldly replied, this person openly supports Bai Qian. Shouldn't he be looking for trouble? He Shu stared at Lu Yin blankly. You're surrounding Tu Ku's family because of this. Lu Yin pulled He Shu to the side and whispered, you know that I offended Sister Ran a few days ago, and my tone wasn't very nice. She's probably angry, so I'm thinking of ways to make up for it. I heard that this Tu Ku supports Bai Qian. Isn't Sister Ran's greatest enemy Bai Qian? So if I'm looking for trouble with him, it's best if I have a reason to get Sister Ran to kick him out of the decision-making team. It can be considered as helping Sister Ran. He Shu was stunned, and he looked at Lu Yin with an indescribable gaze. What's with that look? Lu Yin was puzzled. He Shu coughed. Nothing. How are you going to deal with Tu Ku? Lu Yin was vexed. This person has a white energy source, so I can't just charge in. I'm also from the Void God universe, so it's best for Senior Yufang to deal with him. It'll be like capturing Tu Ying. Otherwise, it'll cause a lot of dissatisfaction. He Shu was speechless. Then what's the point of surrounding him? Lu Yin replied, I didn't expect him to have a white energy source. If I had known, I would have made a plan. I was going to charge in and capture him, even if it would cause a lot of dissatisfaction. I'm willing to do that for Sister Ran. But now it's troublesome. I can't retreat or advance. What do you think I should do? He Shu's face twitched, and he replied in an unpleasant tone, I don't know. Lu Yin looked at him, almost certain that there was a problem with Tu Ku. If Tu Ku truly supported Bai Qian, then He Shu should be thinking of a way to help him deal with Tu Ku. This expression made it seem like Lu Yin was being more of a hindrance. If that was the case, then there was a problem with Bai Qian coming to Tu Ku's house. But what could it be? Lu Yin continued to stare at Tu Ku's house. He Shu looked at Lu Yin's back with a complicated expression. This person had ruined his plan, but he couldn't do anything about it. However, this plan wasn't something he had wanted to do in the first place, so all sorts of complicated emotions started to fill his heart. The news quickly reached He Ran's ears. He Ran was stunned, and her expression turned ugly. Just like He Shu, she didn't know what to say. She couldn't openly help Tu Ku, but Lu Yin had destroyed He Shu's plans by dealing with Tu Ku. His excuse was that he was helping her, which made he Ran even more furious. In the shadows, Xiao Qingfeng wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yin. That bastard just had to cause trouble at this time. Xian Qi, what you're doing is useless. You'll even alarm Bai Qian. Don't worry about Tu Ku. He Shu had received he Ran's instructions, and he tried his best to persuade Lu Yin to leave. But how could Lu Yin leave? No, this guy supports Bai Qian. I'll use him to establish my power and let others know the consequences of offending Sister Ran. Don't worry about it. Even if I can't do anything to him, I'll make sure he can't leave and embarrass himself. He Shu replied, that's useless. Lu Yin replied, just treat it as helping Sister Ran vent her anger. He Shu was helpless, and he thought to himself, my sister wants to slap you to death. Of course, he couldn't say such things out loud. They couldn't force Lu Yin to leave at this time, or else Bai Qian would definitely become suspicious. They could only wait. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2668. He Shu had thought that his plan was flawless, but he hadn't expected to run into something like this. He could only accept his bad luck, but he was also relieved that Bai Qian wouldn't be in trouble again. In the distance, Xia Wu quietly observed all of this with excitement in the depths of his eyes. He did not know if Lu Yin's actions had anything to do with the two names that he had provided, but he understood He Shu well. He Shu was definitely feeling extremely stifled at this moment, and the more He Shu acted this way, the happier Xia Wu was. Bai Qian had arrived, as she had originally planned to visit Tu Ku's house today. Everyone bowed to her, including He Shu. He Shu's eyes burned with passion as he watched Bai Qian walk over. Today was supposed to be his day of heartbreak, but because of Xian Qi, his plan had failed. He didn't know whether this was a good or bad thing, but he could still breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Qian's arrival caused the situation to escalate, and many important people in hyperspace looked over. Even though he Ran was furious that Lu Yin had ruined her plan, she still wanted to see what Bai Qian would do. Bai Qian had always kept a low profile in hyperspace, as she was completely different from he Ran. One was born in hyperspace and had been raised as the mistress of hyperspace since young. Even someone like Uncle Mo, who could use a black energy source, had to address her as, Your Excellency. Uncle Mo had been raised by he Ran on her own accord, and she had done everything she could to obtain a black energy source for him. Bai Qian had come from a parallel universe, but she was a breath of fresh air to countless people. Even the reincarnation universe's young sovereign had been attracted to her. He Ran was a perfect woman, as if she had been born to be a woman. Bai Qian was a different kind of woman. She was a Valkyrie who could live for herself and pursue herself. She was full of heroic spirit and unparalleled wisdom. She was good at cultivation and fearless. This kind of quality won her the support of many people. However, that support had gradually disappeared under he Ran's pressure for so many years. Now, there were only a few people left, and these people were also gradually disappearing. Bai Qian wouldn't allow anything to happen to Tu Ku, but Tu Ku was being investigated by the Horizon Manor, and he Ran couldn't directly interfere. She wanted to know how Bai Qian would deal with this. We've met 3 times, and each time, you've been different, Bai Qian said indifferently. Tu Ku walked out from his house and whispered behind Bai Qian, Your Excellency, there's no need to waste words with him. I'm not a spy, and I'm not afraid of investigation. Bai Qian looked at him calmly. But you're still so cold. I really don't understand how someone like you can compete with Sister Ran, and what makes you think you can win. Xian Qi, this has nothing to do with you. You're too presumptuous. Tu Ku shouted. He Shu raised his head. Tu Ku, Xian Qi calls my sister, Sister Ran. My sister has already acknowledged him, so he's not an outsider. Tuko glared at Hishu. You guys were behind this, weren't you? You want me to follow in Tu Ying's footsteps? I'm different from that piece of trash, so don't even think about kicking me out of the decision-making team. Lu Yin found it funny, as such confidence naturally came from He Ran. This person seemed to support Bai Qian on the surface, but he was secretly supporting He Ran on the inside. The two of them were already on the same side, and everyone else in the decision-making team could withdraw, except for He Ran. Bai Qian looked at Hishu. Give me an explanation for what happened today. Hishu was helpless. This has nothing to do with us. It's the heavens' reflection manner's actions. Lu Yin continued, Tuku is suspected of being a spy. Of course, he's not the only one, there are many other people in hyperspace who are also spies. However, his position is the highest, so we have to keep an eye on him to prevent him from escaping. So you're saying that you're not sure if Tuku is a spy? Bai Qian retorted. If I was, you wouldn't be able to see him anymore. How likely is it that he's a spy? Bai Qian asked. Lu Yin thought about it. 10%. Bai Qian grew colder. Do you know how much of an impact this place will have on Tuku? Lu Yin retorted, then do you know how much of an impact he'll have on humanity if he's a spy? The two stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Tuku was furious, this Xian Qi wasn't easy to deal with. Bai Qian looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her with respect. It didn't matter who won or lost in the end, it didn't even matter to most people in hyperspace. They couldn't even determine who would win, so they looked at Bai Qian the same way they looked at He Ran. Speaking of impact, don't you think about yourself? Bai Qian suddenly asked. Lu Yin didn't understand. Who are you talking about? Bai Qian looked at him. You. Lu Yin was astonished. Me. Bai Qian was calm. What impact do I have? Lu Yin was confused. Bai Qian sneered, you don't know. Lu Yin looked at Hishu. Hishu's expression was ugly as he whispered, there's a rumor going around that Lord Luo is certain that Luo Ho is in the Zio realm and that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu family. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What was going on? Someone had actually guessed that he was being spied on. Impossible. It looks like you really don't know. Think about how to deal with the Yu family first. If they get angry, you'll have to scram back to the Void God realm. It's none of your business here, Bai Qian said coldly. Hishu and the others thought that she was mocking Lu Yin, but Lu Yin knew that she was trying to get him to think of a way out. This matter could be big or small, and she really did care about him. After all, they were allies. Lu Yin's mind was in a mess. How had this rumor come about? Had someone really guessed that it was him? He didn't believe it, and spying on him was also impossible. Could the Yu family have spread the rumor themselves? From start to finish, the only ones who had ever suspected him were the Yu family. They didn't look at the process or the evidence, only the results. Hishu saw that Lu Yin didn't speak, and his expression didn't seem right. He was pleased, this was naturally He Ran's doing. Her goal was to beat Xian Qi, and it seemed like it was working. He whispered, don't worry too much. It's just a rumor, and it might have been done by a spy. Your ability to capture spies is obvious, so it's normal that the eternal spies don't want you to stay in the hyperspace dimension. Lu Yin looked at Hishu. Could it have been He Ran? If no one had guessed that it was him or was spying on him, then the only possibility was to deal with him. The biggest powers in the hyperspace dimension were He Ran and the Yu family, but it wasn't likely that the Yu family was involved. They had long since confirmed that there was something wrong with Lu Yin, so there was no need for them to spread such rumors. After all, the Yu family had no choice but to do something or they wouldn't be able to answer to the Zio realm. Was it her? It wasn't impossible, but what was her goal? Lu Yin thought about it and looked at Bai Qian. You did it, right? Bai Qian's eyes flashed, but he didn't answer. He Shu wasn't surprised, as the only person Xian Qi could suspect was Bai Qian. From his perspective, Bai Qian was the only person in the entire hyperspace dimension who didn't want Xian Qi to stay. Xian Qi had temporarily taken over the Heaven's View Manor, and he had been of great help to their side. The rumor had also started when the Heaven's View Manor had surrounded the Tuko family. I'm asking you, did you do it? Lu Yin's eyes were cold as he stared at Bai Qian, even revealing a hint of killing intent. Tuko hurriedly stood in front of Bai Qian. What are you doing, Xian Qi? Don't be too presumptuous. This is the hyperspace dimension, not your void god's hyperspace. He Shu was also afraid that Lu Yin would attack Bai Qian. If it was possible, Uncle Mo would have killed Bai Qian long ago, but no one could do that in the hyperspace dimension. If Lu Yin attacked Bai Qian, the ruler would think that it was Iran's doing, and that would be troublesome. Bai Qian, on the other hand, was fearless. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? Would you believe me? Lu Yin angrily shouted, you definitely did it. You sure have some tricks up your sleeve to force me away, but they won't win against Sister Hiran. Bai Qian was displeased. You don't have to worry about that. She then looked in a certain direction. Your trouble is here. Lu Yin looked over and saw that Eulele had arrived. He Shu and the rest saw him as well. The people on the Lucky Planet had encountered a rare event, and with so many important people gathered here, it was quite lively. Eulele's expression was unsightly, and his hair was disheveled. He walked up to Lu Yin and didn't look at anyone else. Father is looking for you. Lu Yin frowned. I'm keeping an eye on Tuku. He's suspected to be a spy. Leave it to someone else. Father is looking for you. Eulele's tone was even lower, as if he was suppressing his anger. He Shu stepped forward. Lele, the matter between Luo Jun and the Yu family can't be Xian Qi's doing. How could he have the ability to participate in Mu Jun's disappearance? Eulele glared at He Shu. You have no right to interfere in the Yu family's matters. He Shu was displeased, but he didn't say anything else. He Ran and the Yu family had always been at odds with each other, and aside from Yu Ting, the rest of the Yu family had always been hostile towards them. Eulele was the same, and his mood fluctuated. After rebuking He Shu, Eulele looked at Lu Yin. Are we leaving or not? He had no choice but to instruct Guan Laude and the rest not to leave the encirclement and to keep an eye on Tu Ku to prevent him from escaping. These words almost caused Tu Ku to explode, and He Shu felt helpless as well. Before he left, he looked at Bai Qian. I hope you're not a spy, or I'll personally capture you. Tu Ku snorted. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You have no right to tell us what to do in the hyperspace continuum. Scram. Eulele glanced at Tu Ku. Don't drag me into this. Tu Ku's expression changed. I'm talking about Xian Qi. It has nothing to do with you. Eulele rolled his eyes. I'm going with him to the Zio realm. What do you mean by scram? Tu Ku resentfully retracted his gaze and didn't say anything else. Soon after, Lu Yin left with Eulele. Bai Qian was about to leave as well. If the Heaven's Reflection Manor wants to surround us, then let them. As long as we investigate thoroughly, I'll get Xian Qi to give you an explanation. Only then did Tu Ku's expression improve. Don't worry, I'm fine. Bai Qian didn't even look at He Shu before leaving. He Shu and Tu Ku exchanged glances, but they didn't say anything before retreating. Xiao Qingfeng was waiting in the distance. The plan can't be carried out. Xiao Zun can only come for one day. After today, it'll be some time before we can start the plan again, Xiao Qingfeng said helplessly. He Shu heaved a sigh of relief, but he also felt helpless. Who would have thought that Xian Qi would appear and disrupt the plan? Let's wait for the next time. this was purely a coincidence. He wanted to perform well in front of my sister, but he ended up helping Bai Qian instead. Thank you. Archaic City's Sweeper Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2669. After hearing He Shu's words, Xiao Qingfeng flung his golden robes and said coldly, Tu Ku is right. This Xian Qi doesn't know his limits and thinks he can fly just because he caught a few spies. He went against Lotus Reverend's disciple in the Void God universe and offended your sister in the hyperspace dimension. The Yu family must be suspicious of him as well. He can't stay in the hyperspace dimension any longer. He Shu fell into deep thought. In the Zio realm, Lu Yin met Yu Fang. It was the same place that could monitor the entire hyperspace dimension. Yu Fang stood in the center, seemingly in control of everything. When Lu Yin arrived, Yu Fang didn't even look at him and asked, "Did you hear the rumors? Didn't you always think so?" Lu Yin asked, "Why are you making such a fuss? Why did you call me over?" Yu Fang laughed, "I used to think so, but not anymore." Lu Yin raised a brow, "What do you mean?" Yu Fang turned around and looked at Lu Yin. "At first, I thought that He Ran was the one behind you getting close to the Yu family and instigating Luo Shan, but this rumor made me see another possibility. Perhaps He Ran was the one behind it, but you weren't necessarily the one behind it. You were also being used, or rather." He paused. "You really wanted to investigate the spies and didn't have any other intentions towards the Yu family." Lu Yin smiled. "I said from the start that I didn't have any other intentions towards the Yu family. You were the ones who thought you were smart. Why didn't you think that I was the one behind this rumor? My goal was to make you trust me." "Ha ha ha, you really did think that way. When the rumor first appeared, I really did think so." Yu Fang laughed. Yu Leilei's voice sounded from behind, "I thought so too." Lu Yin laughed, "Aren't you guys tired?" Yu Leilei scratched his head and looked up. "What's so tiring about using our brains? Our Yu family is best at using our brains, and the little games we play are things that people like you can't understand." Lu Yin pursed his lips. Where did this sense of superiority come from? "I'll play with Wang Wang or Wei Rong someday." "You were suspicious at first, but why aren't you suspicious now?" Lu Yin was curious. Yu Fang looked at him with interest. "Haven't you thought about who started this rumor?" "Bai Qian," Lu Yin answered without hesitation. "Stupid," Yu Leilei disdainfully. Yu Fang said, "Bai Qian can't do it. Her influence is too small. On the surface, only Tu Ku supports her. In my opinion, there might be a problem with Tu Ku. Other than that, she has no power to support him. Even if she wants to, she is powerless. You know, this rumor spread throughout the Six Directions Society and the Three Monarchs universe in just 2 days. If Bai Qian had this kind of power, He Ran wouldn't be able to sleep." "Who?" Lu Yin didn't understand, but he was even more certain that it was He Ran. Yu Fang calmly replied, "He Ran." Lu Yin frowned. "That's impossible. I called her Sister Ran, and that helped her a lot. Why would she harm me?" "You'll have to ask yourself," Yu Fang said. "To be honest, I didn't expect He Ran to spread such rumors. This is also the reason why I suspect you. Your status and influence are of great help to He Ran, especially when He Ran used you to get in touch with the virtual god spacetime to buy resources and expand her research and cultivation techniques. You've helped her a lot. But she still spread this rumor. You must have crossed her bottom line." "I had my suspicions when the rumor first appeared yesterday. Today, I found out that Zijing is missing." "Does this rumor have anything to do with Zijing?" Lu Yin and Yu Fang looked at each other without speaking. Yu Fang smiled. "You don't believe me?" That's right. Compared to he ran, I'm not worthy of your trust. Then Yufeng casually opened a screen that showed the various places where the rumor had originated. He ran underestimates the Yu family. She thinks that the surveillance we have is far from the true number of people under surveillance. These people spreading rumors are outside the scope of the Yu family surveillance, but in reality, they're all within range. Take a look for yourself. Maybe you know some of them. If you don't believe me, I can give you more evidence. Lu Yin looked at the people spreading the rumors. He didn't know any of them, but he had to go with the flow. Her people. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Yu Lei sneered, this he ran is getting more and more stupid. Xian Qi actually knows some of them. Yufeng continued, we haven't fought with her over the past few years, and Bai Qian was almost eliminated. She thinks that she can control spacetime, so she's naturally more unscrupulous and arrogant. Lu Yin's expression darkened, why is she doing this? Yufeng looked at him, I told you, you've crossed her bottom line. Lu Yin replied, I just want to see Zijing. Although I've offended her, I've also dealt with Tu Ku and helped her slap Bai Qian's face. Why is she still doing this? Yufeng sighed, 16 years ago, a member of the decision-making team offended he ran, and his entire family disappeared. 13 years ago, he ran ordered the destruction of a planet that wasn't connected to the universe. That planet only knew of itself, and it didn't even know that aliens existed. It was destroyed because someone on the planet had accidentally created a face that resembled Hiran's. Of the 4 billion people on the planet, not a single one survived. Even in death, they didn't know that a face was the cause of their deaths. 7 years ago, Yufeng spoke of many things that Lu Yin remembered very clearly, and they were all related to Hiran. This woman is full of herself and thinks that she's better than everyone else. She doesn't even want to breathe with others, and she sees herself as a god who transcends spacetime. She enjoys the bliss of controlling everything, and anyone who disobeys or contradicts her doesn't have a good ending, especially those who are promoted by her. Yufeng looked at him, in her heart, you're that kind of person. No matter what you do or how much you help her, as long as you make her feel that you're uncontrollable, she'll think of ways to control you. She thinks that she's above everything, and even her face can't be easily seen. That's Hiran. Do you really understand her? Lu Yin clenched his fists, why are you telling me all this? Yu Lei asked, why did you approach the Yu family? Lu Yin looked over. Yu Lei raised his head, don't deny it. You deliberately approached the Yu family, and it should have something to do with Hiran. Now that she's making a move against you, why are you still helping her? Yufeng spoke up, Xian Qi, you don't need to care about Hiran. You have several powerhouses backing you, and even the 3 monarchs have Qinlu supporting you. In transcendence, the Yu family can protect you. With your current status, you're on the same level as Hiran. She's not the true ruler of transcendence, far from it. Why help her? Zijing is in her hands. Lu Yin asked. Yufeng explained, Zijing is researching a very important cultivation technique. She's not working for Hiran, but for that person. That ruler. Lu Yin was astonished. Yufeng waved a hand and surveyed the entire transcendence. With Hiran's abilities, it's difficult for her to hide anything from me. Only that person can hide anything from me. Zijing was taken away by that person, not Hiran. You have to be clear about this. Where is Zijing? Lu Yin asked anxiously. He really wanted to know where that parallel spacetime flow was. Yufeng shook his head, I can't find her. I already said that as long as that person wants to hide her, no one will be able to find her. In other words, if Zijing is hidden, it means that she's already caught that person's eye. Hiran won't be able to do anything to her. I guarantee this in the name of the Yu family. But I saw Zijing not too long ago, Lu Yin said. Yu Lele rolled his eyes. I knew it. Something must have happened to make He Ran pay a price for attacking Xian Qi in anger. Yu Fang's lips curled up. Zijing is hidden by that person, which means that no one can touch her or influence her, including He Ran herself. Since that's the case, she still allowed you to see Zijing. What do you think she paid for it? This price is enough to make her hate you and attack you. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Was that so? Perhaps. Uncle Mo and Ku Jian's attitudes towards him were different, and even He Shu's gaze towards him was different. Perhaps He Ran was one of the reasons. We've said everything that needs to be said, and we've even told you who attacked you. You should at least show some sincerity, Yu Lele said. Lu Yin sighed. Yes, He Ran told me to get close to the Yu family. The two weren't surprised, and they calmly looked at him. My goal, Lu Yin looked at Yu Fang, is to unify the heavens reflection manner. Yu Fang and Yu Lele were shocked. What did you say? Lu Yin said, there was someone from the Yu family called Yu Xian, right? Yu Fang's expression turned ugly, and so did Yu Lele. Yu Xian was Yu Fang's grandfather and Yu Lele's great-grandfather. This person had been mocked by the Six Direction Association and caused the Yu family to decline for a generation. This was all because he had wanted to unify the heavens reflection manner and become a giant that enjoyed the privileges of the Six Direction Association while standing outside of it. In the end, he had failed and become a laughingstock. This was a taboo topic for everyone in the Yu family. Outsiders said that the Yu family had taken control of the heavens reflection manner because the Hyperspace Association wanted to share the family's authority, but in reality, Yu Xian's generation had also wanted to take control of the heavens reflection manner. This was the truth. When he saw their ugly expressions, Lu Yin knew that Uncle Mo was right. Yu Xian's actions had dealt a huge blow to the Yu family. I'm naturally good at capturing spies. He Ran hopes that I can take over the heavens reflection manner from your Yu family and use my abilities to unify the heavens reflection manner. Who knows, the Yu family might even help me out because of Yu Xian, Lu Yin said. Yu Fang sneered, what a scheme. She knows what my Yu family cares about and sent someone like you here. If she didn't suspect you, then perhaps my Yu family would have helped you. At least for now, my Yu family doesn't want to control the heavens reflection manner. It would be best if you could take over. Yu Lele gritted his teeth. That evil woman. Lu Yin found a place to sit down. I'm telling you guys because I'm returning the favor. Since the rumors have already spread, He Ran knows that you guys won't trust me, much less help me. She's probably already given up on her plans to unify the heavens reflection manner. This plan was originally just a random thought, and it wasn't a secret plan. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't have seen through me so quickly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2670. What do you want to do now? Yu Fang asked. Lu Yin sighed. I just want to take Zijing away. I don't care about transcendence, cultivation technique, or He Ran. I just want to take Zijing back to the void God universe. Brother Su Heng, Big Sis Su Ling, Su Wuwei, and Senior Su Wuwei are all there. I just want to help the void God universe get rid of the spies, and I don't care about anything else. But you can't take Zijing away, Yu Fang said. Lu Yin frowned and stared blankly at the ground. Yu Fang and Yu Lele looked at each other and walked towards Lu Yin. I can help you take Zijing away. Lu Yin looked at Yu Fang. I didn't trust He Ran, and I don't trust you either. Yu Fang replied, you won't lose anything. Just because I don't see any losses doesn't mean there won't be any. Yu Fang said, without my help, you'll never be able to take Zijing away. Lu Yin smiled. You said that Zijing is now working for Dominator Transcendence, not he ran. I'm worried about her, but as long as the cultivation technique is successful, Zijing will be the next Yu family. Why should I interfere? If it doesn't work, I'll just wait. Yu Lele rolled his eyes. Now that he was smart, this guy's reaction was quite fast. Yu Fang was stunned. If Lu Yin was really willing to wait, he wouldn't be able to convince him otherwise. He ran schemed against you, and you're just going to let it go. Yu Fang was unhappy. Lu Yin said, didn't you say that I'll make Zijing pay the price if I see her? Consider it a deal. Yu Lele sneered. He'd already said everything he wanted to say. Now that Xian Qi was using their words to refute him, he was speechless. Yu Fang glared at Yu Lele before looking at Lu Yin. If Zijing is the next Yu family, then you'll never be able to be with her. Lu Yin raised a brow. Yu Fang continued, I know you don't believe me, but think about it. Can the Yu family join the Void God universe? Lu Yin's gaze froze. This was true. Do you think Transcendence will let Zijing go for such an important cultivation technique? Once the research is successful, Zijing's status will be extraordinary. She can do anything, but leave Transcendence. That's reality. You won't be able to take her away, even if you become an extreme. Unless you're a corpse. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. It's up to you. Do you want Zijing alive or a corpse? Yu Fang left with Yu Lele, giving Lu Yin time to think. Of course, he wanted to cooperate with the Yu family, but he couldn't just do it like this. He had to take the initiative, and the more Yu Fang tried to persuade him, the more important his status as Xian Qi would be in Yu Fang's heart. This would also give Yu Fang more weight in their future cooperation. I want to take Zijing with me, but why should I trust you? You might just sell me out. Yu Fang smiled bitterly. You're right. I want to take Zijing, but why should I trust you? Yu Fang laughed. To whom? Do you have enemies in hyperspace? Lu Yin replied, just treat it as a game. Your Yu family plays games all year round, and normal people like us can't beat you. I need to make sure that I'm safe. Yu Fang looked at Yu Lele. Yu Lele asked, what kind of guarantee do you want? I haven't thought about it yet. Yu Fang nodded. Alright, I'll give you a guarantee. You should be worried about he ran. You're cooperating with me because of my Yu family's position and your goals. He ran is an obstacle. If you're worried about her, I'll give you a guarantee that you won't be worried about. What do you think, Bai Qian? Lu Yin stared at Yu Fang blankly. What do you mean? Yu Fang clasped his hands behind his back and looked very confident. He Ran's greatest enemy is Bai Qian. Although it seems like Bai Qian has been eliminated, things will be different if my Yu family fully supports her. With Bai Qian as a guarantee, can you trust her? This was the mutual trust that the Yu Fang had found, as well as a target that would restrict each other. He Ran would never cooperate with someone who supported Bai Qian, let alone the Yu family. Yu Fang also needed to confirm that Lu Yin was sincere about cooperating with them, so Lu Yin had to support Bai Qian as well. This would put both sides at ease. Lu Yin was speechless. He suspected that this was all part of Bai Qian's plan, but she wasn't that capable. No matter how smart she was, she wouldn't be able to influence the Yu family. In other words, this was a coincidence that allowed him and the Yu family to openly support Bai Qian in dealing with Iran. Back on Earth, Lu Yin had talked to Bai Qian about the situation in hyperspace. Bai Qian had said that as long as she had the support of the Yu family, she would not have to fear Iran. Now, it had actually come true, and Iran had even helped her achieve it. The affairs of the world were unpredictable, and even Lu Yin wanted to sigh. I have to support Bai Qian. Lu Yin hesitated. Yu Fang nodded. You're worried about us, and we're worried about you. If He Ran has received guidance from an expert, then everything from the moment you approach the Yu family has been part of the plan. Our Yu family will be doomed, so we have to support Bai Qian. Only Bai Qian can dispel our doubts. You have to publicly support Bai Qian, and the Yu family will do the same. We'll be even more thorough. The moment we support Bai Qian, at least a third of our people will follow suit. Lu Yin remained silent. Eulele mocked, "You're a grown man, yet you're so wishy-washy. He Ran has already made a move on you, so what are you afraid of? Don't you want to save your own woman? Or do you think that He Ran can help you? She's been lying to you since the beginning. Once Xijing's research succeeds, she won't be able to be with you unless you join the hyperspace continuum." Yu Fang said, "He Ran made a move on you behind your back and lied to you on the surface. What are you worried about?" Lu Yin looked at the two. Publicly supporting Bai Qian is the right thing to do. Yu Fang smiled. "So you're worried about Bai Qian? Don't worry, the Yu family has been keeping an eye on her. She has no background or connections, and He Ran has already dealt with most of the people who supported her. There's definitely something wrong with Tu Ku. She has no power in the hyperspace continuum, and she's not an expert either. She's an excellent puppet, and it's better than He Ran winning." Eulele continued, "I've interacted with Bai Qian before. She's too arrogant, and no one can help her. We're not really supporting her, we're just letting her replace He Ran. It's better than a woman like He Ran attacking us behind our backs. Bai Qian isn't worried about that at all." Lu Yin nodded. "That's true. But Bai Qian has a problem to deal with," Yu Fang said. "Have you heard of the perfect young master?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "The one from the reincarnation spacetime." "I've heard of him. Back in the Reincarnation Tao Academy, someone compared me to him." Yu Fang's expression turned serious. "This young master has taken a liking to Bai Qian, which means that he's working with He Ran. We have to be wary of this person." Lu Yin suddenly had an idea. Tu Ku's family, Bai Qian, He Shu, Shao Qingfeng, and this perfect young master. Could there be a connection between them? Although this person doesn't belong to the hyperspace continuum, Ying has a lot of influence. He Ran's younger brother, He Shu, often follows him around. There's also that Shao Qingfeng and a large group of powerful juniors from the Six Paths Association. This person has clearly taken a liking to Bai Qian, which is troublesome." Lu Yin was puzzled. He Ran and Bai Qian are both favored by the hyperspace continuum's ruler. Doesn't that young master care about them? Yu Fang shook his head. Perhaps the person is already planning to use Bai Qian to get something from that young master. That young master is a disciple of a grand Empyrean and will become one of the 3 sovereigns in the future. Sacrificing Bai Qian would be easy in order to get closer to him. Then if we support Bai Qian, wouldn't that mean that we're going against that young master? Is the Yu family willing to make such a losing deal? Lu Yin didn't understand. Yu Fang explained, in any case, that young master is working with He Ran and doesn't support Bai Qian. He can't get closer to the Yu family, so we're not on the same side. So, we need to stabilize the hyperspace continuum. Even if that person becomes one of the 3 sovereigns, what can he do to the hyperspace continuum? The current 3 sovereigns and 9 sages can't control the entire Six Paths Association. Lu Yin understood. The Yu family had seen through the situation too clearly. He Ran was unlucky to have met such a smart family. If I stay by He Ran's side and maintain a cooperative relationship with her, it should be more beneficial for you. Yu Fang and Eulele laughed at the same time. Xian Qi, don't tell me that you still haven't seen through the Yu family. You want to curry favor with both sides without offending either. That's not realistic. Lu Yin said, I mean, I have other ways to make you trust me. Oh, let's hear it. Yu Fang was interested. Let me tell you first, you don't understand the hyperspace continuum as well as I do. Don't try any tricks, they're useless. Lu Yin looked at the location where the entire hyperspace continuum was being monitored. He walked over and stood in the center, looking for something. Yu Fang and Yu Lei were in no hurry and watched him search. Not long after, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Found it. He zoomed in on a certain location and pointed out, "Do you know anything about this place?" Yu Fang and Yu Lei stared at the direction Lu Yin was pointing at. It's an abandoned mine that was abandoned after an accident. It's surrounded by liquefied minerals and poisonous liquid. It's a forbidden area. What else? Lu Yin asked. Yu Fang looked at Yu Lei, but the latter shook his head. Nothing special. There are too many forbidden areas like this in the hyperspace continuum. Lu Yin continued, "What if I told you that this is the place where Zijing used to work with the Energy Research Group? What would you think?" Yu Fang and Yu Lei were shocked. Here. The Energy Research Group seemed ordinary, but it was actually a mysterious group. Before Zijing had joined, the group had been open and transparent. After Zijing had joined, the group had turned secretive. However, Zijing had escaped halfway through, which had led to the disbanding of the research group. In reality, the Energy Research Group had never been disbanded, but it had been purposely disbanded to divert the attention of others so that they could return once they found Zijing. Several years ago, Zijing had returned, and the Energy Research Group had worked seamlessly to make up for the losses caused by Zijing's escape. Now, they had caught the attention of the hyperspace continuum dominator and had been brought to a parallel universe with a different flow of time. During this time, even Yu Fang couldn't find the Energy Research Group's location, let alone their research direction. Yu Fang had been searching for the Energy Research Group's location for the past 2 years, but it was hidden too well. He couldn't hide it, but the hyperspace continuum dominator could. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2671. Chen-Lo was the one who had told Lu Yin this location. Only he ran, Uncle Mo, and a few others in the hyperspace dimension knew about the research team's location. Chen-Lo and the 3 monarchs were the only ones who knew about it. Are you sure it's here? Yu Fang asked Lu Yin with a serious expression. Yu Lei took a closer look, never expecting it to be here. Lu Yin replied, "I'm absolutely sure. You can use your own methods to investigate, but Zijing is no longer here. I don't know where she is either. You said that I can take her away if I cooperate with you, so show me your abilities. I've already told you the location, it's up to the Yu family to find out more." Yu Fang instructed. Yu Lei retreated, but Lu Yin didn't know what to do. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry and simply waited. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yu Lei walked over with dark circles under his eyes. There really are traces of the hyperanalysis model. Regardless of whether it was in the past or present, there shouldn't be any hyperanalysis model in that place. Lu Yin didn't understand. Hyperanalysis model. The hyperspace dimension had done a lot of research using cultivation techniques. Aside from the energy source and the gift technique that everyone knew about, there were also battle navigation systems, energy search systems, and so on. Now, there was a hyperanalysis model that no one had explained, so Lu Yin didn't understand. You should have heard that the hyperspace dimension can analyze the entire spacetime. No one can hide in the hyperspace, Yu Lei said. Lu Yin nodded, I have, but it's just empty talk. I believe that the hyperspace dimension can analyze the material in this spacetime, but it can't monitor every direction. That's right. It can't be used to analyze the entire spacetime, but it can be used in a certain area. Yu Lei looked at the screen. Lu Yin looked over as well. are you saying that there's a hyperanalysis model in that area? Yufeng stepped forward and stared at the area. The cost of using the super-analysis mode is very high, and even that person wouldn't be able to use it so casually. If the super-analysis mode can be used in that place, then I believe that it should be the place where Zijing was once part of the research team. He then looked at Lu Yin. How did you know that location? Zijing couldn't have told you. I have my ways. Yufeng stared deeply at Lu Yin. If you really did use your own methods, then you should be thankful that you didn't go looking for Zijing on your own. Otherwise, you would have definitely been targeted by that person. No one can hide from the super-analysis mode, not even an extreme powerhouse, not even the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. However, I don't believe that you can use your own methods to find her. Even my Yu family can't. As they spoke, Yufeng and Eulele looked at Lu Yin strangely. How could an outsider like Lu Yin use his own methods to find the location? What could he do? Yufeng couldn't accept it unless there was someone behind it. He could work with Xian Qi on the surface, but he couldn't work with a mysterious Xian Qi. Lu Yin replied, my method is to be a spy. Qingfen, that's how I know the location. Qingfen. Yufeng and Eulele were shocked. Lu Yin explained, you should have heard of Qingfen's importance. For him, I even offended Lotus Sovereign's disciple. Her eldest disciple, Yaolan, was sent to the endless battlefield as a punishment. Qingfen's value is simply too great. Regardless of whether it's the ultra-spacetime continuum, the 3 sovereigns continuum, the wood continuum, or the void god continuum, Qingfen has connections to all of them. He knows many secrets, which is why I was forced to bring him to the red domain. Yufeng didn't believe it. The range of connections between spies is extremely small. I don't believe that Qingfen even knows the location of the energy research team. Qingfen has the witch spirit god behind him, Lu Yin said. Yufeng still didn't believe it. Lu Yin thought about it. How about this? If I kill He Shu, would you believe me? Yufeng's expression changed in disbelief. Eulele blinked and stared blankly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled, if you still don't believe me, then there's nothing else I can do. Yufeng nodded, all right, if you can kill He Shu, then I'll believe you. After you announce your support for Bai Qian, I'll find a time to take action. I'll make sure you see it with your own eyes. Lu Yin then left. This time, he had discussed many things with the Yu family, but the results had been rather good. Everything had been going in a direction that was beneficial to him, but the Yu family knew that they were holding each other back. The only problem was killing He Shu, but he couldn't kill him. He had to kill someone else. The Yu family's actions were swift and huge. A few days later, while Lu Yin was still keeping an eye on the Tuk family, news of the Yu family supporting Bai Qian exploded. It shook the entire ultra-spacetime continuum, and countless people were stunned. Bai Qian and He Ran had been competing for many years, but the Yu family had never expressed their support. It wasn't just them, there had been many similar competitions between Bai Qian and He Ran for countless years, but the Yu family had never expressed their support. This was why Bai Qian had never thought that she would one day receive their support. Bai Qian was confused. Why was the Yu family supporting her? He Ran was furious when she heard the news, and she immediately stood up and walked down the stairs. Why is the Yu family supporting Bai Qian? No one knew the Yu family's power better than she did. In the entire ultra-spacetime continuum, the Yu family was an existence that could contend with sovereigns to a certain extent. The Yu family's support had pulled Bai Qian back from the brink of elimination, and it had also given Bai Qian unprecedented support. When the news spread, at least a fifth of the ultra-spacetime continuum's members had turned to support Bai Qian. This was too troublesome for He Ran. Uncle Mo's expression sank. I don't know. Our people are guessing that it might have something to do with Xian Qi. Eulele took Xian-Chi away from Lucky Planet, and after Xian-Chi left the Zio realm, news of this spread. We should ask Xian-Chi. Ask him immediately. He lost her composure. She had always been high and mighty, with the authority to control everything, but now she realized that this authority was weak. At this time, Kujian arrived in a panic. My lady, a third of the council has changed their stance to support Bai Qian. He was furious and clenched her fists. This was the power of the Yu family. They were the ones who could truly control the ultra-spacetime continuum. She, on the other hand, was just a competitor that the sovereign had pushed forward. She could not be compared to the Yu family. The council was not stupid. Elsewhere, outside Tuku's home, Uncle Mo contacted Lu Yin and asked him what he had discussed with Yu Fang. Lu Yin told him that he had been trying to explain that he had not instigated Luo Jun and the Yu family, but he did not say anything else. Uncle Mo asked again, but Lu Yin gave the same answer every time. He-Ran's face fell, and her gaze turned cold. Uncle Mo ended the call and looked at He-Ran. He hesitated for a moment. Could it be related to this matter? From the Yu family's point of view, Xian-Chi is one of our people. If he instigated Luo Jun to attack the Zio realm, then that means that we ordered him to do so. At this time, He-Shu arrived anxiously. Sis, why is the Yu family suddenly supporting Bai Qian? Does it have something to do with Xian-Chi? Everyone was guessing that Xian-Chi could not have gotten the Yu family to support Bai Qian, but He-Ran was behind him. He had schemed against the Yu family, and to many people, it was He-Ran who had schemed against the Yu family. The Yu family naturally had to retaliate, and supporting Bai Qian was their greatest counterattack. He-Ran had not expected this. She had targeted the Yu family more than once, but they had never cared. This time, she had mainly wanted to warn Xian-Chi, but she had not expected the Yu family to react so strongly. I miscalculated, He-Ran admitted in a low voice. I didn't expect Yu Fang to react so strongly. He-Shu said, Sis, that might not be the case. Uncle Mo also said, that's right, that might not be the case. I'll go talk to Yu Fang. He-Ran looked up. I'll go myself. Not long after, He-Ran went to the Zio realm to look for Yu Fang. No one knew what they talked about, but when He-Ran came out, her expression became even uglier. Uncle Mo's expression was also extremely gloomy. Little Shu, find Xiao Qingfeng and start that plan again. We can't let Bai Qian have any chance, He-Ran contacted He-Shu. He-Shu nodded. He-Ran looked back at the Zio realm. Since the Yu family wants to support Bai Qian, I'll eliminate him himself. Let's see what they do. With that, she left. On the other side, outside Tuku's home, Yu Fang contacted Lu Yin. He-Ran came looking for me. She thinks that I'm venting my anger on her because of what happened with Lord Luo, which is why I publicly supported Bai Qian. Lu Yin smiled. That's not bad. I don't have to waste my breath. I can see that although she's angry, she hasn't lost her rationality. The rest is up to you. I hope to see a completely irrational and crazy He-Ran. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm looking for an opportunity. It should appear soon, but I'll need you to push the fire. Oh. What is it? Yu Fang was curious. A few days later, Yu Ting arrived on Lucky Star with the Yu family's intentions. They wanted Lu Yin to leave the hyperspace dimension and remove him from his position in the hyperspace dimension. Guan Lao shouted angrily, what is the meaning of this? You invited us to help capture the spy, and now you're chasing us away. Yu Ting calmly replied, don't make it sound so bad. The matter of capturing the spy is over, so please return to the Void God spacetime. Lu Yin and Yu Ting exchanged glances. This is the Yu family's intention. It's the hyperspace dimension's intention, Yu Ting replied. Lu Yin pointed ahead. What about Tu Ko? He's suspected of being a spy. Yu Ting replied, we'll investigate. Please return, acting governor. In the distance, Tu Ko had been paying attention to what was happening outside. He wasn't happy to see this situation, but rather gloomy. No matter why Xian Qi had targeted him, this person was still on He-Ran's side. Now that he had been chased away in public, He-Ran was the one who had lost out. The Yu family's actions were too big, and there was no way out. Since the hyperspace dimension had chased them away, Lu Yin could only leave. This news reached He-Ran's ears, but she didn't have much of a reaction. This was just the first step, and the Yu family would continue to make more moves. With the Yu family's intelligence, they would be able to give Bai Qian unprecedented support. However, He-Ran's gaze was calm. Would that be of any use? In the end, victory or defeat would depend on the ruler. Bai Qian had no chance. Lu Yin being chased away had been part of his and Yu Fang's plan. After all, Lu Yin had been the cause of this entire incident, and he was the one who had received the most attention. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2672. It would be strange if Lu Yin hadn't been implicated. After all, he had been invited by the Yu family, and there was no reason for them to keep him around. However, this matter infuriated Su Wuji. He went to the Zio realm and caused a ruckus with the Yu family, which left Yu Fang helpless. You come and go as you please. What do you take our Heaven's Reflection Manor for? Let me tell you something. The Heaven's Reflection Manor can go to the Six Direction Association without your permission. My Xian Qi can come and go as he pleases, and if you dare to stop him, I'll tear down your Zio realm. I can't do it alone, so I'll ask Su Heng and Su Ling for help. If that doesn't work, I'll ask Senior Su Wuwei for help. I don't believe that you'll be able to chase Xian Qi away. Just you wait, I won't let this matter rest. Su Wuji blocked the entrance to the Zio realm and cursed for an entire day and night. He wore the everlasting mirror and acted without restraint, shocking many. He no longer maintained his image as an extreme powerhouse, he was truly angry this time. Su Heng and Su Ling wanted to come as well, but they were stopped by Lu Yin. If they went, the Yu family would suffer great losses. Su Wuji was just making a ruckus, and at most, he would embarrass the Yu family without suffering any losses. However, this incident was recorded by some busybodies, and it was labeled as the most bizarre incident of the year. An extreme powerhouse blocking the entrance to another extreme powerhouse's home and cursing for an entire day and night was something that had never happened before. This Su Wuji is crazy, Yu Fang gritted his teeth. If he hadn't discussed this with Lu Yin, he would have used the feeding technique to kill this bastard. Yu Lei scratched her head, causing white dandruff to fall like snowflakes. It seems that this Su Wuji was a scoundrel even before he became famous. But that's fine, it makes things more realistic. Yu Fang glared at her and fell silent. He swore to himself that if Xian Qi didn't trust him, he would make this kid pay the price. The Yu family had been blocked at the entrance and cursed, and even their ancestor had come back to life. In the red domain, Su Wuji returned, his anger still lingering. Guan Laode and the others looked at him as if he was a god. Lu Yin felt the same way, as if this was his first day meeting Su Wuji. Su Wuji put his sunglasses back on. You're not angry. Why don't you join me? There's a lot of useless words. Manor Lord, who did you learn this from? Lu Yin leaned over and asked. Limitless Void raised his head. Self-taught. Lu Yin was speechless. What was with this inexplicable pride? Did someone praise him? Although Su Wuji was a bit of a scoundrel, Lu Yin liked him very much. Su Wuji had refused to show himself when faced with Lotus Reverend's disciple, and Lu Yin had thought that he was someone who knew how to protect himself. This time, Lu Yin had seen a different side of Su Wuji. Su Wuji had his own way of thinking, and he was even more protective. He believed Ji Wuji's words. If Lotus Lord's disciple had harmed him, he would not have let it go. He was not a bad person. What happened in transdimensional universe was spread out because of nothingness, and the internal competition in transdimensional universe also attracted a lot of attention. At this time, Ran needed to completely eliminate Bai Qian's threat and humiliate the Yu family. Half a month later, Lu Yin received news that He Shu had secretly gone to the Tuk family. After Lu Yin left, the seal on Ji Xing was lifted. The Yu family didn't investigate Tuku at all. On the surface, Tuku was someone who supported Bai Qian, which was equivalent to being on the same side as the Yu family. Naturally, nothing would happen to him. As for Tuku's spy, the suspicion was made up by Lu Yin. The Yu family wouldn't cause trouble for him, and Ran wouldn't either. This matter was settled. Remember the time and make an appointment with Bai Qian immediately, He Shu said as he stared at Tuku. Beside him was Xiao Qingfeng. Tuku's expression was solemn as he immediately contacted Bai Qian. Soon, Tuku put down the cloudstone. Success. It's on that day. He Shu looked at Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng replied, no problem. He Shu's chest felt heavy. Bai Qian couldn't hide from this. Although he couldn't accept it, he had to do it for his sister. He could only blame the Yu family for suddenly supporting Bai Qian. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so ruthless. Let's go, He Shu said with an ugly expression. Xiao Qingfeng knew what He Shu was thinking and didn't say anything else. Before leaving, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly looked at Tuku. You can't really be a spy, right? Tuku was shocked. When he saw He Shu looking at him, he hurriedly said, Sir, I'm definitely not a spy. I swear that I'm definitely not one. Sir, you can investigate me. He Shu waved a hand. Xian Qi told me that he was deliberately causing trouble for Bai Qian. He's not a spy. Xiao Qingfeng smiled. Thank you very much. With that, the two left. Tuku wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had put on an act in order to help Ran deal with Bai Qian. Now that he was about to succeed, he couldn't let his efforts go to waste because of Xian Qi. This Xian Qi was really troublesome. If not for him, this matter would have ended long ago, and the Yu family wouldn't have had anything to do with it. After leaving Lucky Planet, He Shu and Xiao Qingfeng headed in the same direction. Feeling uncomfortable? Let's go, I'll take you to have some fun. Don't worry, Xiaozun knows what you're thinking. He also saw your sacrifice and won't treat you badly in the future, Xiao Qingfeng comforted He Shu. He Shu bitterly replied, it would be great if I could live like Lu Yin. I wouldn't care about anyone and I wouldn't fear anyone. Xiao Qingfeng frowned. That person will die sooner or later. Not to mention his status as a member of the Lu family, just the fact that he's contradicted a Yuan sage several times means that he won't have a good ending. Everyone has to follow the rules in life. If he doesn't follow the rules, someone will teach him a lesson. These words were meant to remind He Shu that the reincarnation spacetime could not be humiliated, and Xiao Zun could not be humiliated either. Xia Wu was waiting at the front, and when he saw the two approaching, he hurried forward. Xiao Qingfeng laughed. You're an obedient dog. He Shu replied, I wanted to give up on him, but after thinking about it, I decided to keep him around. Xiao Qingfeng nodded. Suddenly, the two of them felt their hearts palpitate as they looked in a certain direction. A white beam of energy shot towards them. Who's there? He Shu barked. He raised his hand as well, and the white energy flowed out of his palm. Beside him, Xiao Qingfeng also used the white energy. Both of them could use the power of the white energy source, which was the power of a half-progenitor. This was the advantage of a space-time warp. Even if one's own cultivation was far from reaching this level, they could still borrow this power. The three streams of white energy collided. He Shu was the first to be defeated. After all, his cultivation was not high enough, so he could only barely use the white energy once. Xiao Qingfeng's expression turned ugly. Although he could use it continuously, his opponent was clearly an expert, and he definitely would not be able to win in a battle of attrition. Let's leave quickly. This person isn't someone we can deal with, Xiao Qingfeng said. He chose to tear through the void and return to the reincarnation spacetime. He Shu also tore through the void and escaped. People like them were protected. They had many tricks up their sleeves. Just as they thought that they would definitely be able to escape, a card appeared between the two of them, creating a vortex that tried to drag them in. He Shu was shocked. The Lost Clan. The pulling force was very strong, and more importantly, it had appeared so suddenly that they could not sense it at all. It was too late for them to escape even if they wanted to. At that moment, Xia Wu grabbed He Shu, and a great four lotus bloomed on the surface of his body. He tore through the void and disappeared with He Shu while Xiao Qingfeng was sucked into the card. In the Zio realm, Yu Fang and Yu Lele watched on. The person who had attacked was naturally Lu Yin. He had used Xia Wu to determine He Shu and Xiao Qingfeng's location at all times. As for Xia Wu taking He Shu away, that was naturally Lu Yin's order. Killing He Shu was worthless, but Xiao Qingfeng was different. He was the disciple of divine sovereign Shaoyin, who was the one who had suggested that the Lu family bear the responsibility for the sins of the above heaven sect. As for obtaining the Yu family's trust and killing Xiao Qingfeng, Lu Yin did not believe that Yu Fang would not trust him. His weakness was not He Ran, but rather divine sovereign Shaoyin. Lu Yin was also gambling that the Yu family would cooperate with him. He had to cooperate with the Yu family in order to have a chance of plotting against the spacetime warp. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything in the spacetime warp. He would not even be able to use possession, and he would not even be able to catch a spy. The spacetime warp was not something that the three sovereigns could compare to. Furthermore, Yu Fang was not afraid of divine sovereign Shaoyin. Lu Yin did not know what Yu Fang wanted, but he could guess that it was related to the ruler of the spacetime warp. Someone like Yu Fang would not give up on cooperating just because of divine sovereign Shaoyin. It's a pity that He Shu escaped, Yu Lele commented. Yu Fang's eyes flickered. He Shu escaped. He won't be able to convince me no matter what he says. Without Xian Qi, some things will be difficult to do. Let's wait and see. If we can't cooperate, we can still use him. They did not think that Lu Yin would kill Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng had divine sovereign Shaoyin behind him, and from what they knew, this placed too much pressure on Lu Yin. There was no need to offend divine sovereign Shaoyin just to gain the Yu family's trust, and it was even more impossible to give this weakness to the Yu family. In outer space, a card floated in the air. It was the 7-star hidden mountain card. Under Yu Fang's watch, he could only use the power of the Hexagon Association. As for the card, it could not be seen from its appearance. Otherwise, if someone could recognize it, they would naturally be able to confirm that it was Lu Yin who had done it. Xiao Qingfeng was sucked into the card, and a heavy mountain pressed down. Yu Fang waved a hand, causing a white energy to wreak havoc and shatter the mountain peak. Although the 7-star hidden mountain card was powerful, it was still an ancient card and could only trap envoys at most. Xiao Qingfeng's white energy had already reached the destructive power of a half-ancestor, and the hidden mountain card could not trap him. At that moment, Lu Yin entered. Now that he was here, there was no longer any need for him to disguise himself. He raised a hand and struck out. Xiao Qingfeng used the white energy to attack. The destructive power of a half-ancestor was the strongest power that he could display, but it collapsed under Lu Yin's palm. The wind from the palm swept past and pressed Xiao Qingfeng into the ground. Xiao Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, and the surface of his body cracked. He looked up in shock. An extreme powerhouse. Only an extreme powerhouse could heavily injure Xiao Qingfeng while he was trapped by the white energy. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared in front of Xiao Qingfeng. He looked at the man who was half kneeling on the ground, his golden robes in tatters. It's been a long time, Xiao Qingfeng. Xiao Qingfeng's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin. He coughed up another mouthful of blood and tried to activate his power, but the astral energy vortex within his body had been scattered, and the white energy was completely ineffective. It's you. Xian Qi, where did you get this power from? Were you hiding your cultivation? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Let's see who I am again. He then returned to his original appearance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2673. Xiao Qingfeng watched as Lu Yin's appearance changed, and his expression changed as well. He was shocked, as if he had just seen something unbelievable. Lu Yin. You're that Lu Yin from the primordial space. Lu Yin smiled. That's why I said, long time no see. Xiao Qingfeng was shocked. Xian Qi is also you. How did you hide from ultra spacetime and the void god spacetime? That's impossible. So many powerhouses have seen you, so there's no way they couldn't tell. Lu Yin replied, that's the difference between you and me. Now, you can die knowing why. Wait, why did you kill me? I didn't defend you. Xiao Qingfeng's lips were bleeding, and he suddenly took out a power vessel to try and break free from the card. However, all his attempts were futile in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin shattered the power vessel and pressed a hand against Xiao Qingfeng's head. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so arrogant. Who was the one who said that the primordial space would be conquered sooner or later after offending the reincarnation spacetime? You wanted to use the people around me as an appetizer and watch the people closest to you be auctioned off and turned into demi-humans. Do you have the ability to do so? This was what Xiao Qingfeng had said when everyone from the Hexway training grounds had gathered before heading to the primordial space. He had been high and mighty at the time, looking down on everyone and wanting to trample on Lu Yin. Now, however, he had become like this. Xiao Qingfeng suddenly remembered. Right, he had mentioned it before. He remembered that he had even asked Xian Qi what he thought. He had looked up and met Lu Yin's eyes. Back then, Lu Yin had smiled very happily and had even said, sure. At that time, Xiao Qingfeng had truly been happy. And that master of yours, I'll have him look for you. Lu Yin then exerted more force, and Xiao Qingfeng slowly knelt down before finally lying down. Even as he died, his mind was filled with Lu Yin's smile. Why hadn't he seen it back then? Lu Yin arrived at the Zio realm. Yu Fang's expression was cold. Yu Lei looked at him curiously, waiting to see what he would say. He Shu had not been killed, and this person would not be able to win their trust no matter what. Lu Yin walked forward and casually tossed Xiao Qingfeng's corpse aside. Sorry, he Shu escaped. I didn't expect him to have Lian Bao, but this Xiao Qingfeng didn't escape. Let's see if I can kill him along the way. Yu Fang and Yu Lei were shocked, and they stared at Xiao Qingfeng's corpse. You killed Xiao Qingfeng? Yu Lu exclaimed. Yu Fang was shocked, and he looked deeply at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. Who told him to recognize the hidden mountain card? I was hoping to kill He Shu in one blow, so I used the 7-star hidden mountain card that I obtained from the hexagon training hole. Unfortunately, He Shu ran away, and this Xiao Qingfeng entered the hidden mountain card and immediately recognized it. Yu Fang nodded. I see. Yu Lei also understood. No wonder they didn't believe that Xian Qi would intentionally kill Xiao Qingfeng. It was too crazy. The Yu family could ignore Xiao Qingfeng, but what right did Xian Qi have? He had just offended Lotus Lord's disciple. If he killed Xiao Qingfeng now, wouldn't he be going against reincarnation time and space? Even Su Wuwei could not protect him. What do you think? Is this price credible? Lu Yin asked. Yu Fang laughed. This is more believable than killing He Shu. It's possible that He Ran has abandoned He Shu to plot against the bigger picture, but even He Ran wouldn't dare to touch Xiao Qingfeng. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. I wouldn't have dared to touch him if it wasn't absolutely necessary, but since I've already done so, then so be it. Yu Fang personally inspected Xiao Qingfeng's corpse and then disposed of it. From now on, we're considered to be working together. Right, we're still missing one person. He clapped his hands, and a figure walked out of the void. It was He Ran's Bai Qian. Lu Yin was not surprised by Bai Qian's arrival. He had been keeping Bai Qian in check, but Bai Qian himself had to come. Lu Yin watched as Bai Qian slowly walked over, and Bai Qian's gaze landed on him as well. Everyone in the hyperspace dimension believed that these two were not on good terms, especially when Lu Yin had brought people to surround the Tuk family, which was a slap to Bai Qian's face. Even Yu Fang felt the same way. Now that Bai Qian had arrived, his attitude was freezing. Bai Qian walked over to Yu Fang's side, and at this moment, the four of them stood in the hyperspace dimension's territory. Screens of light surrounded them, and it was as if they were the rulers of the hyperspace dimension. Yu Fang smiled. Bai Qian, the Yu family and Xian Qi will fully support you in dealing with He Ran from now on. All past grievances will be cleared. Do you have any objections? Bai Qian's eyes flashed as he stared at Lu Yin. No. Yu Fang looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Actually, I helped He Ran in the beginning mainly because I thought that Zijing was in her hands. Bai Qian was cold. You think too highly of He Ran. Lu Yin retorted, it's your own fault. You don't understand, Bai Qian replied. Lu Yin sneered, then tell me what I don't understand. Enough, Yu Fang interrupted, glancing at Lu Yin before looking at Bai Qian solemnly. I don't care what dissatisfaction you have with Xian Qi, but he's supporting you now. There are many things that can't be done without him. If you want to defeat He Ran, you'll need his help, or you can choose another option. Compared to Bai Qian, Yu Fang naturally valued Lu Yin more. In his opinion, Bai Qian was just a puppet to defeat He Ran. It could be Black Qian or Blue Qian, but it didn't matter who it was. If not for He Ran's deep roots and the fact that she had nurtured a powerhouse like Uncle Mo, Yu Fang wouldn't have needed to make a move against her. Bai Qian was indifferent. I don't trust him. He doesn't need your trust, Yu Fang said sternly. My Yu family trusts him, and that's enough. Bai Qian and Yu Fang looked at each other. Yu Fang's gaze was equally cold. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. He had to admit that Bai Qian was smart and good at acting. No, she wasn't acting at all. She had a naturally cold face and didn't need to act. In the end, Bai Qian gave in and softened her tone. I understand. Yu Fang looked deeply at Bai Qian. We can help you defeat He Ran, and that's the best thing we can do for you. You don't need to worry about anything else, just do your best. Otherwise, you would have been eliminated long ago. Will anyone support your decisions? There's something wrong with that Tuku, he's he rants man. Bai Qian was shocked, but before she could speak, Lu Yin was shocked. What Tuku really is he rants man? Yu Lei was amused. Did you think we were joking? If we weren't sure, we wouldn't have said that Tuku was problematic. We can tell you now that Tuku is he rants man. Bai Qian's expression turned ugly. Evidence. Yu Fang said, no need. If my Yu family says he's he rants man, then he's he rants man. You should believe me. Lu Yin was annoyed. I want evidence. Otherwise, won't I be fooled like a clown? I thought we were helping he ran, but we're actually targeting her. They're probably going to die of laughter. Yu Lei rolled his eyes. They won't be able to laugh even if you beat them to death. You've ruined he rant's plan. Although we don't know what the plan is, don't you think there's something wrong with Tuku inviting Bai Qian to his home? Bai Qian replied, there's a problem. He's never invited me, and we've always discussed things elsewhere. Yu Fang said, Xian Qi, you've unintentionally ruined he rant's plan. If you don't cooperate with us, you won't have a good ending. He paused. More accurately, it's in the transcendence. Of course, it won't affect your position in the void God spacetime. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. That's a wise choice. After that, Yu Fang explained the situation in the transcendence to Bai Qian and Lu Yin as they discussed how to deal with Iran. In the outside world, Xiao Qingfeng's death had shaken the Six Direction Society. After He Shu was taken to the Six Direction Training Hall by Lian Bao, he immediately returned to the transcendence to ask for help. However, by the time they arrived at the location of the attack, there were no traces of the attackers, and Xiao Qingfeng was nowhere to be found. Countless people in the Six Direction Society looked towards the transcendence. He ran immediately ordered the transcendence to search for Xiao Qingfeng's whereabouts. Xiao Qingfeng was divinity Xiaoyin's disciple, and nothing could happen to him. Otherwise, divinity Xiaoyin would not let this matter go. He Shu's face paled, and he ran clenched her fists in front of him. Nothing had gone smoothly during this period of time, and just as they were about to start another plan, something had happened to Xiao Qingfeng. Could this be related to the Yu family? The Yu family had publicly supported Bai Qian, so they would naturally help her. However, aside from them, no one else knew about this plan. Unless Tuku betrayed them, but that was impossible. Besides, would the Yu family really kill Xiao Qingfeng? It was meaningless. Suddenly, Uncle Mo walked out and looked up in shock. Sir, there's an extremely strong powerhouse. He ran and He Shu both looked up. The space above the staircase they were on cracked open, and an unparalleled pressure crashed down on them. In an instant, the three felt the world spin, and Uncle Mo hurriedly used a black energy source to block He Ran's path. He Shu was crushed to the ground and fainted. He ran half knelt on the ground, her entire body trembling. Uncle Mo's skin cracked, and his eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the domineering figure above. He had never felt this kind of pressure before. He had clearly used a black energy source and could fight against many extremely strong powerhouses, but in front of this person, he was as tiny as an ant. This person was Divinity Xiaoyin. Divinity Xiaoyin. A grand voice rang out from outside the staircase. At that moment, the pressure disappeared, but He Ran and Uncle Mo had both fainted. Up above, Divinity Xiaoyin looked up. There was nothing, but he could see that there was something else in that space. I need an explanation. The grand voice rang out again. Cultivators fight against the heavens for their lives, and we humans fight against the eternals for our lives. There is no need for an explanation as long as it was not done by transcendence. Divinity Xiaoyin frowned. How can you be sure that it wasn't done by transcendence? What's the point? Divinity Shaoyin pondered. If you want to use this to cause trouble in transcendence, I will find Grand Empyrean to judge. Divinity Shaoyin snorted. Don't use my master to scare me. My disciple died here, so you are responsible. Since that is the case, your people will no longer need to step into transcendence. Transcendence cannot protect them. Divinity Shaoyin was furious. Are you going against me? It is you who is going against transcendence. After a moment of silence, Divinity Shaoyin said coldly, no matter what, my disciple died here. If I don't do anything, others will think that I am easy to bully. What do you want? I hope you will support my suggestion, Divinity Shaoyin said. Thank you. Yuanfei 1985. Be obedient. Surrounding stars, just say what you want. Brother, I will give you a reward. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2674. The Grand Voice did not speak immediately. Instead, it waited for a while before asking, you want the primordial space to become one of the endless battlefields? Shouldn't we? They defeated the Eternals, yet they want to protect themselves and make the Six Direction Association bear the pressure of the Eternals. What a joke. If it weren't for us, how could they have exiled the Lu family? Where did the Four Direction Scales come from? Divine Sovereign Shaoyin said disdainfully. I heard that the one who didn't want to fight the Eternals was the son of the Lu family, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin said. That's just an excuse. If they could, why would the Four Direction Scales be willing to let the origin space reignite? They just used the son of the Lu family to refuse. The Yuan sage already told me that the Four Direction Scales and the son of the Lu family should maintain a so-called balance, but the Six Direction Association has to bear the pressure of the Eternals. What a joke. Since when did they have the right to make decisions? They want the origin space to become one of the endless battlefields and even the main battlefield against the Eternals. Alright, I can agree. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was satisfied. That's good. My disciple's death won't implicate anyone in the hyperspace dimension, but the murderer must be found. It's not easy for you to come out. Go back, I won't do anything to them. After a while, Uncle Mo woke up. He looked up and saw a man in a golden robe with his back facing them. It was Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. Uncle Mo's expression changed as he hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Senior Divine Sovereign. Wake them up, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin said calmly. Uncle Mo hurriedly woke. He ran and he shoo up. He ran, opened her eyes and saw Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. Her eyes were filled with fear. This person could have killed her. In the hyperspace dimension, she had experienced the danger of her life for the first time. She had fallen from her lofty position to the mortal world in an instant. Only then did she realize that she could die, even in the hyperspace dimension. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin turned around and faced He Ran. How did Qing Feng die? He Ran's face was pale. I'm investigating. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin frowned and looked at He Shu. He Shu bowed respectfully and explained what had happened. If Xia Wu hadn't brought Lianbao and brought us to the Six Direction Training Hall, I would have been sucked in by the Lost Clans card. Divine Sovereign Shaoyin was stunned. Lost Clans, Lost Clan. That might not be the case. In fact, after so many years, many people had the Lost Clan card, and it was simply too useful. Before the Six Direction Training Hall was established, many people had already collected it. Just one Lost Clan card alone could not prove anything. The White Energy Source and the Lost Clan card were powers that everyone knew about. Based on this, it was impossible to tell who had done it. The attacker's actions were clean and efficient. Reverend God Shaoyin checked the location of the attack, but there were no clues. He knew that he Shu and the others' plan was to target the Yu clan. However, even if the Yu clan wanted to ruin the plan, they would only kill he Shu and Tu Ku. It wouldn't have much to do with Xiao Qingfeng. They had already lured a Lord Luo over, so they shouldn't attract divinity Xiao Yin as well. Xiao Qingfeng's death had already brought him benefits. As for who the murderer was, he would continue to investigate. However, it was not important. He did not care about Xiao Qingfeng's death at all. Although divinity Xiao Yin didn't care, he cared. She had almost been scared to death by divinity Xiao Yin. How could she let go of this grudge? Began to investigate with her influence, and for a time, transdimensional became noisy. Yu Fang, Lu Yin, and Bai Qian's cooperation had been confirmed. The first thing Yu Fang wanted to know was what kind of cultivation technique Xi Jing was researching. The research of cultivation techniques had always been kept secret, and even if the Yu clan tried their best to investigate, they couldn't find anything. If he didn't even know what cultivation technique the other party was researching, how could he deal with them? This was what Yu Fang had told Lu Yin. It was this sentence that made Lu Yin certain that Yu Fang wasn't targeting Yiran, but rather that ruler. Xi Jing's research had already been handed over to that ruler, so how could Yiran lead the research on sequence particles? Since that was the case, Yu Fang's intentions couldn't be any more obvious. He wasn't afraid of telling Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin had killed Xiao Qingfeng, and Yu Fang had evidence that could be used against him. Lu Yin wanted Yu Fang to believe this so that they could truly cooperate. After all, Yu Fang's target was that ruler as well. If you want to know what cultivation technique they're researching, you'll have to go to the place where Xi Jing was, Lu Yin said to Yu Fang. Yu Fang frowned. There's a super analysis mode there that even extreme powerhouses can't enter. I can turn off that mode, but that's the same as telling Yiran that I did it. I hope that you can find out through Xi Jing. Didn't she tell you? Lu Yin shook his head. There's always someone watching our meetings. The only time we met was at the Hexagon Training Hall, and it was Senior Yuting who brought her there. You can ask Senior Yuting if he heard anything about her cultivation technique. How could he tell Yu Fang that he knew about the research on sequence particles? He still needed the Yu clan's help. Yu Fang was helpless. He knew Yuting too well, and he knew that Yuting wouldn't eavesdrop. However, since Xian Qi had said so, it was likely that she hadn't mentioned anything about cultivation techniques. I'll create an opportunity for you to perform meritorious deeds in front of Yiran. Think of a way to meet Xi Jing again. Lu Yin replied, it's useless. Uncle Mo was watching her the last time we met. Yu Fang fell into deep thought. Lu Yin said, I have a way to enter that place. Yu Fang was confused. What way? There's a group of cultivators in the drift cloud space that's been trying to save Lu Yun. Do you know about them? Yu Fang asked. Yu Fang replied, I do. Those people are being monitored by the super analysis mode, and their every move can't escape surveillance. Lu Yin continued, I can use them to rush into that place. In any case, hyperspace already knows that they're behind this, and they'll just let them rush in. No one will know even if I sneak in, and I'll destroy the super analysis mode as soon as I enter. Even if they find out that someone else has entered, they'll just think that it's a spy. They won't be able to guess that it's me, and there's no evidence that points to the Yu clan either. Yu Fang's eyes lit up. How do you plan on using them? They're not stupid. Lu Yin looked up. Send me to the drift cloud space. Lu Yin's first stop after entering the Hexagon Association was the hyperspace, and his second stop was the drift cloud space. After entering the hyperspace, he was brought to the drift cloud space after Xi Jing agreed to his research. There, he saw the carrier for the art of gift and was shocked by the power of hyperspace's cultivation technique. He also saw the cruel side of hyperspace. He had met a woman from the drift cloud space in the art of gift, and through her, he had learned about what hyperspace had done to the drift cloud space. At this moment, he had come to the drift cloud space to find this woman. How could he allow the cultivators of the drift cloud space to enter his research area? Only someone from the drift cloud space could do such a thing. Before coming here, he had asked Yufeng to investigate the cultivators of the drift cloud space who had fought in the art of gift. Fortunately, that woman was still alive. The cultivators of the drift cloud space were always at the forefront, and it was normal for them to die. It was already rare for her to be able to last for a few years, and it should be related to her innate gift. The black beam of light tore through the void, and the water-like power was stirred up to turn the heavens and the earth upside down, reflecting a batch of the flowing cloud space. The cultivators fell into despair and died. With the help of the Yu family, Luin boarded the art of gift and arrived at the cultivators area of the drift cloud space. Here, although there were many cultivators in the drifting cloud space, they were all silent. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was shrouded in despair. People kept dying here, and people kept coming to take their places. Day after day passed. Not long after, the battle slowed down, and a group of cultivators from the drift cloud space returned. Most of them were injured. Luin saw the woman. Compared to their first meeting, she had become much stronger, and the coldness in her eyes had also increased. She was sitting alone in a corner, lost in thought. "Why didn't you help them?" Luin asked as he sat down beside her. The woman was startled and subconsciously retreated as she stared at Luin warily. The people around them acted as if they did not see Luin, and they all sat there silently. The woman stared at Luin in a daze. "It's you." Luin smiled at her. "Long time no see." The woman was stunned. "Why are you here?" "I'm here to look for you." "Find me." She did not understand. Luin raised a hand and instantly pressed down on her shoulder. The woman was clearly an enlighter, but she could not resist at all. She watched as the void was torn apart, and she was taken away by Luin to Ionian kingdom. He released her hand and she continuously retreated as she stared at Luin in fear. Her entire body was cold, and motes of light were swimming around her. "Have you forgotten the first time we met?" Luin teased. The woman was stunned, and the motes of light dissipated. Right, it was useless for her to attack him, as she was not his opponent at all. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" Luin replied, "To cooperate with you." "Cooperate?" The woman was confused. Luin clasped his hands behind his back and calmly explained, "There's a forbidden area in the hyperspace. Due to a mistake in the mining of resources, no living beings can survive there. It's truly a land of death. However, there's a research base there, and I want to enter that base to look for something." "What does that have to do with me?" The woman was even more confused now. Luin smiled. "I can't enter by myself. I accidentally learned that there's a group of cultivators from the drifting cloud space hiding in the hyperspace. Every once in a while, they'll charge into that forbidden area. Their goal is to save drifting cloud." The woman's pupils shrank, and she stepped forward to stare at Luin. "Lord Drifting Cloud?" Luin nodded. "That's what they call him. Lord Drifting Cloud should be an extremely strong powerhouse who's been imprisoned in the hyperspace. Unfortunately, they've never succeeded." The woman was excited. "Lord Drifting Cloud is imprisoned there. Is that true? If you don't believe me, I can take you to that group of people from the drifting cloud space. They've failed every time, but more cultivators from the drifting cloud space have joined them. I'm sure you know about this since the cultivators who join the drifting cloud space come from the drifting cloud space." The woman did not reply, as she did not know whether Lu Ying was telling the truth or not. Before arriving at the carrier of the art of gift, the cultivators from the drifting cloud space had indeed been divided into two groups. One group obeyed the orders of the hyperspace while the other went into hiding to enter the hyperspace to save Lord Drifting Cloud. Powerhouses from the drifting cloud space could freely enter and exit the hyperspace. This was a top secret. She could have gone to the hyperspace as well, but because she wanted to protect her family, she could only hide her innate gift and come to the carrier of the art of gift. However, her family had all died, and she could not save them. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2675. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. I'll take you to meet those people from the drifting cloud space and help you break into the forbidden area. I don't mind telling you that I'm using you to attract the attention of the hyperspace dimension and achieve my goal. The woman stared at him. What you're looking for is there as well. Lu Ying nodded. Yes, I can rush in alone, but I'll attract the attention of the hyperspace dimension, so I need someone to share the attention. This is your only chance to save Drifting Cloud. I know the forbidden area very well, and I can at least let you see Drifting Cloud. It's up to you whether you want to cooperate or not. The woman thought about it. I want to see my companions first. Companions? Lu Ying looked at her. This was a rare form of address. Lu Ying placed his hand on her shoulder again and took her to the hyperspace dimension. Yu Feng naturally knew the whereabouts of the people from the drifting cloud space. Those people thought that they were hiding, but they were actually test subjects. They were data that Zijing's teacher wanted to observe, and he had specifically asked a powerhouse from the drifting cloud space to imprint their spacetime coordinates so that they could travel back and forth between the drifting cloud space and the hyperspace dimension. He had deliberately pretended to be deaf and mute so that they could rush into the forbidden area and even see the drifting cloud space. This was torture for these cultivators, but it was also torture for the drifting cloud space. The hyperspace dimension had obtained perfect data. When the day came when the data was no longer needed, these cultivators from the drifting cloud space would all perish. They had no other path to take, not from the moment the drifting cloud space had been conquered by the hyperspace dimension. They were all demi-humans. This was the sorrow of the weak. Every time Lu Ying saw a cultivator from the drifting cloud space, he thought of the Genesis space. He did not want the Genesis space to be conquered, and he did not want his friends and family to become demi-humans. On the way to find the cultivators from the drifting cloud space, Lu Ying asked the woman his first question. Why didn't you help them? With the woman's years of experience fighting in the art of gift, she could help some people. She calmly replied, they're going to die anyway. Helping them will only make them suffer for a longer time. The woman's resigned answer reflected her helplessness. Lu Ying did not say anything else and took her to find the cultivators from the drifting cloud space. These cultivators thought that they were hiding, but they were shining brightly. Not long after, Lu Ying and the woman found the cultivators from the drifting cloud space. At first, they hadn't been willing to cooperate, but after Lu Ying revealed his understanding of transcendence and told them about Lu Yun's location, they finally believed him. They believed that Lu Ying had unlocked the forbidden zone, but they definitely didn't trust him. Even if Lu Ying didn't belong to the hyperspace dimension, he didn't belong to the drifting cloud space either. After so many years of struggle, the cultivators of the drifting cloud space had lost all trust in them. All that was left was to use them. They wanted to use Lu Ying to find Lu Yun, which was why Lu Ying had clearly told them that he would be using him. To them, trust and sympathy were all nonsense. After several days of discussion, they decided to break into the forbidden area the next day. It was at this point that Lu Ying learned the girl's name, Ah Mei. That night, Ah Mei found Lu Ying and immediately took off her clothes. Lu Ying was stunned, and he hurriedly stopped her. Aw, May was disappointed. You don't like me. I'll find someone else. Wait, what do you want? What are you doing? Louine asked. To be honest, May wasn't pretty, but she wasn't ugly either. She was the type that was easy to look at and was very delicate. Especially after struggling on the battlefield for so many years, she had a tenacity that was different from other girls. May calmly replied, I'm offering myself to you. I hope that you can help us at a critical moment. Louine replied, I already said that we're using each other. Without you, I wouldn't be able to get what I want. Don't worry. May looked at Louine. You should be a very capable person. I'm doing this in hopes of releasing some of your kindness. Even if we can't save Lord Lu Yun in the end, we can still let more people live. Don't worry, I'm very clean. Louine stopped her again. Go back, I won't accept you. May replied, I'll find someone else. There's a pretty one. Go back. Louine barked. May froze and tidied her hair. Sorry. As he watched her leave, Louine felt as if something was stuck in his heart. This woman had sacrificed her innocence in exchange for a bit of kindness. Louine could see their sorrow, but he couldn't see how deep the abyss of sorrow was. His heart felt heavy, and he couldn't rest. This was a forbidden area that no one in the hyperspace continuum had ever set foot in. Anyone who saw this from the outside would unconsciously retreat, afraid of touching the swamp. The swamp covered almost an entire star system, but in the depths of the swamp was the complete opposite. Countless humanoid machines were walking back and forth, filled with a sense of cultivation. This was clearly a research base, and the entire base was filled with invisible detection devices. These were only the surface, and they were for the people from the drifting cloud space to see. The real detection devices were in a super analytical mode that no one could see. Only the higher-ups of the hyperspace continuum knew where they were. The base had 17 floors, and on the 16th floor, dozens of people in research uniforms were busy. In a corner, Little Hai was staring at a screen with a serious expression. He was the most serious person in the base, and even though he didn't have any outstanding research talent, his seriousness had allowed him to become a student of the research team's leader. He could be considered Zijing's senior. Little Hai, how is it? Someone asked as they walked over to the screen. Little Hai grunted and replied seriously, they're not here yet, but they should be soon. The person laughed. How many floors do you think these cultivators from the drifting cloud space can reach? Little Hai raised his hand and pressed the screen to begin his analysis. The person helplessly replied, we're just guessing. There's no need to be so serious. Someone heard this and became interested. He walked over and said, I'm guessing the 11th floor. Last time, they attacked the 11th floor, and last time, they attacked all the way to the bottom floor and lost all their elites. If they attack again this time, they definitely won't go past the 11th floor. I'm guessing the 9th floor. How can there be so many powerful cultivators in the drifting cloud space? I'm guessing the 10th floor. Let's take the middle number. I'm guessing the 15th floor. They won't go to the extent of sending themselves to their deaths. Little Hai, what about you? Little Hai retracted his hand and said seriously, according to their current analysis, they're at most at the 8th floor. What, only the 8th floor? Are they really sending themselves to their deaths? Little Hai muttered to himself. Strange. They have so few experts, so why are they preparing to attack this place? Strange. Little Hai, don't be so serious. If they want to die, let them come. How much data have they filled in? Little Hai replied, this is teacher's secret. I can't tell you. Alright, you play by yourself. Call us when you see something interesting. Little Hai nodded and stared at the screen. Is there someone with an innate gift? Little Hai's lips curled up inexplicably. No one saw this, and no one could see the mockery in his eyes. This was a side of him that no one knew about, not even teacher. At this moment, Little Hai's gaze was exactly the same as the one that had sold the information to Luo Lauer. There was a loud rumble as the attack began. Only the cultivators in the drifting cloud space knew about the existence of this base. No one else did. They were like rats being toyed with. The base could prepare everything before they attacked, such as setting up obstacles and obstructions, just to fill in the data perfectly. The cultivators in the drifting cloud space did not know about this, and the girl called Ah Mei was even less likely to know. Only Lu Yin knew. As he watched the cultivators charge into the base, Lu Yin was disappointed. Had these people not thought of spreading the news about this base? Although they could not do so, as long as they thought about it, the experiment would have to stop. He ran and the others would not take the risk of leaking information about this base. If Lu Yin had been from the drifting cloud space, he would definitely have probed the drifting cloud space to see how the hyperspace would react. Unfortunately, these people had never thought of this. They were focused on saving Lu Yun and did not care about the dangers or anything else. Lu Yin looked around and touched the horn on his forehead. This was the symbol of a cultivator from the drifting cloud space. As long as he stepped in front of it, the hyperspace would quickly detect that he did not belong to the drifting cloud space. There was very little time left for him. Ah Mei kept staring at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her. Let's go. He took a step forward and a cloud-like power appeared around his body. This was a technique that he had cultivated, allowing him to confuse the hyperspace, but it could only be used for a very short period of time. He had to find the location of the hyperspace and remove it, or else he would be exposed. On the 16th level, Little Hai watched the attack with interest. He was a little disappointed. There's no surprise at all. These trash, can't they find a useful expert? It'd be best if they could reach the 17th level and see Lu Yun's sorrowful and despairing eyes. That would be interesting. Suddenly, an abnormality appeared on the screen, and Little Hai's expression changed. There was an outsider. At that moment, a terrifying force descended from above and cut through the 15th level, splitting the base in two. Lu Yin had found it thanks to Yu Fang, who had told Lu Yin about the hyperspace's characteristics and general location. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have been able to find it in such a short period of time. Little Hai's scalp went numb, and he quickly called for reinforcements. Someone who did not belong to the drifting cloud space had arrived. The researchers around him were either dead or injured, and only a few were conscious. Lu Yin's domain suddenly pressed down, causing everyone to faint, including Little Hai. The hyperspace disappeared, and Lu Yin relaxed. The people from the drifting cloud space were stunned. Lu Yin had pierced through the 15th level with just one attack, which was something that none of them had ever done before. How could he be so strong? What are you all standing around for? Continue. Do you want me to lead the way? Lu Yin reminded them. The people from the drifting cloud space reacted and hurriedly entered the 16th level through the hole that Lu Yin had created. They had not spent all these years in vain, and they knew that there was a 17th level, where Lu Yun was imprisoned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2676. Lu Yin walked up to the 16th floor and looked around. These researchers were all elites, and if the information seller was really from this base, then he should be one of them. You're not going to the 17th floor? Little Brow asked. Lu Yin replied, I'm looking for something. You guys can go by yourselves. I've already done everything I can. Little Brow's gaze was resolute. They had never been so close to Lord Lu Yun before. They were so close that she could already feel the surging energy below. Thank you. She then left with the cultivators from the drifting cloud space to open a path to the 17th floor and rescue Lord Lu Yun. The base was filled with explosions, and the super analysis mode had been deactivated. The outside world had no way of knowing what had happened to this base. He ran and the others must have thought that everything was under control, but by the time they reacted, Lu Yun had already left. There should be someone nearby who could use the black energy source, but that person wasn't clear about the base's situation. However, it wouldn't take long for that person to contact the base, and once the person couldn't be contacted, they would appear. Lu Yun's domain spread out, not letting anything slip by. He had to be quick. At the same time, he released Luo Lao from Mount Supreme. Contact the information seller. Luo Lao didn't dare delay and immediately contacted the seller. With his domain, the entire base's situation was imprinted in his mind. The moment Luo Lao contacted the information seller, a screen flickered in a dark corner. Lu Yun looked over and saw that it was less than a kilometer away. He instantly appeared in that dark corner and saw Luo Lao's symbol on the screen. This was the place. Lu Yun looked around the room and found a picture. Was it that person? He returned to where he had been and walked over to Little Hai. Brother-in-law, it's him. Luo Lao was shocked. Lu Yun put Luo Lao away and opened Little Hai's hand, writing something before disappearing. It was time to meet Lu Yun. The people from the drifting cloud space had already reached the 17th floor and were constantly attacking the metal door that imprisoned Lu Yun, but their attacks were useless. Behind the door, Lu Yun's eyes were bloodshot as he roared hoarsely, "Scram! Scram! Scram!" His voice easily penetrated the door. This was the effect that the research team wanted. They had to let the cultivators of the drifting cloud space hear him so that they wouldn't despair. Lord Lu Yun, we won't give up. We'll definitely save you. Lord Lu Yun, we're here. We'll be out soon. Xiao Mei clenched her teeth and kept attacking the metal door, but the metal door didn't budge. Behind the metal door, Lu Yun closed his eyes. He was already numb. He watched as batch after batch of his cultivators died, but it was useless. Why was this happening? If he hadn't opened the passage to hyperspace, things wouldn't have turned out like this. He hated hyperspace, and hated himself even more. He thought that he had nothing to fear when he became an extreme powerhouse. However, the universe was too big, and he didn't know what was going on. He shouldn't have let others know. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked in another direction. There, Lu Yun had walked out and was looking at him in astonishment. Who are you? Lu Yun was shocked. This wasn't a place that one could enter just by tearing through the void. How could this person be here? For someone like Lu Yun who could control space, entering this place was not difficult. Do you want to leave? Lu Yun said indifferently. Flowing clouds stared at Lu Yun. Flowing Cloud's power was boundless and majestic, but there was an inverted bestow techniques carrier directly above him, forming a prison that resembled a sourcebox array. Lu Yun had seen this cage before. Hyperspace could use the bestow technique to create a sourcebox array that was similar to a large spatial transfer. Hyperspace's usage of the bestow technique had reached perfection. Even Lu Yun couldn't break free. Not only that, but Lu Yun's four limbs had been corroded by something. His flowing cloud's power had not been affected, as it had been used to attract the cultivators from the flowing cloud space. However, Lu Yun himself was practically crippled. Who exactly are you? Lu Yun moved, and the cage around him emitted a low rumble that sounded like metal clashing against light. Lu Yun was sent flying back. Lu Yun walked towards him. I'll ask you again. Do you want to leave? Outside the metal door, the cultivators from the flowing cloud space screamed at the top of their lungs as they continuously attacked the metal door. Lu Yun's eyes were bloodshot, and he was on the verge of tears. Yes. I'll take you away, but I'll have to leave behind a counterforce in your body. Are you willing? Lu Yin asked. What do you want me to do? You want to control me? Lu Yun asked sternly. Lu Yin frowned. Extreme powerhouses will arrive soon, and we don't have much time left. I'll ask you again. Are you willing? Lu Yun's entire body trembled. As an extreme powerhouse, being imprisoned wasn't a big deal, but being controlled? Had there ever been an extreme powerhouse in the universe who had been controlled? He had never heard of such a thing. No matter what, it can't be more painful than being locked up here. Listen to their cries of despair. Soon, not a single one will be left. Lu Yin was indifferent. Lu Yun suddenly looked up. Take them with us. I agree. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he raised a hand to attack Lu Yun with the Grim Reaper's seal. Lu Yun shouted, destroy the vessel first, or your power won't be able to penetrate. Before he could even finish speaking, the Grim Reaper's seal passed through the vessel and entered Lu Yun's body. Lu Yun was in disbelief. How was this possible? This vessel could even trap him, but it couldn't block this person's power. Or could it be that he couldn't leave from the inside, but the outside wasn't obstructed? Of course not. Lu Yin could control space, and with Tai Xian's enlightenment, he was becoming more and more proficient in using the power of space. His power was now immune to defenses to a certain extent. This was true control over space. The moment the Grim Reaper's seal entered Lu Yun's body, a pair of eyes opened in the distance. Not good, there's movement. The next moment, a black energy pierced through the heavens and headed towards the base. Lu Yin took out his slippers and slammed them into the vessel, causing it to shatter into pieces. Lu Yun was stunned. Slippers. He took out Mount Supreme and said, go in. Lu Yun entered without hesitation. Lu Yin raised a hand and slammed out, shattering the metal door. Outside the door, the cultivators from the drifting cloud space stared blankly at him, not expecting him to appear inside. Little May's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, the black energy bombarded the base. Die! The entire base was destroyed, and the cultivators from the drifting cloud space fell into despair. Lu Yin knew that things weren't good. An extreme powerhouse had arrived, and he couldn't fight against them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Yufeng. Yufeng wouldn't believe that Lu Yin had the strength to fight against an extreme powerhouse, so he would definitely guess something. The only thing Lu Yin could do was leave. He tore through the void. Outside the metal door, the cultivators from the drifting cloud space were annihilated without even being able to scream. The black energy pierced through the heavens and earth, mercilessly harvesting lives as it continued to expand. No one could escape, as no one could withstand the wrath of an extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin was just about to leave when he felt his heart palpitate. He looked back and saw that little May was still standing in her original spot, not looking at the black energy that was sweeping towards her. Instead, she was looking at him. There was a complicated look in her eyes, but it wasn't despair. Instead, it was relief. Lu Yin didn't know why, but at this moment, he tore through the void and grabbed her to escape the crushing black energy. He didn't know why he did this, but he felt that this woman should be alive. Shouldn't people be alive? The scene from the previous night had left a deep impression on him. Lu Yin disappeared, and all of the cultivators from the drifting cloud space were annihilated. A man descended and looked inside the metal door. The vessel had been destroyed, and Lu Yun had disappeared. The man's expression turned ugly, and the black energy spread out in an attempt to search for Lu Yun. In the Eternal Kingdom, Little May fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. Lu Yun landed. She looked at Lu Yun. "Where's Lord Lu Yun?" Lu Yun looked at her. "Have you not considered your own safety?" Little May was bitter. "How can my safety compare to Lord Lu Yun's?" Lu Yun shook his head. If something had happened to the Fifth Mainland and he had been captured, many people would have suffered the same fate. Only by leaving the chance of survival to oneself could the Fifth Mainland be reborn. Some extreme powerhouses were merciless and didn't care even if all the cultivators sacrificed themselves for them. However, Lu Yun wasn't that bad. Lu Yun took out Mount Supreme, which he had obtained from Tu Shuangshuang. He wanted to ensure that Lu Yun wouldn't meet anyone since he was an extreme powerhouse. When Mount Supreme appeared, Lu Yun immediately came out. "Lord Lu Yun." Little May was delighted. Lu Yun floated in the air. His limbs had been corroded, so he could only remain like this. He looked at Little May and then at Lu Yun. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "Where are the others?" Lu Yun was helpless. "If an extreme powerhouse arrives, I won't be able to save them." "You promised." Lu Yun bellowed. Lu Yun met his gaze. "I have my reasons. It seems like you want to use this as an excuse to cancel our deal." "Why? Are you trying to remove the power in your body?" Lu Yun obviously wasn't willing to be controlled. When he had been imprisoned, he had a different mindset. Now that he was free, and Lu Yun wasn't an extreme powerhouse, he naturally had a different mindset. However, Lu Yun's mysteriousness made him feel apprehensive, and he didn't know what to do. His body hadn't recovered, and he could only use 50% of his power level at most. "Lord Lu Yun." Little May called out. Lu Yun looked at her. "How's the drift cloud space?" Little May's voice was hoarse as she replied, "It was conquered by a space-time warp machine, and our people became the first line of defense against the Eternals." Lu Yun listened quietly, as he had already expected all of this to happen. Currently, the drifting cloud space only retained 1% of its original power level, and it had completely declined. If he could return to the drifting cloud space, it would recover sooner or later. However, he still looked at Lu Yun. "Who exactly are you? Why did you save me?" Lu Yun laughed. "Get this straight. I'm not saving you. I'm trying to control you." Little May glared at Lu Yun. "You want to control Lord Lu Yun?" Lu Yun replied, "We're just using each other. I helped you bring him out, so what happens next is my own business. You're using us to hide yourself." Little May wasn't stupid. With Lu Yun's strength, he could have easily entered the base, but he had still chosen to stay with them. There could only be one reason: to disguise himself. Lu Yun waved a hand and pushed Little May away. "Stay away. I don't believe that he can control me." He then stared at Lu Yun. "Kid, I'm very grateful that you brought me out. I can give you a chance to try and control me. If you can't do it, then we'll be even." He then tried to expel the Grim Reaper's seal from his body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2677. In order to obtain perfect data, hyperspace had only trapped Lu Yun and disintegrated his body, but it had not affected his strength. This meant that Lu Yun would not be a match for an extreme powerhouse, but as long as his opponent was not an extreme powerhouse, he would be able to suppress them. Lu Yun's unweakened cloud-like strength was enough to change the world. Lu Yun stood in place as he watched Lu Yun expel the Death God seals. Even though Lu Yun had never used the Death God seals to control an extreme powerhouse before, once they entered their body, it would not be easy to expel them. The death god's strength was too domineering. Lu Yin might not be able to force the death god's seals into a perfect extreme powerhouse, but once they entered their body, even an extreme powerhouse would find it difficult to deal with them. Chen Lu could not do it, and neither could Lu Yun. This was the death god's strength, a battle technique that could be passed down across generations. That was the death god, one of the three realms. The cloud-like strength on the surface of Lu Yun's body continued to boil, forming a strange scene that made him feel like he was in the sky. This strength gradually spread throughout the entire Aeonian kingdom. The people from the Thunder Sealers were shocked, as this strength was not something they could resist. Feng Lei Guanqin was shocked. Another extreme expert? Where did so many extreme experts come from? One after another, they appeared. Underground, Mu Jun looked up at the unfamiliar strength of an extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin actually had more hidden powerhouses. How was this possible? On the surface, no matter how Lu Yin tried, the death god's seals did not budge. Not only that, but he also stared blankly at his own body. Why was his boundless cloud-like strength so weak against that black strength? It felt like 100 children were pushing a giant, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not move the giant at all. Domineering, extremely domineering. Lu Yun looked at Lu Yin. What kind of strength is this? Lu Yin's lips curled up. A strength that you cannot comprehend. Lu Yun was in disbelief. Impossible. How can I not be able to move something that isn't even an extreme powerhouse? Impossible, could it be? He suddenly thought of something. What level has this strength reached? Lu Yin was curious. What level? What level? Lu Yun stared at Lu Yin. I can't expel this power, but it can't suppress me either. I can temporarily suppress it, but I just need to deal with you. Kid, I admit that you have a lot of potential, and if you cultivate this power, your future will be unimaginable. However, you're too weak right now, and even if you have a powerful power vessel, it won't be of any use. Lu Yin laughed. I still want to control you. Try and see if you can resist. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes. Your power is at the level of changing the universe's laws, but that's all. It's not you, so don't be too arrogant. Why did you change the rules? Even at his peak, Lu Yun would not have been as strong as the blood ancestor, but he seemed to know something that the rest of them did not. Was it because of his ability to transcend space? Lu Yun explained, the universe operates according to its own laws. In the language of transcendence, these are sequence particles. Most extreme powerhouses can change the heavens and earth and create a power that belongs solely to them, but this power exists beneath the sequence particles. Only by influencing and even changing the sequence particles can one become a true extreme powerhouse. I can't do it, and no one in transcendence can. The power you cultivate can definitely do it, but you're just the creator of this power. You are far from being able to do it. Because you cultivate this power, you will never be able to break through the upper limit of this power. Your limit is also the limit of the creator of this power. Lu Yin understood, this was the division between progenitors. The blood ancestor and the martial ancestor were just ordinary progenitors, and even 9 mountains and 8 seas might be ordinary progenitors. They might not be able to touch the sequence particles, but the 3 realms and 6 Daos were different. They should be able to touch and change the sequence particles, making them true extreme powerhouses. What about the progenitors? What about Mr. Mu? What about these people? How do you know about the sequence particles? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lu Yun sneered, Transcendence wanted me to join them in the beginning and told me about researching the sequence particles. They also wanted to use me, an extreme powerhouse, to directly understand the universe. I refused, which was why they started that experiment. Even if I agreed to join them, it was useless. Perhaps they didn't trust me, since the sequence particles are their greatest secret. This is Transcendence's ambition. They used the feed technique and energy source to reach the level of an ordinary extreme powerhouse. Now, they want to directly research the sequence particles. Once they succeed, Lu Yun's expression turned solemn. They might really have the ability to change the situation of the Hexagon Association. That kind of power is too terrifying. Lu Yi nodded. I'm very grateful that you told me. After your experience with Transcendence, I trust that you don't want to experience it again. Then, be controlled by me. Otherwise, your fate won't be much better than Transcendence's. Lu Yun's gaze turned cold. You still want to control me? It's never changed, Lu Yin smiled. Lu Yun dispersed his own power. There's no need to check, there's no one else. It's just me. If you can escape from me, then you're quite capable, but you can't do it with your current strength. Lu Yin didn't want to waste any more words and directly used the Divine Seal Catalog. Golden light illuminated the Ionian Kingdom, Lu Yun, and the Lightning Seal clan. It also pierced through the deathly aura and turned into a golden rainbow that shone into the ground. Mu Jun looked up in shock at the golden light that seeped through the gaps in the black deathly aura. It was so divine that she felt an urge to worship it. What kind of power was this? This was also Lu Yun's question. He stared at the Divine Seal Catalog in shock. What kind of power was this? It was glorious, divine, and difficult to look straight at. This person clearly had that black power, but this golden light didn't seem to be any inferior to that black power. Just who was this person? Nongyi walked out after the Divine Seal Catalog was recorded. He was the first progenitor that Lu Yin had ascended to godhood, and also the only one. Previously, Nongyi hadn't been of much use against anyone, and sometimes he wasn't even as good as Yi Qi. However, at this moment, there was no caged drake or Yi Qi. Only Nongyi could deal with Lu Yun. Lu Yun looked at Nongyi, his eyes flickering. Was this a borrowed power? How could such a thing happen? Regardless of what Lu Yun thought, Lu Yin attacked. Nongyi waved his hand, and the green leaf danced as it shot towards Lu Yun. Lu Yun suppressed his shock. No matter who this person was, he had to win this battle and wouldn't allow himself to be controlled. As he thought about it, a cloud-like power surged out from his body and transformed into an attack that blasted towards the leaf. The leaf was almost shattered by the attack, but fortunately, it withstood it and continued towards Lu Yun. Lu Yin frowned and looked at Lu Yun strangely. This person's progenitor power seemed to be very weak. Nongyi himself wasn't that strong and definitely couldn't compare to 9 mountains and 8 seas. This leaf was just a test, but it had actually blocked Lu Yun's attack. Something wasn't right. The next moment, a wave of attacks shot out. The void continuously distorted as Lu Yun's power seemed to awaken and gather in all directions. Finally, it formed over 1,000 physical attacks that connected the sky and the earth. It was as if there were over 1,000 monsters looking down on them, and each attack was stronger than the first. Lu Yin's eyes widened, as this was ridiculous. He could sense that each of these attacks had the power to instantly kill a half-martial ancestor. The difference in Lu Yun's strength was too great. Nearby, Ah Mei was shocked. This was Lord Lu Yun's power. She had heard that the older generation had once said that the 1,000 streams of Tao represented Lord Lu Yun, and this was the 1,000 streams of Tao. Kid, I don't care what kind of power you have, but you can't withstand this 1,000 streams of Tao. Give up. I owe you a favor and can help you, but I can't be controlled by you. Lu Yun was quite a distance away from Lu Yin. Even though his limbs were crippled, he still displayed the power of a progenitor. Lu Yin was shocked. This is your ancestral world. It's similar to Xiaoshenji's, but... He looked at Lu Yun. It's not as sharp as Xiaoshenji's blade. Lu Yun's eyes widened as over 1,000 physical attacks smashed towards Lu Yin, filling the entire area. At this moment, even the void was pierced through. The only way to avoid these attacks was to enter the void world. Lu Yin watched as the spatial lines were distorted and even broken by the attacks. He knew that it would be difficult for him to avoid them even if he used his innate gift of space. This was the power of a progenitor. Even if they could not control space, they could still destroy it to a certain extent. After all, he was only an emissary. If he had become a half-martial ancestor, things would have been different. As long as space was not completely destroyed and turned into a void world, he would have been able to avoid these attacks. Since he could not avoid them, he could only endure them. Nongyi arrived in front of Lu Yin and stood back to back as over 1,000 attacks descended. Lu Yin took a deep breath and took out the slippers. Lu Yun saw them, and his gaze trembled. These slippers had left a deep impression on him, as they had instantly shattered his art of gift. That was something that even he could not destroy with his strength. Just how powerful were these slippers? Lu Yun quickly witnessed the slippers' power. One of the attacks was directly scattered by the slippers. Lu Yin relaxed and then laughed heartily. As long as the slippers could scatter it, it did not matter if there was 1 or 1,000 attacks. Bring it on. Lu Yun was stunned. This was possible. His 1,000 streams Tao break was so powerful that even hyperspace had a headache over it. He had used 3 experts with black energy sources to launch a sneak attack, but this kid had actually scattered it with just a slipper. Impossible. He continued to suppress the 1,000 streams Tao break, and over 1,000 attacks came crashing down at the same time. However, this was meaningless to Lu Yin, who had an innate gift of space. Even if over 1,000 attacks came crashing down at the same time, he could still use space to instantly shatter them. Space could not help him escape, but it could help him face them head-on. The tighter the seal of the 1,000 streams Tao break, the easier it would be for him to scatter it with the slippers. Lu Yun could only blame himself for being unlucky. His attacks were simply too suited for being whipped by the slippers. If it had been Xiaoxinji, who had an endless divine sword domain and the power of time, Lu Yin would have had a hard time dealing with him. He would have had to rely on Cage Wirm and Yi Qi, but that was not the case against Lu Yun. Lu Yin had not yet fought with the progenitors of the Six Paths Society, but for now, Xiaoxinji and the others were not considered weak even among the progenitors of the Six Paths Society. In fact, they might even exceed Lu Yin's expectations. However, no matter how strong Lu Yun was, it was useless in the Eternal Kingdom. There was death energy underground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2678. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 streams of Tao had been scattered by the slipper, turning into liquid that spilled onto the ground. The liquid reflected the Divine Seal Catalog's golden light, making Lu Yin look like a god looking down on the earth. The Thunder Sealing clan immediately knelt down. Mei's mouth was wide open as she stared blankly. This person actually had the power to fight against Lord Lu Yun. Who was he? Lu Yun's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin, his face filled with disbelief. The strongest power that he could unleash right now was the 1,000 streams Tao breaker. To put it bluntly, even if there were more than 1,000 half-martial ancestors standing here, the 1,000 streams Tao breaker would still be able to destroy them. Could that slipper have been obtained from a Grand Empyrean? Who are you? Lu Yun asked in shock, looking at Lu Yin in a completely different light. Lu Yin's lips curled up as Nongyi walked out from behind him. A host suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it down, using the Nong family's battle technique, farming. The host seemed like a child's play, but it gave Lu Yun a strong sense of danger. This was a hoe that the Nong family's ancestor had wielded with the power of a progenitor. Farming was a rather strange battle technique, as anyone who used this technique could be used by Nong Yi. The figures continuously overlapped as if there were countless people farming. They instantly merged together and pressed down on Lu Yun. Above Lu Yun's head, a physical attack slammed into him from below. There was a thump as the void exploded, and an invisible darkness appeared. This was a world of nothingness that was slowly being torn apart. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to strike out with a palm. The black substance's undying palm force sent Lu Yun flying and crashing into the ground. Lu Yun crashed into the ground and sank deep into the earth. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his heart was still shaken. This person had not only cultivated a power that could affect the laws, but his own power was also extremely strong. Even those in the hyperspace continuum who used black energy sources might not be able to injure him. Lu Yin looked up and looked down at him. "What do you think now?" Lu Yun's mouth was bleeding, but he gritted his teeth. "If not for my limbs being crippled, my blade would be enough to kill you. You know blade techniques as well?" Lu Yin was astonished. Lu Yun sighed helplessly. "My blade once cut down an extremely strong person who transcended space-time. That's why my limbs were crippled. My blade is my strongest weapon. You won with an unfair advantage. You're the one who's being controlled, so what's there to talk about? If you're not convinced, we can continue. Actually, I never planned on saving you. If you weren't of any use to me, I would have killed you right now." "No," Mei shouted. She ran over and knelt on the ground. "Please don't hurt Lord Lu Yun, I beg you." Lu Yun gritted his teeth. "Get up. The people of the drifting cloud space don't need anyone's pity." Mei did not listen and continued to plead. Lu Yin looked at Mei and then at Lu Yun. "Don't you want to save the drifting cloud space?" Mei's pleading stopped. Underground, Lu Yun's eyes trembled. He thought of the space of Lu Yun, of those who worshipped him and followed him to cultivate, and of those who sacrificed themselves behind the metal door. The screams of those people kept ringing in his ears. Although he could not see them, Lu Yun could feel their despair deeply. How many cultivators had died over the years? It was just that hyperspace needed data and experiments. He did not treat them as humans at all. Those people's deaths were something he could never forget, and he could never forgive hyperspace. Although the strong preyed on the weak, results were the only things that mattered. These 4 words could never resolve the grudges of the world. "Do you have the right to die?" Lu Yin asked coldly as he looked down at Lu Yun. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed. How could he be willing to die? He was not satisfied. If he did not take revenge and save the drifting cloud space, he would not be satisfied even if he died. Ask this woman. How many cultivators of the drifting cloud space die every day? How many are in despair? They can't see it tomorrow, but they still wait for it. They think that you can return, that you can rebuild the drifting cloud space, that you can save them from their misery, but you're here begging for death, Lu Yin said. Lu Yun shouted, "You want to control me with this?" That's right. Lu Yin did not refute him. I want to control you. Otherwise, why would I save you? You can die, but can you? Do you have the right to die? Do you live for yourself? From the moment those cultivators of the drifting cloud space died to save you, your life is no longer your own. Go look at that metal door and see how many cultivators of the drifting cloud space are stained with their blood. Ask this woman what their greatest wish is every day. Even if they know that they might die the next moment, they still hope for a miracle. They hope that you can appear on the battlefield and bring them back. Lu Yin's every word made Lu Yun's heart tremble, and he found it hard to refute. You still want self-respect. What a joke. Lu Yin was indifferent. Mei knelt in front of him, not saying a word. Lu Yin's words were what everyone in the drifting cloud space hoped for. They hoped that Lu Yun would return and save them, not die here. Lu Yun fell silent. Lu Yin did not speak either. Mei continued to kneel on the ground. After a long time, Lu Yun lay on his back and spoke in a dry and numb voice, "What's your name?" Lu Yin looked down and saw Lu Yun staring at him. "Lu Yin." Lu Yun asked, "Lu Yin, how do you want to control me?" Lu Yin replied, "Sealed God." Lu Yun was at a loss. Above Lu Yin's head, the God Seal catalog's golden light grew even more resplendent. Nong Yi's figure had already disappeared, as Lu Yin no longer needed to borrow Nong Yi's strength. "This is my Lu family's innate gift, the God Seal catalog. It can be used, and it can only borrow the strength of an extreme powerhouse. As long as you're willing, I can seal you as a god. Using the God Seal catalog to borrow your strength must be voluntary. If you're unwilling..." Lu Yin paused for a moment. "As long as you're unwilling, you won't be able to hide from the God Seal catalog. The consequence of that is that you're an extreme powerhouse. Besides, you know that I saved you in the hyperspace, which is too dangerous for me. I'm not sure if you'll join the hyperspace for the sake of the drifting cloud space and give up your so-called self-respect. I don't want my own spacetime to become the next drifting cloud space. I don't dare to gamble, and the people in my spacetime shouldn't be gambled by me. They have the freedom to live. Some people were too naive, resulting in irreversible consequences. Lu Yin had things he needed to do, and there were people he needed to protect. For this reason, no matter how ruthless he was, there was nothing he could do. How great would it have been if the Genesis space had never made contact with the Six Directions Society? How great would it be if the Genesis space had never made contact with the everlasting race? This was the cruel universe. Once exposed, unless one tried their best to survive, they would either be conquered or destroyed. The Genesis space didn't need a benevolent ruler, they needed someone who could lead them to survive and control their own freedom. Lu Yun's gaze turned sinister. "I will never join the hyperspace. I just want to destroy it." "You shouldn't destroy the hyperspace, but rather the people who reduced the cultivators of the drifting cloud space to demi-humans. They were the ones who experimented on them. Most of the people in the hyperspace are innocent. My Lu family was exiled to the everlasting race by the Six-Way Association, and their fate is unknown. I can't take revenge on the entire Six-Way Association," Lu Yin said. He didn't want to save a lunatic. Lu Yun stared blankly at Lu Yin. "Your family is gone as well." Lu Yin sighed. "You'll find out soon enough. So, are you willing to become a god?" Lu Yun looked deeply at Lu Yin. "Yes." Mei's body trembled, and her gaze became complicated. She didn't know what the consequences of becoming a god would be, but this person kept saying that he would be controlled. Once he became a god, Lord Lu Yun would be controlled. Mei wanted to stop him, but what could she do? Even Lord Lu Yun couldn't resist. She didn't want Lord Lu Yun to die. He was the symbol of the drifting cloud space, and without him, the drifting cloud space would truly be gone. Was it acceptable to be controlled by someone else in order to survive? Mei didn't know, and she didn't need to know. Lu Yun had already thought things through, and he slowly floated up to face Lu Yin. His expression was numb, but there was a bone-chilling coldness in the depths of his eyes. "I can be controlled by you, but I hope to have a chance to take revenge. My drifting cloud space has been controlled by the Hyperspace Association, which means that I have some value. If possible, let me bring some people over." Rather than calling it a request, it was more like a plea. A dignified progenitor had fallen to the point where he needed to beg. If not for the people of the drifting cloud space, he would have happily died. Lu Yin thought back to Mei's despair and helplessness that night, as well as Lu Yun's current numbness. Weaklings were like this, and Lu Yin never wanted to become one. The golden light from the Divine Seal catalog grew even more resplendent. Where there was light, there was also darkness. Under the illumination of the golden light, Lu Yun's figure moved. Lu Yun, are you willing to become a god? Lu Yin asked. His voice was different from usual, it was now more solemn and sacred. Lu Yun took a deep breath and replied in a low voice, yes. Are you willing to become a god? Lu Yin asked again. Yes, Lu Yun replied quickly this time. Since he had made his decision, he would not go back on it. The next moment, the figure behind him moved towards the Divine Seal catalog. Once it entered the Divine Seal catalog, Lu Yin could borrow this figure to fight, regardless of whether or not he was Lu Yun's enemy. The first person to attempt to become a god was Senior Mu Xie, but he had failed. Senior Mu Xie's power level was too high, and Lu Yin could not withstand the backlash. The second person to attempt to become a god was Nong Yi. That success had given Lu Yin the confidence to attempt to become a god. Lu Yun might not necessarily be stronger than Nong Yi, and Lu Yin himself was much stronger than before. As for Chenlu, Lu Yin did not want to reveal too much, and Chenlu would definitely not be willing to become a god from the bottom of his heart. With a boom, Lu Yin's mind shook, and he felt as if something had appeared in his mind. The figure then entered the Divine Seal catalog. Godhood, success. From now on, there was one more person in the Divine Seal catalog, Lu Yun, who possessed the 1,000 streams Tao break. Lu Yun looked at the new figure in the Divine Seal catalog and was filled with shock. This person could really borrow his strength. The Divine Seal catalog was such a supreme name. Was this an innate gift? If this person had it, then his clansmen should have it as well. Even so, why had such a powerful family been exiled? It should not have been the Chronos Transcendents. Even the Chronos Transcendents had trouble dealing with Lu Yin, let alone such a terrifying family. Could it be that Grand Empyrean? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2679. The Divine Seal catalog was put away, and Lu Yin opened his eyes and calmly looked at Lu Yun. He had said so much just to get Lu Yun to willingly become a god. Otherwise, if Lu Yun was unwilling, the ascension would not succeed. If Lu Yin really wanted to control Lu Yun, he could have just asked his senior to do it. After saying so much nonsense, it had finally worked. If Lu Yun was willing to become a god, it meant that Lu Yun did not have any other thoughts. From what he knew, becoming a god was equivalent to being controlled. I will do my best to save the drifting cloud space, and I will also help you take revenge, Lu Yin promised. Lu Yun relaxed. Thank you. After that, Lu Yin told Lu Yun about his identity and the origin space's sky sept, which left Lu Yun dumbfounded. He had not expected Lu Yin's status to be so high that he had more than one progenitor backing him. Moreover, such a person had actually infiltrated the Six Paths Society and become one of its most sought-after figures. This series of events left Lu Yun completely dumbfounded, and Mei was also dumbfounded. Lu Yin always felt that the people of the drifting cloud space were not smart enough. They had been so focused on that forbidden area that they did not even realize that they had been played. Lu Yun was the same, he was a one-track mind. It was no wonder that these people had been subdued by transcendence. When I first discovered the passage to transcendence, I didn't think too much about it and went over. Transcendence also expressed its goodwill, but who would have thought that when I agreed to let the bearer of the feed technique enter the drifting cloud space, an irreversible change occurred. Lu Yun recounted how they had been subdued. The more Lu Yun listened, the more certain he became that these people were not very smart. At the same time, he was also glad that Gu had chosen not to seal the passage. With the fifth mainland strength of only 7 half-progenitors, how could they resist 3 monarch spacetimes? Mo Heyuan would be able to sweep through the fifth mainland. The cosmic tree would not care about the fifth mainland survival at all. You said that you're good with the blade. Wouldn't you be even more powerful if your limbs could heal? Lu Yun asked. Lu Yun replied, of course. Healing my limbs isn't that difficult. I'm an extreme powerhouse after all, and I just need some time. When the time comes, I'll be even stronger. After all, I was able to cut down an expert from the black energy source. Lu Yun nodded. Let's go. From today onwards, you are the 3rd elder of the above heaven sect. The first 2 were naturally the blood ancestor and elder Chan. Lu Yun did not know that the divine seal catalog could not control him, and Lu Yun did not elaborate. From now on, the above the sky sect would have another progenitor. Although this progenitor could not compare to 9 mountains and 8 seas, he was still a hidden trump card of the above the sky sect. Lu Yun believed that he would be able to give the 4 cardinal scales a pleasant surprise. Mei was also brought to the above heaven sect to follow Lu Yun. On the other side, Flowing Cloud was taken away. Hyperspace was shocked, and he lost her composure. First, Xiao Qingfeng was killed. Now, Lu Yun was missing. The Yu family supported by Qian. Everything seemed to be turning against her at the same time. Within the research base, Little C and the others had already woken up. Seeing the ruins of the base, all of them were terrified. After Little C awoke, the first thing he did was to report that he had discovered a strength that didn't belong to Flowing Cloud space. But, he inadvertently saw the characters on his palm and his expression changed. He buried this matter deep in his heart, not daring to do anything. Over the next few days, many people from hyperspace investigated the research base. They wanted to find out what had happened, but no one could say anything. They were immediately knocked unconscious. The powerhouse who had arrived at the research base didn't see Lu Yun either. When he arrived, Lu Yun had just left with Mei. The people from Flowing Cloud space had all been killed by him, and not a single one of them had survived. Was furious, and she cursed this person for being stupid. Of course, she could only curse behind his back. She had guessed that it might be related to the Yu family, but she couldn't find any evidence. Yu Feng hadn't left the Zio realm at that time, and Yu Ting had been at the 6-way training hole. She couldn't point to the Yu family. Felt that there was a hand secretly controlling everything, but she couldn't find the source of this hand. Who could it be? Lu Yun secretly went to the Zio realm and met up with Yu Feng. If I hadn't acted quickly, I would have been killed. Fortunately, I left before that expert with the black energy source arrived. Lu Yun was afraid. What about Lu Yun? How did he leave? Yu Feng asked, looking at Lu Yun suspiciously. Lu Yun replied, how would I know? I was looking for research materials on the 16th level. I don't know what happened below. Yu Feng frowned. Did Lu Yun leave on his own? Lu Yun looked at him. You're not suspecting that I took Lu Yun away, are you? I don't have that ability. Lu Yun is an extreme powerhouse, and the entire lower level is filled with his power. Unless I'm also an extreme powerhouse, I wouldn't even dare to touch it. Yu Feng retracted his gaze. Although he said that, he still felt that it was too much of a coincidence. If Xian Qi could really take Lu Yun away, then he must have hidden himself, but that was impossible. No matter how well he hid, he couldn't possibly be an extreme powerhouse. There was only one other explanation: an extreme powerhouse had taken action and taken Lu Yun away. In any case, Lu Yun's departure has nothing to do with me. I only destroyed half of the base and looked for information. I didn't touch anything else. Yufeng's heart skipped a beat. Destroyed half of the base. He remembered that Lu Yun had been imprisoned using the feasting technique, which had been set up by the Yu family. To facilitate the transfer, the feasting technique could be closed. Could it be that his destruction of the base had caused the feasting technique to close? It wasn't impossible. But that wasn't important. What are Zijing and the others researching? Did you find anything? Lu Yin shook his head. Nope. Yufeng was disappointed. But in the base, I saw 4 words that might be related to research. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Sequence particles. Yufeng was shocked. Sequence particles. Are you sure you saw those words? Lu Yin nodded. Yes. He wanted to borrow the Yu family's strength, so he naturally had to tell them about the research on sequence particles. Even if he didn't say anything, Yufeng would definitely be able to find out. Is the research on sequence particles that important? You're overreacting. Yufeng's expression was solemn like never before. This research was proposed by that person a long time ago, but it hasn't been implemented yet. The Yu family's ancestor has instructed that once this research starts, the Yu family must participate and not slack off. I don't know what sequence particles are, but the ancestor has instructed us to do as he says. You don't know. Lu Yin didn't believe him. As the Yu family's patriarch, how could he blindly follow the ancestor's instructions? But if Yufeng didn't say anything, Lu Yin couldn't ask. I never thought that Rant's research would be on sequence particles. No wonder they kept it from me. Yufeng's expression was gloomy. So what do we do now? Lu Yin asked. Yufeng replied seriously, Xianqi, Zijing's situation is more troublesome than we thought. She's researching sequence particles, and this isn't something that Ran can lead. There must be that person behind her. Lu Yin replied, I know. You said that without that person's permission, Zijing couldn't have been hidden. Even the Yu family can't find her. I underestimated the severity of the situation. Yufeng sighed. Go back first and let me think about what to do. This research is too important. Lu Yin nodded and left the Zio realm. He didn't know what Yufeng wanted to do, but neither Yufeng nor Ran would sincerely cooperate with him. They both had their own goals, and Lu Yin was the same. It all depended on whose methods were better. Bai Qian was the cleanest of them all. She seemed to be in the middle of this whirlpool, but she was the loneliest. No one would have thought that she had an ally like Lu Yin and the backing of the above heaven sect. The impact of Lu Yun's disappearance was getting worse and worse, and it had already spread throughout the universe. Everyone knew that Lu Yun had been imprisoned and was still missing. This matter was a huge blow to Rant's side. An even bigger blow came from Zijing's teacher, the leader of the energy research team. It seemed like the old man was just a leader, but he was in charge of the research of sequence particles. This was currently known to humanity, or at least to Lu Yin's knowledge, and it involved the universe's sequence laws. His position was not as simple as it seemed. At the bottom of the stairs, Ran didn't act all high and mighty. The old man roared angrily for an hour, and even Uncle Mo didn't dare to interrupt. Elder, please calm down. I promise to find Lu Yun and ensure that you get the most perfect data, Ran said courteously. She didn't dare to offend this old man. She really didn't dare. The old man glared at Ran. That better be the case, or don't blame me for being impolite. I can decide your victory with a single word. Even if Master Wei was here, I would still say the same thing. Ran paled and bowed deeply. I understand. Elder, please calm down. I will definitely handle this matter well. Humph, the old man turned and left. No one knew that this unremarkable, seemingly insane old man who was usually very courteous to Hiran actually had such a high status, directly reprimanding Hiran. This was something that even Yufeng couldn't do. After the old man left, Hiran sighed in relief. Have he should contact Chu Jian immediately. Bai Qian can't be a threat to me. Uncle Mo asked in a low voice, how do we quell the elder's anger? Hiran felt a headache coming on. If she wanted to quell the elder's anger, she would have to find Lu Yun and make up for her losses. But where would she find Lu Yun? She didn't even know who had done it. The only thing she could do was prevent the elder from supporting Bai Qian. Otherwise, if the elder changed his mind, she would lose. The elder had this kind of influence. This crazy old man didn't seem like much, but he had lived longer than anyone else. He could even be traced back to the beginning of the universe's energy source. Even Yufeng had to bow when he saw him. In the universe, everyone had to respectfully greet the crazy old man. He was the most privileged person in the universe, and he could influence the decisions of the rulers. Could it be the Yu family? Uncle Mo asked. They had guessed this from the beginning, but they couldn't prove it. Now that they were facing a threat, Hiran decided to talk to Yufeng again to resolve their grudge. She really couldn't understand why Yufeng would suddenly support Bai Qian. Was it because of Luo Jun? But before this, she had done some things to the Yu family, and they didn't care. I always thought that Senior hated Hiran for allowing Lord Luo to attack the Zio realm and even diverting Wenshur away, leaving the Zio realm alone and without help. Yufeng sneered. What can a mere Lord Luo do to my Zio realm? Hiran only used a few tricks. If that person had agreed to let my Yu family participate in the research from the start, then the sequence particles would have been fine. Our Yu clan will continue to be the same as before, regardless of whether it's Hiran or Bai Qian. It doesn't matter who wins, but that person is underestimating our Yu clan. That person relied on energy sources, while my Yu family relied on the feeding technique. The next generation's leader will definitely be the research of the sequence particles. If my Yu family doesn't participate, then we'll be eliminated and eventually fall. That's not something we want to see. As for Hiran, she knew of my Yu family's plans and kept us in the dark from the start. Now, it's even more impossible for her to cooperate with us. Otherwise, there would be no need for her to compete with Bai Qian. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What about Bai Qian? She's already cooperating with us. Yufeng didn't mind. It's just a woman. As long as I can get that person to include my Yu family in the research of the sequence particles, then it doesn't matter who wins. Since Hiran already saw the situation clearly, why is she still worried about Bai Qian? She should be able to tell that since Bai Qian is cooperating with us, she can't win. Lu Yin didn't understand. Yufeng explained, she can only see the situation clearly, but she can't be absolutely certain. She can't see through that person's heart, so she doesn't dare to take the risk. Bai Qian was already bound to lose, but now that there's a chance of winning, it's different from her. It's like a gamble. She wants to bet 10,000 ultra crystals on one ultra crystal from Bai Qian. Do you think she'll be willing to accept that? She's 90% sure that Bai Qian can't win, but she can't see through my Yu family. Even if there's only a 10% chance, she doesn't dare to gamble. Lu Yin understood. In the end, Hiran wanted to have an absolute chance of winning, which was why she had approached the Yu family. She wanted to resolve the conflict between them, but she couldn't allow herself to be eliminated just because of a 10% chance of winning. With this mindset, Hiran had already placed herself on the same level as Bai Qian. Their battle had already begun anew. This was Yufang's brilliance. Even if Ran could see the situation clearly, she would still be influenced by him. Yufang looked at Lu Yin strangely. You seem to care more about Bai Qian. Why, have you taken a fancy to her? Lu Yin smiled. How could that be? I'm just curious about my role in Senior's plan. Yufang's expression was solemn. You are different from Bai Qian. She's just a chess piece, but you can be the game player. Because your innate talent is extraordinary, you will definitely become an extreme powerhouse in the future. Right now, you control the Void God spacetime and the Three Monarchs spacetime. You have 4 extreme powerhouses backing you, and that is your greatest value. Xian Qi, as someone who has been through this before, let me give you a word of advice. A person must always maintain their value, whether it's to others or to themselves. Once they lose their value, even they will give up on their own life. Value is forever the symbol of a person's ability to live in this world. Regardless of whether Yufang's previous words were true or not, this last sentence was definitely the truth. He had revealed his true feelings in order to gain Lu Yin's trust. This was his method. These words might make others uncomfortable, but they were also the most convincing. Lu Yin looked up. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Not long after, Lu Yin left the Zio world and contacted Bai Qian using a wireless gu to tell her about his conversation with Yufang. Bai Qian's reply was not unexpected. She was very clear about her own position. Although the 3 sides were cooperating, she was just a puppet. Yufang lied, Bai Qian replied. I feel that not only does he want to interfere with the research of sequence particles, but he also wants to replace the Dimensional Master. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The Dimensional Master was the ruler of spacetime transference. He was very mysterious. He had specially investigated this Dimensional Master, but there was very little information about him. Even the description of the Dimensional Master was mixed up in the limited information, as if the Dimensional Master was both male and female. This was a very scary thing, and the more mysterious one was, the scarier it was. What right does the Yu family have to scheme against spacetime transference? Lu Yin asked. Unfortunately, he could not obtain an answer from Bai Qian. Currently, the Yu family's ability to deal with Iran had already surpassed Lu Yin's understanding of their foundation, but this was not an exaggeration. After all, the Yu family had the feed technique, and Iran was just a puppet that the Dimensional Master had pushed out. Although she represented the Dimensional Master, she was not the real Dimensional Master, so the Yu family daring to deal with her did not mean anything. However, if the Yu family wanted to deal with the Dimensional Master, then things were different. Was the Yu family's foundation really that strong? Or was there someone else behind all of this? The Yu family's behavior was too abnormal, and it was completely different from when Lu Yin had first met them. The contrast was too great, so there had to be a problem. Lu Yin thought of a possibility. Could it be that he was not the only one plotting against spacetime transference? Right, Yufang knew that Lu Yin had come from the Genesis space, and he had also mentioned that he wanted to resolve the grudge between them. However, he had never mentioned this matter again, especially when they were working together. This did not make sense. Back then, Lu Yin had guessed that Yufang might have seen part of the truth, which had made him so worried that he wanted to give up his identity as Xian Qi. However, as time passed, Yufang had never mentioned it again, which made Lu Yin feel relieved. But was this really a relief? It was difficult to guess what someone like Yufang was thinking. Lu Yin's gaze turned deep as he thought about this. The Yu family clearly supports you now. In Yufang's words, you've already been eliminated by the Dimensional Master, but there's still hope for you to win. Lu Yin sent a message to Bai Qian and said many things. The last sentence was, prepare to deal with the Yu family. Lu Yin captured a spy in the Void God universe, and after talking to Yufang, he went to the Three Sovereigns universe. He wanted to let people see what he was doing, or at least to show that the situation in spacetime transference had nothing to do with him. Chunlu sent a large number of Hui crystals, and Lu Yin went into seclusion. It was time to continue rolling the die, and enhance was always the best. He had spent 3 months in seclusion, but 11 years had passed since then. He had rolled 4 pips 11 times, and 6 pips 4 times. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to fuse it with any of his spies. Of the people he had fused with, one of them was suspected to be the target of the spies, but that person couldn't be detected. Lu Yin stared at this target, and through verification with Chunlu, he confirmed the spy and captured him. This could be considered as increasing his presence in the Three Sovereigns universe. Here, Lu Yin did not dare to show too much for fear of attracting Luo Jun. Su Wuwei did not recognize him, but it was impossible for Luo Jun not to recognize him. That was the biggest hidden danger. During these 3 months, nothing major happened in spacetime transference. Whether it was he ran or the Yu family, they were all brewing something. After Lu Yin ended his seclusion, he contacted Xiao Hai in spacetime transference. Ever since the forbidden area was broken, Xiao Hai had been frowning. Of course, he did not look any different from before. He looked dull, but he did not work as hard as before. He looked at his hand dozens of times every day, and the words left on his hand made him restless. He wished he could leave spacetime transference. This torture lasted for more than 3 months, and finally, on this day, the same words appeared on the screen. Thank you, Desert Dust and Eisen CC. Just say what you want. Brother's reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2681. Little Hai's eyes widened as he looked at the screen. He quickly connected and asked, "Who are you? We've made a deal before. We've always been the one asking you this question." It was impossible to tell if the person was male or female, but it sounded exactly like Little Hai. Little Hai's face went pale. He had found the other party's location, but he didn't know who it was. This person was hiding in the shadows. In the past, Lu Yin hadn't known who the seller was, so he had to rely on Luo Lao, to contact him. Little Hai could also tell that it was Luo Ho who had contacted him, but now that he knew who the seller was, he naturally had a way to contact him. He couldn't hide his identity, as Little Hai could locate him through spacetime. This was his ability, but there was no way for him to know who Lu Yin was. "What do you want?" Little Hai asked. He was nervous, but he wasn't afraid. This person knew that he was selling information, but he hadn't revealed it. There could only be one reason: this person needed him. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "I need information on a spy." After a long time, the screen dimmed. Little Hai wiped the sweat off his forehead, and his eyes flickered. Could this person be from the Yu family? Information on spies was most important to the Heaven's reflection manor, and the manor belonged to the Yu family. If this person was from the Yu family, then did that mean that the person who had attacked the Forbidden Zone and caused Lu Yun's disappearance was from the Yu family? The Yu family had actually done such a thing. Were they targeting He Ran? Little Hai didn't think about Lu Yin, as he had been chased out of the hyperspace by the Yu family and no longer belonged to the Heaven's reflection manor. Little Hai naturally thought of the Yu family. However, if Lu Yin used Little Hai's information to capture spies, then Little Hai would definitely be able to guess that the attack on the Forbidden Zone had something to do with him. Lu Yin didn't plan on immediately finding out who the spies were. Although Little Hai had given him many spies, they weren't important. Either they were hiding, or Lu Yin couldn't find them. Lu Yin decided to wait until Little Hai was no longer of any use before searching him. There were undercurrents surging in the hyperspace, and no one knew what would happen next. The Yu family's participation in the competition between He Ran and Bai Qian had split the decision-making process in two, and everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. Lu Yin was no exception. However, instead of receiving news from the hyperspace, he received an invitation from the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Director Gon of the Moose Spacetime Horizon Manor had personally invited Lu Yin to assist in the capture of a spy. This news stunned Lu Yin, as he had never imagined that the Moose Spacetime Horizon Manor would invite him. The invitation from the transdimensional Heaven's Reflection Manor was something he had personally facilitated. The invitation from the three sovereigns to the transdimensional Heaven's Reflection Manor was also because Lord Luo wanted to investigate Shaohai. It had nothing to do with him. The Heaven's Reflection Manor's position in the Six Directions Guild was rather awkward. Mu Shi's Heaven's Reflection Manor had never been an exception. This invitation had nothing to do with Lu Yin at all. It had really been an invitation from Mu Shiyong's Heaven's Reflection Hall, and it had even been an invitation from the Hall Master himself. The invitation wasn't sent directly to Lu Yin. Instead, it was sent to Su Wuji, who then brought it to Lu Yin. Manor Lord Gon, why did you invite me? Lu Yin was puzzled. Void Extreme was also puzzled. I don't know much about Gon. He broke through to the extreme realm in the last century, but he hasn't been to the endless battlefield that many times either. It's strange. Lu Yin frowned. Could this be related to the Repose Palace? One of the connections between himself and the wood spacetime was the wood talent, which caused the wood carving to care about him. However, as he joined the virtual god spacetime, the wood spacetime's attention faded, and the third Master Mu never looked for him. There was also Mr. Daheng from the Repose Palace. However, Mr. Daheng couldn't possibly know that Chen Li's change was related to Lu Yin, and he had also given the stone to Luo Jun. Mr. Daheng only cared about the stone, not Chen Lo, and definitely not Lu Yin. Could it really be a coincidence? Regardless of whether or not it was, Lu Yin didn't plan on going to the wood spacetime. He was afraid that he would meet Mu Carving and have his disguise exposed. He would then have to explain himself again, and if he couldn't do so, he would be in big trouble. Lu Yin asked Su Wuji to help him decline the Heaven's Reflection Manor's invitation. His reason was that he had been bitterly disappointed in the hyperspace dimension. Su Wuji patted Lu Yin's shoulder. The Yu family has gone overboard. They were the ones who invited you, and they even suspected that you led Luo Jun to the child-traversing world. How is that possible? Anyone could tell that it was He Ran's doing. We'll remember this grudge, and we'll definitely get revenge for you if we have the chance. Thank you, Manor Lord, Lu Yin said gratefully. Su Wuji nodded. Then I'll reject Manor Lord Gon. Actually, it's better if you don't go to the wood spacetime. That spacetime is very complicated and has existed for a long time. The situation there isn't much better than the hyperspace dimension. You can stay in the void god spacetime and focus on becoming a powerhouse. Try not to go to the three monarch spacetime as well. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Manor Lord Chen Lu takes good care of me and trusts me completely. I don't want to disappoint him. Su Wuji said, it's up to you. If you get bullied, let me know. I'll stand up for you. Also. Suddenly, Su Wuji stared at Lu Yin seriously. Lu Yin blinked, confused. Why aren't you wearing the everlasting mirror? Su Wuji asked. Lu Yin laughed dryly. I forgot. He loosened his fingers, almost wanting to slap Su Wuji with his slipper. He had thought that his identity had been exposed. The situation in the hyperspace dimension had become intense. A few days after Lu Yin rejected the Heaven's Reflection Manor's invitation, the Yu family suddenly started to frantically rope in the members of the council. Originally, only a third of the members had supported Bai Qian, but now, nearly half of them had joined. He ran hurriedly took action, but her influence was not as great as the Yu family's. Fewer and fewer people supported her in the council, and everyone was shocked by the Yu family's methods. The Yu family's unusual actions left many confused. The current Yu family was completely different from the Yu family in their memories, and it was as if they had bared their fangs. He ran was helpless against the Yu family's attacks, and she didn't even know how to deal with them. Bai Qian isn't coming out. He ran's face was gloomy, but even so, her face was still so perfect that it was mesmerizing. He Shu said, "We've tried everything, but Bai Qian just won't come out." Even the members of the council who deliberately sided with the Yu family couldn't lure her out. It's the same for Tu Ku. Why isn't she coming out? The Yu family must have taken precautions against her. He ran clenched her fists. She wanted to scream at the top of her lungs. She felt powerless. She hadn't cared about the Yu family at first, but now that the Yu family had revealed their true strength, she couldn't retaliate at all. She regretted it now. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have schemed against the Yu family. Sis, Bai Qian is cooperating with the Yu family. Logically speaking, it's impossible for her to win. She'll be eliminated if she goes to Master Wei. If things don't work out, there's no need for us to take the risk, He Shu said. He ran angrily rebuked, "What do you know? Is the Yu family an ordinary family? They're the behemoth that worked with Master Wei to bring transcendence to its current status. No one knows what they have in their hands. If the Yu family is determined to support Bai Qian, even Master Wei might have to give them face. How many years has it been? It's already the 93rd generation when it's my turn to compete with Bai Qian. Master Wei doesn't care about me and Bai Qian, but he cares about the Yu family. Even if he doesn't like Bai Qian cooperating with the Yu family, as long as the Yu family is willing to pay the price, it won't be difficult to sacrifice me." He Shu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. His gaze was fierce. "I'll try again. I'll definitely lure her out." His position came from He Ran, and if something happened to her, he would lose everything. He Ran was powerless. She held her forehead with her hand, feeling a headache coming on. He Shu didn't say anything and just stood there. "Uncle Mo, how many people in the council still support us?" He Ran asked calmly. Uncle Mo walked out, exactly 12 people. He Ran opened her eyes, "More than half. If these people don't rebel against me, no matter how you look at it, I've won." He Shu was helpless. The Yu family had only just made a move, and almost half of them had already rebelled against He Ran. How could he guarantee that these people wouldn't rebel? "Uncle Mo, go," He Ran seemed to have made arrangements and said quietly. Uncle Mo's gaze turned cold. "Yes." A few days later, a piece of news suddenly exploded, shocking the Six Direction Society and the Yu family. There had been a massacre in the council. All members of the council who had sided with the Yu family had died, and only one member who had deliberately sided with the Yu family was unharmed. 10 members of the council had died, and their blood stained the ground. This was a massacre that had never happened before. On the surface, the council was the pinnacle of transcendence's power and could decide all matters in transcendence. They were high above and judged everything, but half of them had died. The spearhead of this murder case was pointed at He Ran. Those who had died were all supporters of the Yu family. If it wasn't He Ran, who else could it be? He Ran didn't deny it, as she was the one who had done it. To be more precise, it was Uncle Mo who had done it. Her goal was to make everyone remember that only death awaited those who betrayed her. She wanted to completely control the remaining 13 people and ensure that the council supported her. Only then would she have a chance of winning. The council would decide the outcome of the competition between her and Bai Qian. No matter what the Yu family did, only the council would decide the outcome. This was something that even the Yu family couldn't avoid. The remaining 13 people were locked up by Hiran, including Tuku. He stopped pretending, as Hiran was basically telling everyone that Tuku was also one of her people. She had shed all pretense of cordiality and put the competition out in the open without caring about what the others in Transcendence thought. Yufeng praised, "This woman isn't bad. She's ruthless, decisive. No wonder Master Wei took a liking to her. Not only does she have a perfect body, not bad." Eulele frowned, "You're still praising her. We're not even in the council anymore. How can we let Bai Qian win?" Yufeng laughed, "We don't need to care about who wins. This massacre is enough to draw Master Wei out. I want to see what he plans to do. How do you think Master Wei will deal with Iran?" Eulele's eyes lit up as he asked. Yufeng shook his head, "He won't. To Master Wei, the people in the council have no value. He doesn't care if they live or die. What he cares about is Iran herself. If Iran's beauty gets angry, Master Wei will admire her even more. As long as he appears, we're on the right path. Master Wei will come to the Zio realm soon. Iran is the key to uncovering Master Wei's veil." "What about Bai Qian?" Eulele asked. Yufeng didn't mind, "She's just a tool. It doesn't matter if she's there or not. Her existence will only serve to highlight Iran's value." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2682. Lu Yin quickly found out about the transdimensional massacre and was shocked. He had never thought that Hiran would have such a side to her. Hiran had destroyed half of the decision-making team in a fit of rage, and the rest of the people didn't dare to betray her. She had stabilized the situation, and no matter what the Yu family did or how clever their methods were, Hiran's focus was on the decision-making team. As long as she could secure the votes of the decision-making team, she would be the winner. He had thought that this woman was only good-looking and was high and mighty. He hadn't expected her to be so decisive and cause such a shocking massacre. Su Yu was shocked that Hiran is so ruthless. "Brother, do you think Lele will be fine?" Su Ji was afraid. The decision-making team is full of powerful people who can represent the entire transdimensional aristocracy. She's actually so daring to destroy half of them. Isn't she afraid that countless people from the transdimensional aristocracy will gang up on her? She's ruthless. "Brother, will Lele be fine?" Su Yu was worried. Su Ji shook his head, "I don't know, you can ask the acting governor." Su Yu looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged, "She's the Yu family's princess. No matter how crazy Hiran is, she won't do anything to Eulele. Don't worry, she was fine when Lord Luo captured Eulele. Speaking of which, why are you so concerned about her? Do you want to eat dandruff?" Su Yu was disgusted, "Don't mention that to me." Lu Yin looked outside and wondered if he had underestimated Hiran all this time. As he thought about it, he started to understand more about Hiran. In a short time, Lu Yin found out a lot about Hiran, most of which were things that the outside world couldn't find. He obtained some from Xiaohai and some from the Yu family, which was how he learned a lot about Hiran. Looking at Hiran's experiences, Lu Yin knew that he had indeed underestimated her. She relied not only on the position bestowed by the maintainer, but also on her own abilities. When Hiran was confirmed as the maintainer's spokesperson, the first thing she did was nurture Uncle Mo. Bai Qian hadn't competed with her back then, and in many cases, as long as there was no competition at the start, someone like her would always be the winner. It was rare for someone like her to join the competition halfway. However, she still nurtured Uncle Mo first, and because of this, her position was no longer limited to the maintainer's favor. Uncle Mo, an extremely powerhouse, was a great deterrent. This was one of the reasons why she always had an advantage over Bai Qian. She had always been fighting against the competitors of nothingness. This was also the reason why Yu Fang had been able to control He Ran's mind. He understood He Ran too well, and he knew that this woman would not allow her position to be threatened in the slightest. This woman's thoughts were meticulous and her methods were decisive and ruthless. Yet, she had a perfect appearance and a superior temperament. All of these were in line with Master Vader's requirements. Lu Yin sighed. If he hadn't interfered with the Yu family, then even if Bai Qian hadn't been captured by Tu Shuangshuang, she wouldn't have been able to win against He Ran. She wasn't just for show. His understanding of He Ran made him look forward to what she would do next. Now that both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality, she would definitely go all out to deal with the Yu family. Was this what Master Wei wanted to see? He Ran didn't make him wait for too long, and she quickly pushed out a group of people who were qualified to become members of the decision-making team. It was as if these people had been there for a long time, and regardless of their status or qualifications, they were definitely qualified to become members of the decision-making team. At the same time, another group of people who had been killed in hyperspace were also qualified to become members. He was a member of the decision-making team. He Ran was too ruthless. Among the group of people who had been killed, there were those who had dealings with the Yu family, and there were also those who hadn't. She directly killed them all, and those who didn't belong to her were all enemies. The Yu family's reaction wasn't slow either, and they found reasons why those who supported He Ran couldn't join the decision-making team. The Yu family was too deeply rooted in hyperspace, and it wasn't difficult for them to find reasons. This was something that He Ran could never compare to. The Yu family was also able to monitor the entire hyperspace. Both sides fought over the decision-making team for 2 months. Although there wasn't much bloodshed, it was enough to turn hyperspace upside down, and the aristocratic families changed over and over again. Everyone had to pick a side. Uncle Mo's deterrence caused those who hated He Ran to not dare speak out, for fear of being exterminated. In the long run, the influence wouldn't just revolve around the decision-making team, but would also extend to every corner of hyperspace. The other members of the Six-Way gang couldn't interfere in this battle. As long as there weren't any extreme powerhouses fighting each other, even the reincarnation spacetime couldn't interfere. Just as the competition was getting intense, Uncle Mo appeared outside the red domain, requesting to see Lu Yin. "Sister, he is looking for me." Lu Yin was surprised, not understanding why He Ran was looking for him at this time. Uncle Mo asked politely, "May I ask the acting manner master to come with me?" Lu Yin nodded. "Since sister he is looking for me, of course I won't refuse." "Thank you," Uncle Mo said. Soon after, Lu Yin followed Uncle Mo to hyperspace and met with He Ran. Compared to a few months ago, He Ran was much more tired now. Her originally clear eyes had dimmed a little, but that didn't affect her perfection. She was like a languid beauty. "Sister He." Lu Yin called out as soon as he arrived. He Ran looked at him and forced a smile. "You're here." Lu Yin was concerned. "Sister He, you're tired." He Ran held her forehead and replied tiredly, "Yes, I am." "Little brother, what do you think of the Yu family?" Lu Yin's eyes widened. "I can't wait to get rid of them." He Ran looked at him. "Because they chased you away?" Lu Yin replied, "Of course not. I don't care how the Yu family treats me, but they're targeting you right now. Who does Bai Qian think he is? What right does he have to compete with you? The Yu family actually openly supported Bai Qian. That's too much. I can't forgive them for forcing you to work so hard. Sister He, if you need me, I can contact brother Su Heng and big sister Su Ling to demand an explanation from the Yu family. Academy head Su Wuji will also go. He won't let the Yu family off so easily." He Ran was tempted, but she knew that it would be useless. Even if Su Wuji personally appeared, it wouldn't matter. This was hyperspace, not the void god space. It was not a place where people from the void god space could do whatever they wanted. There's no need. Favors are limited. You can keep their favor. Luin hurriedly replied, Sister He, just tell me what you need. There's nothing to help with. Your problem is my problem. He Ran smiled. Her smile was beautiful, and the more tired she looked, the more heart-wrenching her smile was. Even Luin had the urge to protect her, and Bai Qian's words unconsciously appeared in his mind. He had profaned her. I want you to prove that something came from the Yu family. Uncle Mo walked over and handed a pair of dark green spectacles to Luin. Luin accepted it and was puzzled. What's this? It's Luo Ho's. Luin raised a brow. Second brother Luo. He Ran smiled. I heard that you have a good relationship with him. Luin replied, we fought together in the drifting cloud space and also went to the Hexway training hall. He's a smooth talker, but he's well informed. He Ran continued, I hope that you can prove that this thing came from the Yu family. Think about all the details. Can you help? Luin looked at the spectacles. He Ran's goal was obvious. She wanted the Yu family to bear the suspicion of Mu Jun's disappearance. As long as they could confirm that Luo Ho had gone to the Yu family, they would be able to shift the blame to the Yu family. He Ran was anxious. Her many years of accumulation were useless against the Yu family, and even an extreme powerhouse like Uncle Mo couldn't give her a sense of security. She had to deal with Bai Qian and completely cut off any possibility of Bai Qian defeating her while also dealing with the Yu family. Lu Yin's reputation for capturing spies was now He Ran's weapon. Outsiders might not believe what others said, but if he said it himself, many people would believe him. This was because he had captured so many spies, and that was his reputation. Right, Tu Ko is a spy. He's been captured and is being interrogated, He Ran suddenly said. Lu Yin raised a brow. Tu Ko has been captured. He Ran smiled, that's right. Didn't you say that he was a spy? Lu Yin replied, he's only suspected of being a spy, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. He suddenly thought of something and his expression turned unnatural. Sister Ran, I heard that Tu Ko is also one of our people. I was just looking for a reason to deal with him, but I didn't expect that. He Ran stopped Lu Yin from continuing, little brother, you're the acting manner master of the void god universe, the three sovereigns universe, and the heavens reflection manner. Once the Yu family is gone, you'll be the acting manner master of my ultra space horizon manner. If you say that someone is a spy, then that person is a spy. You can't be wrong, right? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was He Ran's way of creating momentum for him so that she could pin Mu Jun's disappearance on the Yu family. She was even willing to sacrifice Tu Ko for this. Sister Ran is right. I understand, Lu Yin said. He Ran smiled, then are you willing to help me? The Yu family is pushing us too far. Although Luo Jun and I are certain that Mu Jun's disappearance was caused by them, they're very cautious and didn't leave behind any clues. We can only rely on this method. Lu Yin raised his head. Sometimes, you don't have to worry about trifles when you do things. Sister Ran, when will you tell me? He Ran was delighted, thank you for helping me. Lu Yin replied, there's no need to thank me, but this isn't easy. If we want to pin the Yu family down, I'll have to go back and think about the details. Of course, the Yu family is very smart. Little brother, you must think about everything. Once you've thought it through, let me know. I'll arrange the time. Lu Yin nodded and left. After he left, Uncle Mo asked, Sir, do you really believe that this kid will help us? He Ran replied, if he doesn't help us, is he going to help the Yu family? Uncle Mo was worried, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that this kid isn't that simple. He Ran's eyes flickered. Not simple. No matter what, he wouldn't cooperate with the Yu family. Yufeng understood her, and she understood Yufeng as well. With Yufeng's intelligence, he wouldn't easily cooperate with anyone, especially Xianqi. No matter how she looked at it, Xianqi was close to her, so Yufeng wouldn't trust him. Whether it was simple or not, this was a battle between her and the Yu family. No matter what, Xianqi wouldn't be able to harm her. After leaving He Ran's place, Lu Yin returned to the Red Domain and looked for Luo Lauer. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2683. Luo Lauer recognized the frame as the one that he had once used and left behind in the Three Monarchs universe. The origin of this frame was very clear. Luo Jun and He Ran had cooperated to deal with the Yu family. Luo Jun had interfered in the battle of space-time. On one hand, he suspected that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to the Yu family, and on the other hand, he probably wanted to borrow He Ran's strength. As long as He Ran defeated by Qian, he would have some support in the space-time continuum. When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked down on Luo Jun. The Three Monarchs universe was too weak, so weak that he wanted to help He Ran. From what he had done, he definitely had no intention of plotting against the space-time continuum. He had neither the strength nor the structure. Although Lu Yin wasn't an extreme powerhouse, he still dared to plot against the space-time continuum. At this time, someone from the Yu family came to find Lu Yin and asked him to make a trip to the ZU world. On the same day, He Ran finished searching the Yu family. Lu Yin suspected that both sides had planted people to monitor each other. Yufeng's purpose was simple: he wanted Lu Yin to accuse He Ran of being a spy. Lu Yin was stunned. Accuse He Ran of being a spy? Yufeng nodded. This woman's actions are ruthless, and she completely controls the decision-making team. The more she opposes me, the more likely it is that she'll gain the support of Vader. Normal methods won't be able to influence her, so this is the only way. I'll have to attack her directly. Lu Yin felt strange. Did Yufeng know what He Ran wanted him to do? Or did they have a common advisor? He Ran wanted him to frame the Yu family, and Yufeng wanted him to frame He Ran. Both sides needed his reputation. Could it be that He Ran's attitude towards him and Yufeng's cooperation was because of his reputation for capturing spies? It wasn't impossible. Xianqi, there's no need to hide. I don't need you to publicly support Bai Qian, but capturing spies is your responsibility. There's no need to get close to He Ran. I want to give her the final word, Yufeng said solemnly. Lu Yin hesitated. Are you sure? That's the only way, Yufeng said solemnly. Otherwise, it'll be too late if we wait until the Dimensional Master asks the decision-making team to vote. It doesn't matter who wins between He Ran and Bai Qian, but we need to have the ability to influence the Dimensional Master. Only then will we be able to interfere with the Dimensional Master's research and help you rescue Zijing. Xianqi, once the research on the sequence particles is successful, it'll be comparable to the reincarnation time and space's three saints. It's a glorious achievement. In the entire Six Directions Society, only my Yu clan is qualified to participate in it. If you cooperate with us, you'll be able to participate in it. Don't hesitate. He Ran and Bai Qian are worthless. Let me go back and think about it. What are you hesitating about? Yufeng was puzzled. Lu Yin looked at him. Fame is something that can only be used once. If you fail, it's gone. Yufeng laughed. It's useful. Once is enough. Are you still counting on this to break through to the apex realm? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I understand. Don't worry, I'll do it. But we have to consider all the details so that we won't be exposed. You need a reason to deal with Iran, not a joke. Yufang nodded. Of course, but time is of the essence. The dimensional master can change the voting time at any time. Once he discovers our goal, he might even vote today so that I can't influence Iran. If Iran wins, even if you're sure that she's a spy, we won't be able to make a move. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Lu Yin returned to the red domain. On the same day, he traveled back and forth 4 times, receiving nearly the same mission. Things were unpredictable. Between Iran and Yufang, Lu Yin could only choose to help Yufang. Yufang's intelligence lay in not asking about the process. He could deduce the outcome based on the beginning, and no matter how unbelievable the process was, he could accept it. Lu Yin wasn't sure how far Yufang had guessed his identity. When they had first worked together, Yufang had never mentioned the Genesis space again. The more this was the case, the more uneasy Lu Yin felt. Furthermore, he was the one who had killed Xiao Qingfeng, and this was something that Yufang could use against him. Compared to Iran, Lu Yin could only choose to work with Yufang. He had killed Xiao Qingfeng in order to convince Yufang that he could only work with Yufang. This was also the result that Lu Yin wanted. However, Lu Yin had discovered that Yufang had changed, and he no longer wanted to work with the Yu family. The changes in the Yu family either meant that their foundation was too deep and they could contend against the dimensional master, or they had someone backing them. Regardless of the situation, Lu Yin didn't want to participate in it. If he had discovered this earlier, he wouldn't have given Yufang any information. If this matter wasn't handled properly, Xian Qi's identity would be in danger, and it would implicate divinity Xiao Yin. She might be able to recognize Lu Yin's identity, but Lu Yin wasn't sure if divinity Xiao Yin had seen him before. No, Lu Yin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. So what if he had information on Xian Qi? As long as Xian Qi didn't exist, any information would be useless. Yes, as long as Xian Qi didn't exist. Lu Yin silently stared at the sky, deep in thought. A few days later, he found Iran and discussed the details of framing the Yu family. Iran was delighted, as Lu Yin's plan was more comprehensive than hers. This proved that Lu Yin was seriously considering the matter. Half a day later, Lu Yin left with a large amount of ultra crystals and a white energy source. This was the reward Iran had given him. She had said that she would help, but how could she help for free? This was also why Lu Yin had come here. There were hundreds of millions of ultra crystals, and they were definitely worth enough. Iran had been quite generous in this regard, and Lu Yin had seen her wealth. Following that, Lu Yin went to the Yu family and discussed the various details of framing Iran with Yufang. Along the way, he had thought of a way to get Bai Qian to come to the Zio realm and help her hide Luo Lao's frame. This was a backup plan that he had left for Bai Qian. Iran could see the situation clearly, and even though she didn't dare to take the risk due to her personality, this situation should be right. In that case, Bai Qian was courting death by cooperating with the Yu family. There had to be a way to get her out of this mess. When Iran asked Lu Yin to frame the Yu family, he had already considered this. Bai Qian could frame the Yu family in order to fight for her own survival in front of the dimensional master. The Zio realm was very large, and while some places had activated the ultra-analysis mode, most places did not. With Lu Yin's help, Bai Qian personally hid Luo Lao's frame in the Zio realm. As for how to explain things to the dimensional master in the future, that was Bai Qian's problem, and that was all Lu Yin could do. Similarly, he had also obtained 1 trillion ultra crystals from the Yu family, and Yufang did not mind either. When the Yu family had been at its peak, the prodigal Yu Xian had been the richest person in the entire Six Direction society. Even though Yu Xian had caused the Yu family to decline, many years had passed since then, and 1 trillion ultra crystals was not a lot. Lu Yin now had more than 300 million ultra crystals, which was a quick source of income. He also had 500 million brilliance crystals and 550 million star essence on top of that. Based on the value of the Six Direction Society, he had close to $1 billion in resources. Unfortunately, these resources could not be directly converted to a price that was useful to him. It was worth it. This day was a day that would be recorded in the annals of history in the Transcendent Society. Lu Yin led many people from the Void God Spacetime's Heaven's Reflection Manor to the Transcendent Society and headed towards the Zeo realm, but they were stopped by the Yu family. Yuting told Lu Yin to leave the Transcendent Society, as the Heaven's Reflection Manor did not need him. However, Lu Yin's next words shocked the Transcendent Society. He ran as a spy. I, Xian Qi, am carrying out the duties of the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and I hope that the Yu family can assist me in capturing He Ran. This sentence shocked Yu Ting and the entire Zeo realm, and it quickly spread throughout the entire Transcendent Society. Countless people stared at the screen in a daze as they watched Lu Yin list out all sorts of suspicions about He Ran being a spy. Their minds were in chaos. At the same time, He Ran found out as well. He stared at the screen and even forgot to sit down. His expression was sluggish, and he had completely lost his composure. Why? Why did Xian Qi accuse him of being a spy? Why? Uncle Mo was furious. Sir, I'll go destroy him. Outside the Zeo realm, Yu Fang appeared with a solemn expression. Xian Qi, are you sure that He Ran is a spy? This is no small matter, and you cannot speak carelessly. Lu Yin raised his head. I'm absolutely sure. I hope that manor head Yu Fang can assist me in capturing the spy. All right. Since you've confirmed it, the Heaven's Reflection Manor will naturally capture He Ran. However, if we find out that He Ran isn't a spy, you must give the Transcendent Society an explanation. Yu Fang then walked out, his black energy filling the sky as he headed towards He Ran. On this day, the Yu family officially made a move against He Ran. Lu Yin watched as Yu Fang impatiently rushed towards He Ran. Suddenly, an extreme crisis descended, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Yu Fang abruptly looked in a certain direction. It was an extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin suddenly screamed as the void around him was obliterated. Yu Fang hurriedly turned around, but by the time he looked back, Lu Yin had already vanished. He didn't even have time to see how Lu Yin had vanished. Around them, Guan Laoda was aghast, and he hurriedly retreated in disbelief. What's going on? Yu Fang barked, as this was not within his expectations. An extreme powerhouse had definitely attacked, and because it had happened so quickly, he hadn't been able to react in time. Guan Laoda trembled. The acting manor head disappeared. Yu Fang's eyes flashed. It must be He Ran. He Ran sent someone to assassinate Xian Qi in an attempt to destroy the witnesses. Heaven's Reflection Manor, capture He Ran. With that order, the Transcendent Society began to move. Within Yuchizi's Transcendence world, the countless miniature carriers of the Art of Gift continuously gathered and merged together, gradually forming a massive carrier that followed Yufang. There were carriers of the Art of Gift in every corner of the Transcendent Society, and at this moment, they appeared and merged with the nearby carriers. The Yu family's countless years of accumulation had finally appeared. He stood on the stairs and stared at the screen. Have Wen sure stopped them? Uncle Mo's face sank. The Yu family had actually used a spy as an excuse to attack He Ran. They were actually this aggressive, even more aggressive than He Ran when he massacred the decision-making team. Had the Yu family gone mad? Why were they doing this? They had been obedient for so many years, and they had never done anything like this before. No one could figure out what Yufang was trying to do. He was still wondering why Xian Qi had identified him as a spy. Suddenly, news spread that someone had discovered something belonging to Rahu in the transcendence world. This news startled. He ran. Uncle Mo ordered, begin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2684. He ran activated the means she had arranged for this day, and the image of the Luoho mirror frame appeared on the countless light screens of ultra spacetime. He ran accused the Yu family of ignoring the righteousness of humanity and attacking Mu Jun, causing the three monarchs to be unable to defend against the eternal race. She was bound to be a sinner of humanity. He ran ordered Wen Shi to take control of the Yu family and wait for the six-party assembly's decision. The Yu family wanted to capture He ran in the name of being a spy, and He ran wanted to deal with the Yu family in the name of destroying the three monarchs spacetime. The conflict in the ultra spacetime finally erupted at this moment, forming a fierce battle that swept through the entire ultra spacetime. Wen Shi wanted to stop the Yu clan, but he was blocked by Yu Ting. Black energy continued to wreak havoc, bombarding the Yu clan. Yu Fong was blocked by Uncle Mo. Although Uncle Mo wasn't a match for Yu Fong, he was still able to hold on. On the surface, hyperspace had 5 black energy sources. They were in the hands of Yu Fong, Uncle Mo, Qiu Zhan, Wen Shi, and the person from the Guardian Energy Research Group. Against the Eternals, hyperspace had provided a large number of feed and white energy sources. However, there were very few black energy sources. Qiu Zhan was the only one who appeared at the front line against the Eternals. The 4 black energy sources of hyperspace were left to guard hyperspace itself. But at this moment, hyperspace was equivalent to internal strife. Luo Jun had also come to ultra spacetime. Luoho's item was hidden in the Zio world, which was equivalent to evidence. No one could stop him from causing trouble for the Yu family. The starry skies were overturned, and the beam of light from the art of bestowment swept across the starry skies. Yu Fong and Yu Ting fought against Luo Jun and Uncle Mo, setting off a battle that was not inferior to the front lines. This war was enough to determine the situation in hyperspace. The chaos in the outside world no longer had anything to do with Lu Yin. He didn't kill Xian Qi, but he wouldn't do anything for the time being either. He just wanted Xian Qi to disappear for a while. He found some time to look for Little C. Little Hai had provided too little information on the spies, and Lu Yin had not believed her. This time, he had come to deal with this hidden danger. When the Forbidden Land was broken, Little Hai was ordered to move to another research site. Now, he was in a research base not too far away from the Zio realm. He was asked to restore all the data in the previous research base. Little C stared at the distorted screen of light. He yearned for a great battle in outer space. He didn't care who won or lost, as it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to determine who the person who knew his identity was, but he had never been able to find out who that person was. The earth trembled and dust fell. Little C looked at the dusty cup and smashed it on the ground in annoyance. He also wanted to follow the elder to a secret place for research. Unfortunately, the elder did not like him. He worked very hard and was appreciated by the elder, but that place was not a place where hard work could get him to. Bad luck. You don't seem happy. A voice sounded behind him. Of course, Little C said subconsciously. But then, he suddenly paused and turned around to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled at him. Little Hai, right? You are. At this moment, Lu Yin had concealed his appearance, and with Xiao Hai's strength, it was impossible for her to see him. You should be able to guess who I am. Xiao Hai's expression kept changing. It's you, the one who let Lu Yun go. The information you're selling is very detailed, but unfortunately, there's nothing that I want, Lu Yin said indifferently. Xiaohai's face turned even paler. I don't know what you're talking about. He raised his glasses and opened the screen. It was all the information that Xiaohai had given him about the spies. Seeing this, Little C confirmed that the person in front of him was the one who had left the handwriting on his palm. He was the only one who knew. He was the one who sold him information. What do you want? I've given you everything I know. Little C was nervous. Lu Yin approached him step by step, exerting an intense pressure. Little C thought about how this person had easily destroyed the Forbidden Zone and even let Lu Yin go. This person was too powerful, unimaginably powerful. In front of him, Little C was no different from an ant. I'm curious, why are you selling information? Lu Yin asked. Little C replied, resources. No one would complain about having more resources. I need them for my experiments. Is that all? Yes. Why didn't you escape? How could I escape from you? Lu Yin continued, I mean, why didn't you escape after discovering the handwriting? Why did you stay in the hyperspace? Little C gulped. I can't leave this place. This is my home. Nonsense. I have no value if I leave this place, and I don't have any cultivation. That's why I want to save up enough resources to buy a good energy source before leaving. Lu Yin sighed. I could have spared your life, but you didn't tell me the truth, so it's over. Little C was shocked and retreated. Wait, you want to kill me? I have value, and I can help you investigate and monitor others. I know a lot of things, and I'll tell you anything you ask. I'll help you find out even if I don't know anything. Why do you need resources? Why don't you escape, and information on all the spies? You didn't answer any of these questions honestly, so there's no point in keeping you alive. I'll find the answers from your corpse. Lu Yin took a step forward, bringing with him an intense pressure. Not too far away, a screen was showing the battle between two peak cosmic realm powerhouses, and Little C felt as if he was on the verge of death. He was just a cultivation researcher who had never experienced life and death. How could he resist such pressure? All right, I'll tell you everything. Lu Yin stood there quietly, waiting for Little C's answer. Little C gulped again. I didn't escape because you didn't tell anyone about my identity. This means that I have value to you, and I won't be in trouble so quickly. Also, I wanted to find out who you were, so I didn't escape. Resources. It's really because I need them for research. Teacher thinks that Zijing is the most talented person in the field of sequential particles, but I actually understand her research. I can also research it. Lu Yin was surprised. You can research sequential particles as well. Little C nodded. Give me time and give me an answer, and I can reverse engineer sequential particles. Teacher and the others don't know that I have this ability, and they all think that I'm very hardworking. However, hard work can never lead to such a research technique. They didn't even take me with them when they left. They underestimated me. Lu Yin's lips curled up. So you're really confident that you can reverse engineer sequential particles? Little C looked at Lu Yin fearfully and nodded. Lu Yin and Little C looked at each other, but they didn't speak. He looked at Little C's fearful eyes and suddenly turned around, striking out with a palm. At the same time, a cold gaze appeared behind him, and when Lu Yin turned around, his eyes widened in disbelief. Had this person discovered him? Bang! There was a soft sound as the void exploded. Lu Yin's palm viciously slammed into the person who had suddenly appeared behind him, pressing him into the ground. The palm print passed through his back and shattered the void. Whoosh! Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood from the attacker who had suddenly appeared. Lu Yin took a good look at the newcomer, it was an old man with a deathly pale face. The moment Luin pressed him into the ground, the old man's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, then gray, and then green. His physical body was 100 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, the old man was only at the third tribulation origin stage, so even if his physical body was 100 times stronger, he could at most rival someone at the sixth tribulation origin stage. He was far too weak compared to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm was like a mountain that pressed down on the old man. The old man struggled to get up, but he couldn't move. Little C stared blankly. Had he failed? How could this be? I noticed you a long time ago, Lu Yin barked, turning to look at little C. He's the real reason why you didn't escape, and he's also the reason why you've been collecting resources. Little C trembled as she watched the old man struggle. Lu Yin exerted more force, and the old man's body shook once more. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his struggling gradually stopped. Soon, he was no longer breathing. Lu Yin didn't question the old man's intentions, as he had already cultivated the Corpse King transformation. It was impossible to get anything out of him, as his mindset had already changed. He was just a puppet of the everlasting race, no different from a Corpse King. Lu Yin slowly stood up and walked over to little C. This time, little C was truly terrified. Don't kill me, I'll tell you. I didn't escape because of him. He told me that you would definitely come to see me, and that as long as I found you, I would be able to deal with you. He said that he would definitely be able to deal with you. Lu Yun was crippled a long time ago, and you don't have that much strength. Lu Yin frowned. Change bodies. The first thing he thought of was the brains and the technocracy. Those brains were the main body, and the bodies were just tools or clothes that could be changed at will. Little C trembled as she explained what Lu Yin had said, and she also explained why she had been collecting resources. Just like the technocracy, little C was collecting resources to exchange for a new body, one that could use the black energy source. Little C's true body wasn't even an explorer, and he was at most a melder, which was far too weak. Like most people in the hyperspace continuum, he didn't pursue cultivation, but he was ambitious and wanted to possess the power of an extreme powerhouse. In the hyperspace continuum, it wasn't impossible to possess the power of an extreme powerhouse without cultivating. As long as one could use the black energy source, they would instantly become an extreme powerhouse. However, it wasn't that easy to use the black energy source, and there weren't many people in the hyperspace continuum who could do it. Even He Shu and the others could only use the white energy source. That was why Lu Yin had reached an agreement with this spy and asked the everlasting race to help him find a body that could use the black energy source. As for the black energy source, Lu Yin would have to think of a way to obtain it himself. If you really can't, then give me He Shu's body, little C said shakily. Lu Yin laughed. You still want He Shu's body? Aren't you afraid that Uncle Mo and He Ran will see through you? Little C licked her lips and glanced at the screen. I have all the information on He Shu. I've been investigating him and imitating him. I won't be seen through. Lu Yin squatted down. Then how do you get the black energy source? Little C's face turned ugly, as if her greatest secret had been exposed. I can steal it, but teacher doesn't care. He's never used it before. Your teacher has a black energy source. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had already obtained several white energy sources, but he didn't have a single black one. Little C was helpless. Yes, it's in teacher's laboratory. He doesn't care, and even if I take it, he won't notice unless someone tells him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2685. Lu Yin placed a hand on Little Hai's shoulder. Take me there. Little Hai hurriedly replied, Teacher's laboratory has been moved to an unknown area, and I can't find it now. Lu Yin exerted more force, and with a crack, Little Hai's shoulder shattered. The intense pain almost caused Little Hai to faint. How could someone like him endure such pain? Are you joking with me? Say it again, take me there, Lu Yin said coldly. Little Hai's body twitched from the pain, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He hurriedly nodded, got it, I'll get it immediately. The battle was still ongoing, and it had already affected a fifth of the region. The battle between several extreme powerhouses had attracted the attention of the entire Six Direction Society, and even the reincarnation spacetime could not interfere. Lu Yin did not even look at the battle, he only had eyes for the black energy source. Another black energy source was equivalent to another extreme powerhouse in the above heaven sect, and that was the most important thing. Little Hai's teacher was the elder who had scolded he ran. This person had a high status, and in Little Hai's words, he could see Master Wei at any time. This was something that even Yu Fang could not do. Even the Yu family could not find Master Wei. There was only one reason why this elder had lived for so long without cultivating. He had been constantly changing bodies to achieve immortality. Everyone knew that the elder had a high status, but no one had thought that he would also have a black energy source. It was said that this black energy source had been bestowed by Master Wei, but no one knew about it. Only the elder did not care about it and did not plan to use it, otherwise, the Transcendent Society would have gained another extreme powerhouse. Outsiders had underestimated the Transcendent Society too much. There had to be a considerable number of people who could use the black energy source, and as long as those people's bodies were replaced with those with the black energy source, they would be able to make up for the Transcendent Society's weakness. The Transcendent Society had the ability to instantly increase the number of extreme powerhouses to 10 or even more, which was not something that the three monarchs could compare to. With the feat technique, the Transcendent Society was not inferior to the other civilizations in the Six Direction Society. Ordinary people could not enter the Elder's laboratory, but Little Hai could. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have had to force his way in, but that would not have attracted Master Wei's attention. After all, the Elder had a special relationship with Master Wei, and no one knew what he was researching. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he stared at the black energy source in front of him. Little Hai's face was ashen. This was his dream, and he had worked towards it for so many years. But in the end, he had lost it. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the black energy source, but all of a sudden, he felt a sense of danger that caused his scalp to go numb. He did not hesitate to activate a spatial line and walk out. The next moment, a destructive light swept across the laboratory, and everything in it, including Xiao Hai, was instantly annihilated without even being able to react. Outside the laboratory, Lu Yin walked out and looked around. He couldn't see anything from where he was, but he had clearly seen Xiao Hai turn to ash the moment he had fled. The appearance of this power gave Lu Yin a familiar feeling. It was the super-analytical mode, which was not present in this place, but it had not been activated yet. The moment one came into contact with the black energy source, that super-analytical mode could instantly obliterate a person. It was different from the super-analytical mode in the Forbidden Zone, which could only be used for analysis. The one here was connected to a power that could even kill a progenitor. There was a huge bearer of the art of feeding underground that was constantly activated. This should have been set up specifically to protect that elder. Otherwise, it would have been activated the moment he entered the laboratory. Lu Yin looked at the black energy source in his hand and exerted a bit of force, causing it to turn into powder. Sunken, was this a trap? Lu Yin frowned, as he had been happy for nothing. No, Xiao Hai was not stupid. He had been working with spies for so many years to gather resources, and it was impossible that he had done so just for a fake black energy source. He must have confirmed that it was the real thing, which was why he was willing to pay such a huge price. A stupid person would not be able to freely enter that elder's laboratory. When he thought about this, the miniature candle god appeared on Lu Yin's shoulder, and his pupils turned into runes. He was not in a hurry to act and instead waited. His only fear was the mysterious dimensional master, and if the dimensional master did not appear in this great battle in outer space, then it would be a waste of the Yu family's efforts. Only when the dimensional master appeared would Lu Yin be able to make a move. Lu Yin did not have to wait for long, as the battle had already been going on for quite some time. If the battle was allowed to continue, then even more regions in the hyperspace would be affected. Up until now, many of the Yu family's bearers of the art of feeding had been destroyed. These bearers had been the Yu family's foundation for many years, and they could also be considered the foundation of the hyperspace. With so many art of feeding destroyed, it was enough to lure the dimensional master out. The sky above the spacetime darkened the moment a figure descended. Everyone looked up and felt that the hyperspace had suddenly changed. The air was scorching hot, and it was difficult to breathe. The silent pressure caused Yu Fang and the others to stop attacking and look in a certain direction. There stood a man with long hair that reached his waist. His face was handsome and natural, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. If Qingfen was described as handsome, then this person could be praised as well. Regardless of appearance or temperament, this person was not inferior to Qingfen. Compared to Qingfen, this person had an even more domineering aura. The moment he appeared, he naturally became the center of the universe and attracted everyone's attention. Under his gaze, even Luo Shan stopped what he was doing. "Greetings, Dimensional Master." Uncle Mo hurriedly bowed. Wen Shi, Yu Ting, and the others bowed in unison. Yu Fang slowly bowed, "Greetings, Dimensional Master." His seniority was much lower than the Dimensional Master's, who was of the same generation as the Yu family's ancestor. Luo Shan calmly looked at the Dimensional Master. As one of the three sovereigns, he naturally did not need to bow, but he still had to show respect to the Dimensional Master. "Senior, sorry to disturb you." At this moment, the entire ultra-spacetime, including the other civilizations of the hexagon, were all staring at the Dimensional Master. The Dimensional Master was too mysterious, and he had not appeared for many years. Whether it was the war with the Eternals or the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, he had never appeared. Even Yu Fang had only seen him a few times. The others in ultra-spacetime were even more excited to see the Dimensional Master. Lu Yin looked at the Dimensional Master on the screen. Was he the ultra-spacetime dominator? The Dimensional Master looked like a young man, but very few knew how old he actually was. He had existed for a very long time, and he could be traced back to a vague period that could not be recorded in history. "Lord Luo, why have you come to ultra-spacetime?" The Dimensional Master asked with a faint smile, as if this matter was not important to him. Luo Shan replied, "My unfilial son Luo Ho's belongings were discovered in the Zio realm. Little Mu's disappearance is directly related to the Yu family. The Yu family must provide an explanation." The Dimensional Master looked at Yu Fang. "Speak." Yu Fang bowed again. "The Yu family definitely did not act against Mu Jun, and we do not know the reason for her disappearance. This time, we acted because he ran. Xian Qi from the Horizon Manor discovered that he ran was a spy, but he was killed. She should be investigated. He ran was not here, she was still at the bottom of the stairs." She bowed to the Dimensional Master from afar without speaking. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the Dimensional Master's decision. "Is Xian Qi dead?" the Dimensional Master asked as he looked at Yu Fang. Yu Fang respectfully replied, "I don't know. Xian Qi disappeared at that moment. I don't know if he was turned to dust or if he simply disappeared." Lu Yin looked at the screen and narrowed his eyes. What did this mean? Could it be that the dimensional master was watching him? Lu Yin immediately felt uncomfortable with this thought. No way. The dimensional master calmly replied, if Ran was a spy, why would I let her sit in that position? Yufeng solemnly replied, Dimensional master, Ran might not have been a spy at first, but it's hard to say now. Xian Qi's ability to capture spies is known throughout the entire Six Direction Society. He was the one who purged the spies from the Void God universe, and he also discovered that there were many spies in the hyperspace universe and the Three Monarchs universe. Even the Wood universe's Horizon Manor's Lord Gon invited him to investigate. In the entire Six Direction Society, no one is better than him when it comes to capturing spies. He confirmed that Ran was a spy, but he was killed the next moment. Ran is the most suspicious, so please hand her over to the Horizon Manor for interrogation. Uncle Mo bowed. Reporting to the Dimensional Master, Yufeng's words have no evidence, and Xian Qi's death has nothing to do with us. Perhaps Yufeng threatened Xian Qi to frame Lady Ran and then killed Xian Qi in order to support Bai Qian. Yufeng raised his head and looked at Uncle Mo. What does Bai Qian have to do with me? I supported her only to force Ran to reveal her flaws so that Xian Qi could discover that she was a spy. Now that Xian Qi has found out, Ran killed him to silence him. Uncle Mo, there's no need for you to quibble. Uncle Mo stared at Yufeng. How can you decide who is right and who is wrong with just a few words? If you confirm that Lady Ran was a spy, then please provide evidence. The evidence is that Xian Qi was killed by you. Nonsense. Xian Qi's death was caused by your Yu family. Ridiculous. Dimensional Master's voice rang out. I will handle Ran's matter. There's no need for the Yu family. Yufeng's expression turned ugly. Understood. Dimensional Master looked at Luo Shan. Are you sure that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu family? Luo Shan replied, at the very least, Luo Ho's items are in the Zio realm. Bring them here, Dimensional Master ordered. Luo Ho's items in the Zio realm had been discovered by Ran's men. She had asked Lu Yin to place the items in the Zio realm and then sent people to search for them. The plan had not changed, but she did not understand why Lu Yin had turned around and accused her of being a spy. She had even been killed. Uncle Mo's words were actually Ran's conjecture. She immediately suspected that the Yu family had forced Lu Yin to frame her and even killed him. Otherwise, why would Lu Yin place Luo Ho's items in the Zio realm? No matter how she looked at it, Lu Yin was helping her and accusing her of being forced by the Yu family. Luo Ho's picture frame was brought over. Dimensional Master took it and looked at it. This is your son's item. Luo Shan's expression turned ugly. That's right. Dimensional Master looked at it again. Everyone could tell that Dimensional Master was siding with Ran and suppressing the Yu family. Now that there was evidence, everyone was trying to guess what Dimensional Master would do. The evidence is conclusive. What do you say, Yufeng? Dimensional Master spoke up and glanced at the Yu family, his gaze gradually turning cold. Yufeng suddenly looked up. This is a false accusation. Luo Shan shouted, Luo Ho appeared in the Zio realm back then, and there's evidence. You still say that this is a false accusation? Then who would dare to frame your Yu family? Who would be able to place this item under the Yu family's surveillance? Yufeng's eyes flickered. He did not know how Luo Ho's items had appeared in the Zio realm. Just as Luo Shan had said, who would dare to frame the Yu family? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.